best, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the CCT main Swiss. We're in Series 18, and we're coming to the end of some of the CCTs for Season 2. So this is actually one of the final main Swiss of the year, and also the final main Swiss for the final round of this main Swiss for the tournament. My name is Freddie, and I am joined by Zerf. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing good, mate. Doing good. Excited, to be honest. Looking forward to these 2-2 matchups because, you know, these are the most important. We get to see who's going to be moving on to playoffs and who's going to be going home.
Yeah, it's actually some interesting games today because, to be honest, I expect these teams to be in and around the 2-2 bracket. Unfortunately, we've already had a forfeit today, so Rush B were supposed to play against Navi Jr. and Rush B forfeited, so kind of unfortunate there, but I guess easy for Navi Jr. And also, because of the new changes with the VRS, a forfeit still affects the VRS points. So Navi Jr. technically have gone up 2 places, and subsequently Rush B have gone down 2 places because of them forfeiting with a schedule conflict to another event. But our first game of the day is Ecstatic versus Cybershock, and these are teams that I feel like have a lot of potential, but don't always see it.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I definitely do think so. I think consistency is probably the big problem between both of these two teams. Cybershock probably in the better form of the two, kind of coming into this one. They've been, you know, doing pretty decently, winning a lot of games, whether that be in qualifiers or you know, actually in this event itself, not without a few losses here and there though. But this should be an exciting one as well, because not only, you know, do you've got 2 teams that I would put kind of in the same bracket and at a similar level, you've got, you know, 2 teams that have just faced off against each other so many times, so there's going to be nothing new here. There's going to be 2 teams that should know each other's tendencies. I mean, you take a look at the results from last year, and Ecstatic and Cybershock as orgs faced off against each other, what, 5 times, you know, and that's all in the space of a couple of months as well. So it just makes for an even more exciting deciding game.
Yeah, what is then more interesting is the fact that even though we have all of those past results, it is not a completely different matchup between the 2 teams, but there's obviously differences, and the main one for Ecstatic is Sira. He's this exciting young piece that has been brought into this young Danish roster. It feels like he fits in perfectly, kind of age and experience wise. He does have a little bit more than the others, with potentially, you know, playing the RMRs of TSM, and unfortunately, that TSM roster in general just didn't do very well. But so far on Ecstatic, he has been playing some really serious Counter-Strike. And especially, like, within this tournament, I've been seeing, I don't know, Sira seems like he's kind of leveled up a little bit on Ecstatic. TMB's leadership, I feel like we've got Sira playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen him play. And what I'm kind of excited about potentially is how, like, what's the limit, right? How far do we go up?
Yeah, it's always the question, right? You know, how far can Ecstatic actually go? I think the pickup of Sira obviously was an absolute no-brainer, because from what I heard, he came on the market for a ridiculous amount in comparison to what TSM got him for, and you know, you can't really turn that down. So picked him up, an excellent pickup. You know, this guy has been turning heads for a very, very long time, even if we want to go before TSM, even if we want to look back towards, you know, when he was on Mouse NXT. Sira was one of the many names you could have talked about that was in that roster, and it just means that, honestly, Ecstatic make a really exciting pickup, and maybe they could be, you know, that old Ecstatic, that Ecstatic of old, that, you know, they were contesting, that they were, you know, qualifying for these big events, or at least, you know, being in the close qualifier and having good runs over and over and over again. But it is kind of a case that only time will tell with them, and as I was saying, you know, consistency seems to be the biggest problem in this team right now.
Well, let's go chat a little bit about Cybershock, because their changes, I feel like, they've got these changes that make me believe that this roster is going to excel. So the main man that I always like to point out is Phenomen. This guy he's all put on steroids. He's insane. He's so good at the game. He's so fast. Maybe takes some interesting duels occasionally, and it leads to inconsistency on parts, but honestly, I think Cybershock have made some of the best underrated roster changes, taken out maybe their two lower rated and high and kind of lower impact players in Levantino and Trunic. Levantino, to be fair, did play a lot of the worst roles, and I feel like he fit into them quite nicely, but instead they've brought in Glowing, who kind of, that's the headline. 9 pandas Glowing. He's qualified for majors. He's played a lot of tier 1 events. And then Blixie, who has had a lot of success on Rory Youngblood. So a nice blend of experienced and Glowing, and then Blixie, who's maybe like a little bit still more young and up and coming. And this is a team that is still quite young. And I think adding that older experienced guy like Glowing is really valuable.
Yeah, I think it's invaluable, really, to be honest, when you can get somebody of that experience, especially when, you're kind of looking at this Cybershock team and kind of saying that, there's a lot of, young parts in it. Blixie, I think, yeah, you're bang on there. He's going to be a great addition to this team. He's probably taken more of the aggressive elements in this team, being put into a little bit of the entry roles, but he seems to kind of be fitting in quite nicely to this side. And I think, honestly, if we're to look at, just a straight up swap of the two players that they've got rid of with the two players they've brought in, it is nothing but upgrades. So I think honestly this Cybershock team could be one that we see an awful lot in the CCT, going deep, getting into playoffs, causing problems. A little bit unlucky in maybe the way that they went about it here. They had a couple of tough games, a couple of tough draws, but we'll have to have a look and see how they get on in this one, especially when it comes down to the veto, to be honest, Freddie, because this is a little bit of a weird one, because both teams have kind of been maybe experimenting is probably not the right word, but maybe it is the right word at the same time, because there's been a few switch ups. Of course, Ecstatic, they pretty much play all 7 maps, but Cybershock, I mean, they're removing Inferno is a little bit of a surprise, but that's because they've been dipping their toe into Train a little bit.
Yeah, okay, this is very interesting. We've actually caught Ecstatic already on Train, and we saw them lose in overtime to Spirit Academy, but I think we both came away from that game being like, oh no, we're happy with Ecstatic. It's just Spirit Academy got back-to-back 1v2s, 2v4s, and it was like, okay, what can we really do about that? So I'd say I'm quite a big fan of the Ecstatic Train, and they've picked up another win since they're against Sinners. Look, they've won 6 out of their 7 games on Train. They're looking pretty legit. Cybershock, not as many reps, but a very good win over Monty and 9, who were one of the earlier pickups of Train. A double overtime loss there is nothing to frown upon. So I think when we go on to Train, that could depict where the rest of this series goes. I feel like whoever picks up Train could just be picking up the map, as Anubis is also quite hotly contested.
I would actually kind of go about it and say that maybe Cybershock have a little bit of an edge when it comes down to Anubis, and I will explain myself a little bit more later, but I believe we are going to be jumping into Train, and I don't want to be getting ahead of myself because there is just so much to talk about with this map too, Ecstatic, yeah, it was, you made the point of what can they do? They got 2v4'd, they could have won the round. They could have won the round.
Yeah, but, it was just like the way that the shots were hit. It was like, oh, okay, they've just obliterated you. Fair enough. But hey ho, they're looking to win this round. On the pistol, T-side, they're storming out of the A-bomb site, led by Syrah. And even though Syrah does amazing, he gets his 2 kills as the first player out, but everyone around him falls. Christo and Nutnut now trying to see if they can pick up the pieces, but it all feels a little bit too lost. Maybe let's not 1v1 him. Christo's got no armor. Blixie should just play with his teammate, perhaps. And no one's hitting shots. Oh, no. There goes Blixie. And Lovicus, he's on 19 HP. Christo, we've just given him the 1v2.
A little bit awkward there, to be honest. And you can see how uncomfortable they really were in that 1v2 situation. Christo trapped behind back red, but the E-box player just kept peeking him over and over and over again. And I mean, we can be super critical about that. I don't think we can, because, you know, low HP back at a bomb site. I don't blame him, to be honest, for trying to take that fight and trying to win it. Christo just does a little bit better, and it is going to be Ecstatic just taking that pistol, starting off nicely. Lovely util set that goes over towards Pop. And it is always interesting, Freddy, because the last time we were covering this game, nobody was throwing that.
No, yeah, that was like a week ago, and that was the first time we kind of saw that. And since then, it's been everywhere.
Yeah.
I think it was with you, the Spirit Academy Ecstatic game, where I saw just an abundance of the spam, right, through the windows onto Yard.
Yeah, it was
That
TMB.
Yeah, like I hadn't really seen that to that level before. But Ecstatic anti-eco, really well done. This is, apart from Anlele over peaking in heaven, you have TMB who's just walked through A, and then as his teammates are executing on the B bomb side, he just goes, by the way guys, I've killed one from connector, come back A.
Yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward, pretty easy. Ecstatic gonna get this bomb down, and, well, Cybershock aren't gonna really contest it all that much. They have found a Galil, you know, off Analele's body, so that's actually a decent weapon to bring forward, but we were never really gonna see much contention in a round like this at all. But yeah, no, I was just going back to the point I was trying to make there was, you know, it is always interesting when we get like a new map, or, you know, a quote-unquote new map, an old map that's been revamped, brought back into the pool, that just how quickly it kind of evolves over time, because, you know, it was only like a couple of weeks ago, and now it's just completely shifted in another direction. And who knows, maybe in a couple more weeks we're going to be in a different space altogether. There's going to be more standard util brought in.
I think for sure the map's going to change though. I don't know when, but there obviously is going to be a change coming in.
Oh, little tweaks to it, yeah.
Yeah, little tweaks.
I think there has
like,
to be.
Yeah, well, because what I assume is it's going to be Valve looking at it and being like, okay, which part seems to always go this way? Like, who just has an unrelenting dominance in this aspect of the map? Oh my sweet Jesus, that is a lot of counter utility for Ecstatic on top of B. They were maybe anticipating someone to be close, and they're actually just going. They throw their util and they're running forward. There's no one on the bomb site. Not an Eki trying to crawl his way back in from connector, gets instantly decapitated, and then all the utility gets put down. And now as the bomb gets planted in this 4v4, look out for Syrah. Syrah's only just coming through Ivy right now, and it's going to be flanking so many players in CT.
Yeah, he needed to get a move on there. You can see he makes even a step there, just trying to get a little bit closer, because his teammates are feeling all kinds of pressure on the bomb site right now. It's a big HE onto Christo, but here comes Syrah. That's going to be an easy one. A little freebie, but he goes to swap over a weapon, then gets caught out. Analele gets caught with his back turned, and all of a sudden this round flips on its head completely. But time is just not your friend in this situation. It's a good Molotov coming in. HE needs to land on Blixie. Oh, it doesn't quite get it, and that defuse is going to be pulled off. It was a great start to the round, really. Cybershock had nobody over towards that B bomb site. They go down Ecstatic, they trade effectively, they get that bomb down, but simply they just couldn't hold on.
I'm actually gobsmacked, dude. What is Syrah doing? Why is he going to pick up the M4? Just use the Galil. Like, I actually don't get that, to be honest. Like, sure, around him as well, maybe some of his players could have done better of just to, like, you know, that there wasn't a lot of tangible success in that post plant apart from him. So you're sure you can point the finger elsewhere, but God, I don't know what Syrah's doing there. That feels like he's just thrown away the round very unnecessarily.
Didn't quite catch a glimpse of him, and it was a little bit of a problem, but this is a whole lot better from Ecstatic. It's a lovely double kill. Not in TMB really getting the ball moving in this round, and TMB is not done just yet. Analele falling the other side of the map is going to be a small bit of an issue, but you can see Ecstatic have a lot of control here, and they've got Cybershock worried. You've got Nodaneki, who's has to fall all the way deep into connector. He's still looking to try and take a fight here, but this is really going to be for the round right here. Just eats that flashbang, doesn't react at all. Nodaneki's seen that every step of the way, just didn't react whatsoever, and that's going to be a freebie for Syrah. That's Ecstatic back to winning ways. Fenneman He needs to just hope that nobody runs him down while he tries to save this AWP, but that is just a great round all in all from Ecstatic. Cybershock just could not handle that Ivy pressure.
The thing is, I also really like that round from Cybershock because they get Phenomen posted up in B lane, right? So they get him on Heaven. He's got all of that control. I have a big theory on Train where, as a CT side, if you have control of like the stairs, right? I don't know what the call out for that is. You know those stairs on the right of B main where you come down into pop as the T side?
Yeah.
Like those stairs, if you get the smoke there or the smoke at the hole and you get all of that control and you maintain it, I have this belief that that just wins you a CT side round. And it feels like Cybershock had that all kind of done, but it was the explosive tendencies from Ecstatic that really caught Cybershock off guard. And it's also what caught them off guard in the first gun round, but this time it's just a lot cleaner, a lot more oppressive. And as you said, the Danes back on track. Phenomen, the only man with anything in this round for the CT side. He's got that saved up. Everyone around him is ecoing.
Yeah, so Phenomen, he's going to try and maybe get ahead of this play. AWP out in the open. Flashes are great, and this is just going to be Ecstatic scaling up onto the bomb side here. There's still a few pistols in the nooks and crannies. This could get just a little bit hairy, and you can see that's why Ecstatic are not really trying to force the issue all that much. They know that there could be somebody towards the back of the bomb side. Pistol's trying to get closer. How has Lovicus got all the way that close to default there without anybody spotting him? I have no idea, but it looks like Panic's going to be averted, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, Ecstatic playing this fast, correct me if I'm wrong, but this feels unnatural to the Ecstatic that I know. I don't normally see them just bombing it out of places, round in, round out. So this is cool to see them changing the pace, and I guess suiting to Train a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's just the way Train is as a map, though. Oh, 2 players going down is...
Ooh, that's unnecessary.
Yeah,
and the
that's...
AWP, can it be saved?
No. Okay, right. It could have been a whole lot worse, to be honest. That's a lovely entry, by the way, from Nutno taking down the AWP.
Great flashes as well. Phenomen was full blind. Yeah.
And it's a tactical pause. Yeah, so going back to the fast tempo of Train, to be honest, I think that's just the way that the map plays and the way that you need to kind of adapt to it, because I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of teams, especially on their T side, when they're not able to get any of that kind of fast control whatsoever, if they try and like slow play their T side, it just doesn't work, and you just kind of get caught out. There's a lot of ways that the CTs can go and gather information early on in Train in comparison to, you know, the Train that we had in CSGO. So I think it is just a kind of adapt or die situation for a lot of the teams that want to play Train. I think it's just the way of the world. It's just something that, you know, they have to put up with and have to try and deal with. And you can see, look at Sierra again. He is just so aggressive.
Missed util. Phenomen and Lovicus has got into pop with nothing to block them. That's really bad that Anlele has continued into pop, even though that the utility would have actively been calmed out that it's missed. Regardless, though, as you mentioned, look at Sierra. He's on the prowl. He's already in the back lines. Blix has been eliminated, but Phenomen, his AWP, it's singing, and he's looking for more. He's getting super aggressive, but Christu, now he is sharp. 2 kills on the dollar. Left, right, good night, Cybershock. And Notaneki and Lovicus seeing if they can pick up the pieces, but Christu, he is not done just yet. This man is on a tear. And guess what? He's supposed to be your AWPer.
He always has a round in him like that, Christo. And if you watch Ecstatic a lot, you will know that Christo has those rounds in him that he will just come to life and just get a 3 or 4K. It's usually with the op. We've seen it, you know, the last time we were watching Ecstatic, as we were saying about that Spirit Academy game, he had a couple of rounds that he just literally killed 4 all on his own. Absolutely destroys Cybershock this time around and really actually bails Ecstatic out, because, I mean, the kill that really kicked everything off there was the shot onto Phenomen. If Phenomen finds that second kill and is then in the back line, that 100% is going to be a Cybershock round. But Ecstatic, The Danes are really kind of stretching their legs on this T side. They're building up a massive amount in the bank accounts. The same cannot be said for Cybershock. And I mean, Analele going in towards Pop, yeah, you can be a little bit annoyed that util missed, but you know, you don't really get overly punished for it because Christo makes this great play.
But okay, I think it's not annoyed for Anlele. I don't know who is in the wrong there. Maybe not coming it over to Anlele, but if you miss that pop util, I would say that you cancel the play into pop for Anlele. Like, that should be
100%.
Yeah. So I don't know, like, who's to blame. Don't know. But again, very heavy util towards B. I don't know if there's a counter read potentially, but obviously it is normal to put heavy util as a default for one set, but we're using multiple sets of util early on B ramp, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is a counter read, to be honest, onto Cybershock, that they might try to get aggressive. And look, they are getting aggressive. This is the second round they've pushed towards heaven. It's just a little bit more belated, and this time it's with the saved AK of Lovicus. He's the only dangerous piece of the puzzle in this round, and Notaneki shoots, you know, it's a warning shot. He was trying to give TMB the heads up, and guess what? Lovicus hasn't been spotted, so as he swings, they only expect one, and now the tables are turning in favor of Cybershock. This is looking a little bit dire as both players out in the open, out in no man's land, are greeted by Blixie's fierce deagle.
Beautiful shots from Blixie there just to seal it, but it's all on, I mean, it's all on that double push through B. They get the perfect timing to just creep their way up, down behind the pop players. TMB gets absolutely destroyed. Nerf the 5-7, please. But Lovicus, really good double to really get that round going and put a lot of pressure under or over the other two ecstatic players. And then Cybershock were able to reap the rewards, and to be honest, they needed a round like that. That was something that they didn't really have a heavy investment. Look at this, off battle over towards Ivy. Christo caught jumping. Fenomen, we could back up and just let Blixie take point. That's perfectly fine. Flash is going to go deep. Not realizing that was the immediate danger, and he hasn't shown himself right now, so there is maybe a chance for him to catch a timing up behind, but I think that one has been and gone. Advantage with Cybershock here. Really good kickstart to the round.
I am liking a lot of this proactivity from Cybershock early doors, and this round seems like it's over before it's even been started. It's just very individual, yeah, like you lose the player Ivy, then you lose a player A main, lose a player Pop. Cybershock in a very decent position, and now they are aware of someone else towards Ivy. Maybe not confirmation of both, but in the meantime, Notaneki still getting a lot of information towards B. He's just going, yeah, so Pop's clear, yeah, so B's clear. They're either towards Ivy or A main. It is a very impressive CT round from Cybershock, and I am liking their proactivity in general, and it feels like a lot of the rounds have been thrown apart because of Ecstatic's faster pace. So when we do slow it down in these instances, Cybershock have really just capitalized on they've never stopped moving.
Yeah, they're always just looking for the next piece of information that they need to get. They're not, always moving in terms of, they will slow down eventually when they're happy enough with what they've already gathered, but there is that element that, they're always just hungry to see what they can find in these situations. And it was really nice actually to see that if you were looking at any of those gunfights there that Ecstatic took, there was nearly no opportunity in any of them that they would have just got a clean trade-off. There was never a clean 1 versus 1. Even with this one from Fenomen, he found that first kill, and even if he was swung, even if the refrag attempt was there, they had Blixie to have him covered. The player towards main, he had backup, he could tuck behind cover, even over towards Pop, the slit angle with that AWP. Ecstatic, they were doomed from the very beginning in that round, and now we're actually seeing their money dry up completely. Look at this, 2 Tech 9s, a Galil, an AK, an AWP on Christo, but he really has to be the difference maker. They've both ran by him. Sierra, that's going to be a freebie, maybe a second. That is huge. That's going to keep the A players occupied. Even if he goes down here, look, it's pulled the rotation all the way over. They see nothing else. Ecstatic, if they want to hit B, they need to go now.
Yeah, Blixie's run into this really well. Notaneki in a good position. Blixie's got onto the bomb site. They're coming. What? They're coming steaming out of heaven. And Blixie at range. Sharpshooting finally put down by Christu. And Nut very aware of Notaneki's presence. That looked like it was all going a little bit awry. But now it's Fenneman to pick up the pieces. 1 versus 2. Spots out Christu. Doesn't seem to be aware of where Nut is. Flashbang dodged. Nut's made noise to try and react off that piece of utility. So Fenneman, sure, he does know where both players are. And oh my god, it's fast shots onto Christu. But an even faster shot from Nut to keep Ecstatic in the lead, despite their low buy into this round.
That's even a miracle, to be honest, that Ecstatic get out onto that bomb site. Sierra does, I mean, everything that they could have asked for him. It's just a little bit unfortunate that the HE lands on top of him. If he stays alive for longer, 100% Ecstatic win that round. But after Blixie finds this double kill, I'm thinking there's no way Ecstatic get a bomb plant out of this. But still, they somehow managed to make it work. And I mean, if Fenneman's able to reset there on that last shot, if Nut maybe misses for just a moment, you would back him to hit that, to kill him, and then all of a sudden we've got a game on our hands. Instead though, Ecstatic already off to a good start here in this round. Blixie with a big refrag as he collects that AWP. He can do it with any weapon, it would seem. Pistol, okay, Sierra is showing he can do it too.
What's going on? Blixie, Sierra, not AWPers, getting kills with AWPs.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. We've seen 3 op kills from 3 different players, and 2 of them are not primary oppers. Okay.
Hell yeah, dude. The versatility, I would like to say. Cybershocker run into this, and it's because of Glowing's advanced aggression. Glowing's had a pretty bad game, by the way. He's sitting 2 and 6, but right now he's getting a lot of information just by his presence. It's a very heavy, disadvantageous position for Cybershock, and you still expect Ecstatic to win this, but Cybershock are in the right place. Unfortunately, both these players on B, they're playing very separated, so we've been allowed to isolate individually the first. I think they know about Blixie because of the utility he threw. Definitely know about him now because of the AWP shot ringing out. And, oh, the bomb actually got planted on A. I didn't even notice that. Either way, Ecstatic are playing a wonderful T-side on train right now. To be honest, I feel like both teams are actually playing pretty well, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say. Obviously, Ecstatic are playing the better of the two. You can see that by the sheer amount of rounds that they've picked up. But yeah, I would say that both teams have definitely had their moments. But Ecstatic have just had more. Just had that a little bit more. And it's another really good round. It's actually a problem for the Cybershock side, because we're going to see where their economy is going to be kind of set up after this one. And we're talking, yeah, very little funds on the likes of Notaneki and Blixie. Glowing can drop over maybe an op if he wants to, you know, risk it a little bit. He could drop over an M4 either if he wants to prioritize util. But Ecstatic, they're doing really all that they needed to. A little bit fortunate with that shot from Sierra, definitely, but
yeah, that does change everything
nonetheless. Yeah, it's you can be pretty hard done by, to be honest. If you're Cybershock there, you can feel a little bit awkward about that one, but you can't rest on it. A second tactical timeout here already. We're only in the first half of this series, and Cybershock are feeling the pressure completely that Ecstatic were putting them under. And so far, it is looking exactly how it shaped up in the veto, that this was a no-brainer, that Ecstatic were going to pick into this. Train has been a map that they've been so successful on since its addition back into the pool, and it's looking like this one's going to be no different.
I think I jumped the gun with the vetoes of saying that whoever wins Train probably wins out of the series, because I think, as you were saying, Anubis for Cybershock looks really good. And Ecstatic, sure, they have got 2 good wins on it this year against a team like Aurora, for instance, but Cybershock have insane consistency on that map. So I think this could be shaped up for a full 3 mapper. TMB, though, trying to tunnel his inner Sierra, and that is magnificent! 3 kills! Just storming his way out onto the A-bomb side, and that's it. That is round over. That was a investment for Cybershock, a full investment with all of their funds, and now Blixie and Fenneman forced to retreat, slink off into the distance, and just subside on this round.
the worst part about that is that Cybershock have called a tactical timeout to discuss how they wanted to play this round out, and TMB has just said, yeah, best of luck with that. Ran out and absolutely just decimated that A-bomb site. He's killed 4 of them. He's finally been put to bed, been put to sleep. Venom, a glimpse caught of him. He's the dead man. There's no way he's going to save that AWP. That is an insane round coming out there from TMB, in all honesty. And, you know, the entries have kind of been split on this team between himself and Sierra, and TMB just showing that he can do it all. Sees the flashbang, see where it's thrown from there, just sprays it down for that 3rd kill, and he just gets 4. Just makes it look so easy, and that's desperate, because that was Cybershock's last buy of the half, and in all honesty, Freddy, they didn't even get a chance to play it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was, like, have you ever seen TMB get a triple entry? I don't think I have, to be honest. And, ooh, those are some big grenades onto Pops already. When we look at the purchase, MP9s for Mass, a Scout on Blixie, you've already got 2 players low HP. So sure, it's already a bad round going into it, and you're already on the back foot. And then that gets accentuated by the early utility damage. And this is an interesting round. Ecstatic, you know, we've seen them play very fast, very pacey towards yard, towards B. But now, they're taking things a lot slower. All 5 players are having a mother's meeting outside of the A-bomb site, while in the meantime, Phenomen and Lovicus have full control of B, and Cybershock are actually very advanced on yard. You can see 2 players playing towards Olof, and Blixie also playing quite close. A good smoke in A main at 50 seconds, because this is when the execute was supposed to be pulled. Cybershock have played this perfectly, and Ecstatic now feeling the time pressure of, we've got 40 seconds, there's a smoke in A main, and we're going to have to go, and knowing we're running into MP9s that are probably up close.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the first couple of entries here, and, well, Analele gets shut down instantly. Glowing begins to get going as well. That Scout is just going to miss an opportunity. All of a sudden, the 2 close players are taken out of the equation, and now you've got chances. 17 seconds, though, no margin for error here whatsoever, and Phenomen, he's just behind this Molotov. This is a perfect position right now for him to strike. The first one's free, but the second one takes him down. Ecstatic still needs to put the numbers in on this bomb plant, though. Lovicus tries to swing on to cause a little bit of chaos. He's the only one standing, but still, Ecstatic prevail. They will not be bested. It is a great attempt from Cybershock to really just keep Ecstatic out and away from that final round. But in the end, it is another TMB multi-kill that gets them there.
Yeah, this was actually one of those rounds that, if you cast your mind back to our conversation we had a long time ago, Jack, it was saying how sometimes it's very awkward as a T-side when you get into these late rounds. It feels like if you've got no map control, it's very hard to do anything with the round, and that's what it felt like for Ecstatic. It felt very awkward, and yet they're able to break their way through. Sure, there's probably a conversation of like, it's because they had the lower buy, but it's still really well done from TMB. 13-6. Have you ever seen a game of TMB on 13-6?
That's really nice to see it up. Oh, that is disgusting shot from Lovicus. Not trying to catch out the bomb here, and he has done so. Alright, Sierra can strike from in the back line. They didn't clear back sight. Sierra is going to find one more. That's 3. That's easy right now. Nodaneki, he needs to try and save the day. Cybershock, it was going really well. They found the opening kill. It looked like they were going to just take the bomb site by storm. And instead, you've got Notaneki, who's trapped in towards A main, and he's got 4 players to find.
I've never seen a round... Actually, no, I have. That's a lie. I was going to say, I haven't, for a few moments, seen a round that looked so good inaugurally, and then just goes so wrong so fast. I mean, great shots from Sierra. Regardless of being overlooked, regardless of them not clearing him, the fact that he not only gets 1, 2, but 3 kills, like, that's really impressive. Really sharp shooting from him, and yeah, no armor, Notaneki. He's been spotted as well. You can see Nut was cautious of maybe an Ivy play, and Lele cautious of a pot play. Now they know exactly where he is, and yeah, he's just been chipped down lower and lower and lower. He's now out in the open, and hey, guess what? There's someone towards Pop. This second pistol round win for Ecstatic might just mark their victory on Train.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's because Cybershock don't get a bomb here, a bomb down either. That's just a big problem. And you know, you're probably saying, if you're looking at it, oh, why are they kind of, you know, talking about how it looked so good for Cybershock because they only got a single kill on the way up to the bomb site. And I was like, yeah, but the problem was they had so much space after they found that first kill. They had a smoke down towards connector. There was only really, you know, kind of one or two players that they had to deal with. But the problem was, the one player that was on the back of the bomb site they had to deal with was Sierra, and he picks up an easy 3-piece for him. An easy round collected. And Cybershock, well, how do you get a bomb plant in this situation? Especially with Nut and Christo up close. You've got a player in Pop as well. Quite simply, I just don't believe there is a way you do. And yeah, they're retreating. I would too if I seen that smoke in front of me. Just absolutely no way you're going through that.
Yeah, you know you're probably against SMGs. You're like, I'd rather not. This leads into my propaganda of if you have this control, you win the round straight up as a CT side.
I mean, you see a lot of teams going for it. I don't know if you've seen the Vitality util that they throw from Connector with the Molotov and the smoke.
Yeah, so that's what we do.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's when you get that, it just makes it so difficult, right? You know, it's just nullifying just a massive part of the map, especially when you pair it with, you know, maybe even a smoke and a flashbang from the B player. It is a very important and vital part of the map.
It's one of those things where, like, you don't need it to win, but I think it's very undervalued to have.
You don't need it to win, but if you have it, your chances of winning just go astronomically up.
I'd say as a T side, you need it. As a CT side, not necessarily. And ooh, a lot of aggression. Ecstatic, they go for a similar play. Unfortunately, Nut meets not quite as Maker just yet, but he does me a lot of grenades. We've got a lot of aggression everywhere on the map. A main's being pressured, B main's being pressured, and ultimately TMB, his sentry crosshair, like his view model, it was like a sentry gun, which is so fun to see with a USP, for instance. He gets the opening kill, and issue is, over towards B main, Notaneki has got past the defense and is now on the B bomb site holding for rotations. This is very scary as Ecstatic, they don't have anyone on B. It's a 4 versus 4, 2 players are low HP, and this is the issue when you're in those advanced positions, when it falls apart and Nut, who's on 15 HP, can't really afford to trade, it all just shatters.
You've no kit as well, which is a problem. So you can see Ecstatic are already calling this one off. They're already saving. And I actually don't hate this because, right, you play aggressive, you lose the fight. Christo gets cleared out. Nut can't trade because he's so weak. That's maybe, you know, I wouldn't even say a little bit of miscommunication, just a little bit of hesitation maybe from on both of their parts. Just don't really play off each other as well as they maybe could have. But you don't try and force the issue here. TMB, he's got them as they try and retreat. Molly's going to go down, a lot of players taking a lot of damage. Analele is going to swing in and try and clean up here and take everybody out of the round, and he has done so. Himself and TMB have found every single kill, so they make this one extremely costly for Cybershock. There is going to be very little in terms of AKs being brought forward next round for Cybershock, and they call a tactical pause because they realise, alright, we've got a bomb plant, we've won the round, but it's cost us absolutely everything, and Ecstatic are arguably going to have a stronger buy here.
Yeah, that was one of those rounds where it's like, setups were all sound, you had the advantage, and you just have the first bullet headshot being hit by, I think, Phenomen, right? And then inability to trade because you're low HP. It's like, okay, there's no qualms with the setup, but potentially when you've got that advantage, maybe it was better just to fall out when the smoke had faded, right? That's probably where my thought process lays with that. Like, you've got the opening kill A main, maybe just go and play 2B, 3A. But hey ho, we're in a position, Ecstatic. I don't want to say they can afford to lose rounds, but they are 11-4 up. I have seen some teams completely crash out on their CT side before. I don't expect Ecstatic to be the same. Fnatic comes to mind. Every time I watch them, they seem to really love to just extend play far too long on the CT side. But But again, look at this aggression, dude. Like, we've got 3 players pushing into A main, and Lovicus has the bomb outside A. If he falls there, that could have been scary. But yeah, Ecstatic. Again, like Christu just peeking deep in towards Ivy. We're very unforgiving, Ecstatic are. They are not giving any space away.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the way that you need to play this map, in all honesty. I think you need to, demand the respect from the T side. Like, you've got a lot of timings to get aggressive here, so why don't you? And this is going to come back to the point that we were making earlier, that sometimes when you don't get that early space, it can be very difficult to get out onto a bomb site. It's a good Molotov and timing there from TMB, but still, he's going to fall. Himself and Sierra go down. They had that Ivy push. Anulele went all the way deep, but discovered absolutely nothing. It was just a little bit too slow that time around. You'll get the bomb down. Anulele is going to be so quick, though. This should be a freebie. You're just going to have to take what you can get. Can't really play for 2 in this situation, but he still will get that double regardless. No, needs to find this kill, but Fenomen with that double might have just sealed the round. Christo blindsided as he walks out a stop sign. And we've got Cybershock picking up yet another round. And I'm just surprised, to be honest, that worked out the way it did. Because Ecstatic, they were so aggressive. They had so many advanced positions. That molly was perfectly placed onto Sierra. And in all honesty, that was the big turning point in the round.
Yeah, if I'm in the back seat in this round, I'm like, guys, you've got to flank Ivy. Just survive. And they do the exact opposite, unfortunately. Okay, Cybershock putting some rounds together, change of pace. This time we're not waiting around. This time we're coming out of the A-bomb site. Let's see if it works like it did for Ecstatic, and so far so good. TMB quick on the flank towards Pop. He's been spotted. The reload has come back in for glowing, so it should be all good. And yeah, nut spam through the smoke. Should be groovy. The bomb will be going down, and Cybershock, they're making this game competitive, because this was a full investment from Ecstatic. It's going to be 6 for Cybershock. Let's imagine it's going to go to 7 against the anti-eco. That means it's only a 4-round game, and all of a sudden it's something that felt completely lost and dire now has the capabilities to come back and close it off in regulation. Do I think it actually will yet? No, but the conversation does start to be aroused.
I mean, I don't disagree. TMB is going to try and scavenge something here. It's only a Galil. There's an AK. Alright, he's a happy camper.
He's the first one. He's like, no, a Galil?
Yeah.
Yes, an AK!
The
you can drop
joys
the
of that
5-7
one
as well.
Yeah, you can. There's probably not going to be too much of a heavy investment here in terms of that. Somebody is asking for it. Anulele is going to get it. Christo is upset. You can see he wanted it. Let's see what the AK can really do in this situation. I mean, Ecstatic, I'm just waiting to see them maybe actually get a full buyout once again. I think we're just a Christo round away, to be honest, from everything turning here. Fenomen, that's perfect. On the flick to Anulele. Nice shot from glowing as well, as the pistols are getting just picked off one by one. And Cybershock playing at a nice pace right now, just waiting for the peaks to come to them, and Ecstatic, they just keep giving them one by one by one. They just keep peaking. They all fall, and that is just an easy round for Cybershock to get under their belts. 11-7, not a million miles away, to be honest. And this is where you can kind of get a little bit concerned. If you're an Ecstatic fan, I would be a little bit concerned. If this round doesn't fall in your favor, Cybershock can definitely cause an upset here.
Yeah, the one thing I've always commented about Ecstatic is they don't have a coach, right? So, especially in these situations when you have got a younger team, sure, TMB, Christo experience, and Lele as well, very experienced, but still, younger guys in general, I think not having a coach could come to be a difficulty in these type of situations. But Christo, he's just pushed the heaven smoke, and that is a divine opening kill. Glowing, we hyped him up quite a lot, or I did. I think he's a really good player. He's now 7-13. He's the opening kill for Ecstatic in round 19, and this could be where the Camel's back breaks. Cybershock heavy towards Ivy, but the first falls. And guess what? Christu's still holding. It's a lovely bait and switch. Ecstatic don't even realize it, but they've played this round simply to perfection. Christu does know it though, because he gets that kill on B and then instantly cycles back around towards back lanes, towards Ivy. So really cool dynamism from him. And in general, just a lovely round from Ecstatic. Cybershock, they slow the pace down once more, and they just get pulled apart.
It is just that crystal round that I was waiting on. Looks really good there. Aggressive, knows that he has to be mobile in that situation, and he picks off 2. It still could all fall apart here, not just on the jiggle though. Very difficult to kill, but no Neki, I mean, he just makes it look quite simple, and he's going to continue to occupy this space here. I like this, pushing all the way deep, and he's not really going to hear anybody in towards connectors, so they know they're either coming behind or they're flanking all the way through CT. This is a slow peek though into the Opera, and Christo, well, he'll make light work of that one on Lovicus. No Neki, a 1v4, bomb not planted for him. This is an impossible task. Ecstatic, they've booked their ticket onto 12. They're going to be just one round away here. Even if Nodaneki finds these kills, it's just going to be so difficult. There was definitely just no chance he was ever winning that whatsoever. And Ecstatic, they will pick up the round. And in all honesty, it's thanks to their Opera.
I think you literally just said, right, all it takes is just a Christu triple and... well,
look,
there it is.
When you're good, you're good, Freddy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just... I've been doing this a while, buddy. I've been doing this a while.
We've been around. You know what? Ecstatic should actually pick you up as a coach. How's your Danish coming along?
Next question.
Next question. All I know is like "kom nu" is like "come on." That would be my value and my input to a Danish team. Just shouting "come on."
Yeah.
Ooh, another faster play, and TMB's been caught with his pants down. He was trying to throw utility to take deep A main, and Blixie. Ooh, God sweet. That is some nice entries. And yeah, Ecstatic, they just do not expect that belated pop. That was a really nice pace from Cybershock, and yeah, Ecstatic just none the wiser.
Yeah, this is just an extremely quick round, in all honesty, from what we were seeing in comparison like a couple of rounds ago. Cybershock were playing it very, very slow, this tempo change, and it was almost like we just seen, you know, a shade of TMB there, just the entries just sprinting out on that A-bomb site. Simply, you just cannot hold it. Christo picks one off, but he tries to save that AWP, won't be able to. Nothing's going to be safe, but Cybershock, you come away with a good call here, right? It's a fast tempo round. You catch Ecstatic with their pants down, like you said. That's not really going to work, you know, over and over and over again for these last 4 rounds. And let's not forget, you need to be perfect, so you cannot put a foot wrong here. But that at least does buy you some time, and it also puts Ecstatic's money pretty much in the bin, where they're not going to be able to force back in the next round. It does set yourself up, you know, possibly to get back into this and force an OT here, but you just still need to be careful, because in all honesty, Ecstatic on these rounds I'm more concerned about, because they are very aggressive with these pistols and SMGs. They're getting that in-your-face counter-strike that you just cannot be caught sleeping in.
And yeah, we're going much faster this round. It's not that pop, it's just the instant execution out onto A, and everything goes toppling down. I'm not gonna lie, that last round really like, and I really not yeah, that kind of later pop, and it's a really fast round as you were saying, but it's not fast. It's kind of like they wait a few seconds to give Ecstatic that sense of, okay, we've got the comfortability to take A main. Oh no, we're caught throwing smokes because they've just popped out of A. I don't know why that round resonates with me. And I think I'm getting that with Train a lot still, where I'm looking and I'm like, you know what, that was a really nice round. Is it still that new fresh feeling?
Yeah, I can see that. It's also, I think, we also kind of get caught up a lot of the time when, especially when we're casting, when we're looking at these rounds and kind of saying, oh, well, that one worked out perfectly, that's a good round. Yeah, but if they try and pop out and get absolutely destroyed, maybe we're saying,
like, oh,
yeah,
that's so bad.
We're changing the tune a little bit. But
this is lovely though.
Yeah.
This is really nice because I want you to. So not only was this on the face of it a really nice wrap onto A through Ivy and main, but look at how the routing for Cybershock was. The players out of A main scaled from Olof towards Hell, so they didn't actually go onto the bomb site directly. They then joined up with their players coming out of Ivy. That was really nice, and that was a really well orchestrated round where they pinched the players towards Ivy, towards Hell, which turns out it was only one player, but that's what got them the round. They lose one on the way. And yeah, Cybershock, we're seeing them throw out all the different gimmicks out towards A, and it's just the little variations that Ecstatic currently cannot contend with.
Yeah, right now they're having a real tough time of keeping them off a bomb site. At least you're going to be saving the op, the two M4s. You're hoping Cybershock won't come searching for you that deep, and I don't think they will, so you should be alright. But now, you're looking at 2 rounds is the difference between you know, closing out Train, closing out your map pick, and then heading over onto Anubis, still relatively fresh, or being dragged into an overtime where you could possibly lose, where you're going onto a map that Cybershock have been, as you were saying, very consistent, and I would argue is Cybershock's best map by far.
So it's fair to say one should be scared.
Yes. Just a bit.
It's a little bit different. Fenneman leading the charge with the AWP in A main. He's going to get smoked off. Just kind of thinking here, like, no way are Cybershock just going to continuously run out A. Like, surely it doesn't work eventually. And yeah, it was a change of methodology in this round. Instead of just running out, you had a lot of forces prepped to run out, but it was gonna be on the back of Fenneman's opening kill or lack thereof of an opening kill. So he didn't get the opening kill because they smoked off main. So then he falls back and everyone now resets. Cybershock, they've retaken B control for free, which previously would have been smoked because they threw it at the beginning from connector. So Ecstatic, their early map control towards B, gone. And Cybershock, you've got kind of now the resemblance of a default. This is when we start to say these rounds get difficult on Train because you've got 2 smokes left and a handful of utility. This can be very hard to break through as a T side, and it looks like we want to go towards B.
It's even more difficult, right, when you're not feeling any pressure over towards that A bomb site, so you're not needing to rotate a second player away from this B bomb site to help out towards A. There's going to be no real fake whatsoever here. Still, Cybershock are getting ready. They're throwing util now, still waiting to get the flashbangs going, and Ecstatic should be completely ready for this play. As they make their way out lower B, they just get absolutely mowed down, and Cybershock just with no control in this round whatsoever, and they've no control in the outcome now either. Op shot missed. Fenneman has to retreat all the way. He's just saving his KD. There is no saving Cybershock on Train. It's a op shot that rattles off in frustration, and that's all it's going to be in that final round, because Ecstatic, they'll close out their pick.
I'd say that was close to perfection for Ann and Lele. The flash, the timing, oof, beautiful, man. As they're coming out of ramp, they're looking towards connector, they're looking towards Thomas, and a flash just pops right in their face. Ecstatic, yep, you know, as we said, that got a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. They would have liked to close it out a lot quicker. It was very dominant. They were, I can't even remember how far they were up, but it was very far. It was a 9-3 half. They won the second pistol round. I thought they were going to kind of tap it over the line, but instead, Cybershock, they do give themselves a bit of momentum now going onto their map pick, and a lot of our questions about this series revolve around Anubis. Cybershock, they do well on their map pick, but Anubis is going to be a different kettle of fish, and Jack, I think we both are in agreement that this could turn out to be a third map in the waiting. Cybershock, they're fighting for survival, they're fighting for playoffs. Whoever loses this map is eliminated, whoever wins goes through to playoffs. There's all to play for, and if you come back after this break, we will have Anubis, Cybershock's map pick, to decide if we go to Dust 2 or if Ecstatic advance through to the playoffs in CCT Series 18.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to jump into map 2. It is going to see Ecstatic versus Cybershock, and it is going to take place on Anubis, a map that both teams are quite comfortable on, but Cybershock, I would argue, Freddie, that this is their best map by far. Even if we want to go back towards last year when the roster was looking a little bit different, this was always a map that I seen Cybershock pull off an upset on. This one, I wouldn't really say it is an upset. In all honesty, I would actually pick them as the favorites, but I mean, Anubis, Ecstatic starting out on the T side, there's a lot that could go wrong.
Yeah, I think in general, this series to me feels very even. I think it was what I mentioned coming into the very beginning of this series, that I look at these teams in the 2 and 2 bracket and I'm like, no surprise there. I kind of completely imagine like an Ecstatic versus Cybershock to be fighting for a final spot in playoffs or going out at the very last stage. And I think, yeah, Ecstatic, they haven't got massive amount of reps on this map this year with the new roster, but when they have, it's, you know, a win over Aurora is a really impressive feat. Chimera is obviously kind of like Aurora Youngblood, so I guess they're beating all the Aurora teams this year. But yeah, Cybershock have honestly a very impressive resume on Anubis this year. They've had a lot of reps in general around ESL Challenger League, around their open qualifier runs, and in CCT as well, playing all of them coming through close qualifiers. And they've been doing very well against some teams. You know, 13-2 over Alaska. Sure, it's maybe not a team of much this standard, but it's still like, that's an insane victory to get. And, you know, the impressive names do flow in. Alliance, who've been playing well this year. Spirit Academy, 13-4. BC Game, 9. Close losses to Monty, 500. Like, they've got an impressive resume. And I feel like this map could be set up for Dust 2, to be honest.
Well, it is a situation that only time will tell. Okay, Fenneman, that's one way to kickstart.
Wakey, wakey.
Yeah, that is one way to really kickstart a T-Pistol, isn't it? Looking good so far for Cybershock, because they're already dealt with 2 players trying to get aggressive, but still, you need to get these 2 players out of the back of the bomb site. The Glocks begin to sing and put you in your place. No. Julie's in hand, already spotted. Trying to get these double pistols really heated up and moving, but there's just so many targets, and eventually he will just be put to bed. Cybershock, that is one way to start off your T-pistol. And Freddie, it's a little bit interesting. This is something that I wasn't expecting. Cybershock to be starting out on the T side. Ecstatic have picked the CT side.
Yeah. My thought process would be that you get 4 rounds and then you have the rest of the half to come back into it. I feel like even if you have a really good T side, you're open up to you still are open to a comeback. That would be my thought process in all of it. And also maybe Ecstatic just comfortable on their CT side in general. Yeah, very interesting. Feels like there's always no real right answer, because if you start T side and let's say go 8-4, and then that's when you're precarious to a comeback, for instance. It goes both ways, but for Ecstatic, they've actually bought into this round after losing the pistol. They have 5 MP9s, and 4 of them are over towards B. Nut is the only A defender, and he's currently just tucked away in this heaven smoke. I wouldn't be surprised if Ecstatic play very far back in this round, and then just go for some exit frags. Try save everything over into the following, where you would just have an eco, and instead you have a little bit more potency. Fenneman, very lucky to be looking that way, I guess. And Fenneman actually just picks up a hat trick. He had a great start to the pistol round, great start to this series. And Ecstatic, what surprised me, Jack, in this round is the fact that they go for it. But like, one guy pushes here, one guy pushes there. I would have loved for them just to sit on the B bomb site and see if Nut could have got out and just had 5 in the eco alive.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is definitely an option, but if you can kind of see the way that it turned out, I mean, there was a lot of damage actually done to, you know, a lot of the Cybershock players. There was 2 players that were like 1 HP, so all of a sudden, I mean, if you get both of those kills, Ecstatic have a real chance of actually winning that round and putting Cybershock on the back foot early. it is kind of one of those situations that, you know, you can see the promising side of both arguments, but unfortunately for Ecstatic, it does only go one way, and that is against them. Now, this could get a little bit crazy out towards B main. You've got Christo that's lining up a flashbang, waiting to hear any kind of pressure, waiting for a timing. Flash is going to go through, and here comes the swing. Two players completely blind. Odaneki is going to try and take point, and this is the chaos going on here as Glowing gets a double. Still hasn't dealt with Analele, but eventually he will fall, and Cybershock will get that round over the line thanks to Glowing. A lot of damage done. Not a bad call, in all honesty, from Ecstatic either, but now we need to see something change on their CT side. They do not want to let Cybershock get out in front early on, or that CT side choice could actually really just blow up in their face.
Hey, Glowing almost as many kills on Anubis that he did on Train.
Alright.
That wasn't necessary.
No, that wasn't necessary.
Alright.
That's not his job, though, you know?
Yeah, but like 9 kills on a, what, 22 round game, 23 round game? Yeah, man.
The calls were good, so.
Yeah. Ooh, that's Christo's job though, and of course he hits the hard one. I almost thought he was going to get a second there. He actually should have got 2 there if he'd hit the opening kill. Christo alone on this B bomb site. I wouldn't be surprised if Ecstatic just saved now. It's a faster play from Cybershock. They walk into the AWP. They trade 1 for 1. There's no defenders immediately to block them. The bomb's only just going down now. There's no kits on the board for Ecstatic, so this plays into their hand that the bomb took a little bit to get planted. Blixie's very exposed, and I'm surprised he's still alive, but a swing and a miss from him, and now we're baiting in Syrah. Take a look at B main. He is coming in the back lines. His defenders coming from CT got to survive, and that's the issue. Syrah's now left alone in a 1 versus 2, and his presence has been noted. Cybershock probably thinking, oh, they actually went for that round?
I think they were kind of baited in, to be honest, to go for that, because, you know, the bomb took so long to go down, the smokes were still up, you know, you've only lost 1 player on the bomb site, everybody was close, you had Syrah on a pinch there as well, that could have really made a difference, but the problem was, he got smoked off. He kind of had to go quick about it. They didn't know he was there for certain. They were hoping that maybe somebody was actually out towards B main to really try and throw a spanner into the works, but really nice job, to be honest, from Cybershock on the bomb site, winning the duels when they did. And they're going to just keep really hitting this B bomb site. They're going to continue to go in once again. As soon as this smoke dissipates, they're just going to be hitting this B bomb site with Analele and Syrah both on the SMGs, but how are you really going to be able to hold on? You've got 5 AKs that are just going to be running you down, and yeah, that's just plain and simple. This is a 5-0 lead for Cybershock, and Ecstatic, this CT side, already, I'm worried about it. I don't think they thought this through.
That was a really nice execute from Cybershock. No smokes, 3 molos. 1 towards back plat, 1 thrown on the fly towards pillar, and 1 in temple. They just encapsulate the bomb site with fire. And Ecstatic, sure, there's only 2 defenders, but both of those defenders had nowhere to go. They were subjugated by the flames, and it looks like it's going to be a flawless round. Dude, TMB of a pistol on his view model is so trippy.
So I tried to play with this view model the other day.
Why?
Oh man, it's impossible. I can't even hit shots with it. It's insane. Don't get me wrong, when you have the pistol out and you're running, you are zooming. Like, I mean, it looks like you are going so quick. But I can't concentrate on it. Like, I can't concentrate on my crosshair. Something is just off. It looks odd.
It just feels weird.
Like, it's all well and good seeing the left and the right of my screen, but if I can't hit anything, you know, what's the point? Like, what? I'm going to see him to death?
Oh, Cybershock again. Very fast play. I just want to say that's round over in itself. Not Molo doesn't do anything. CT Molos are so great, aren't they? Just so...
What about THGs?
Yeah, I mean, Hey, Ecstatic, you couldn't get a kill, so we'll help you out. We'll give you something. Glowing, blown up by his teammate. Okay. It's 6-0, and Cybershock have not taken their foot off the pedal. They are playing very fast-paced, very scary Counter-Strike to play against, and the Danes currently just have no response. Maybe TMB can see him to death.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's been trying it. It hasn't really been working out. Look, I'm just going to come back to this point once again. I think Ecstatic made a big mistake picking into this CT side. I think they should have started off on the T side, start on the strong side. You know, that is usually happens on this map that a lot of people pick into because, you know, it's just... I think you're just putting yourself at a disadvantage, in all honesty. Like, you play to your strengths in this situation, and Cybershock are just really being given a really good opportunity that if they start fast, and if they, you know, start as hot as they kind of did on Train when they got going on their T side, they will just run away with this, and Ecstatic might not even get a chance to play in the second half here. That's honestly where my mind is at. I know it's extremely early. We're only, what, in round 7? But that is entirely a possibility. Nothing up. Flash in here. It needs to try and find this kill. That's a little bit better. That's a good opening. But you need a small bit more.
Kill. It's like the first kill in 3 rounds. Oh, wait, guys. How? Okay, the trade's there. This is so chaotic. We just neglect that someone could be stairs like that. I'm shocked that Cybershock have come out of this in a 3 versus 3. I think they're going to be very happy with the fact that somehow they don't settle at a minute with a man disadvantage.
I've no idea what went on there that enticed Ecstatic to go for that canals play with no smoke towards the stairs. Just
not disengage.
Not even looking for the fight, though. That was the problem. Nobody was looking the right way. They end up going down. Fenneman, that's a lovely pick off. If he can find another one here, peeking into the op, but Christo, he puts him down. And at least you know what the op's whereabouts. Now you can just hit it into this B bomb site. Analele's solo. Blixie's going a little bit ahead of the play here, and it doesn't matter. Blixie, that is ridiculous. Get out of here, Analele. Shut down, and Christo, he needs to tap into that clutching ability. He needs to pull off a big one here. We know he can do it. We've seen him do it. But this is just going to be a little bit difficult, especially with Blixie already pushed in towards the temple. You may not be expecting this. If he's covered here, Christo shouldn't see this whatsoever. Has the kit, has a smoke, but he just has no information right now. And his best plan of attack might honestly just be smoke this bomb and stick it. Problem is, spam is going to be coming your way, and it is just a tap. There's the spam, there's the HE, realizes he's off, and Christo with one, tries to rattle off a shot in hope that it connects, but it will not. It is Cybershock connecting on another round. We're talking 7-0, Freddy.
Yeah, that's an opening kill for Ecstatic as well. They had a really nice canals play at the beginning, and then, as you mentioned, like, they don't really take the fights, but they don't also really disengage. Like, they kind of just sit around and allow for this to go into the 3 versus 3. I feel bad for Anlele, dude. That is one of those GG desk broke moments where Anlele plays that perfectly. Blixie's just way too fast with it. And a lovely attempt for Christo, but ultimately, this is flawless for Cybershock. 7-0 on their T side. Ecstatic, they need to find an answer, and they need to find it soon.
And Cybershock have been battering mid. They've been battering this B bomb site, but what they haven't really done is just a straight up A play, which is something that Ecstatic are actually really prepared for. I mean, you've got 3 players here. Problem is, you're going to have so much util raining over right now, and it is going to come down to shots. You don't really have a lot of util yourself to stop it. Smoke's going to go down. HE at least picks off 1. You get ahead of the play. You get in front of it, and you actually stop them. Really good job here from Ecstatic, just keeping Cybershock contained. And look at Sierra. He's walked behind him to maybe pick off 1 more. There's the double, and Ecstatic, they might be onto a winner here. They might be onto their very first round. Glowing, trying to rescue this one and pull it out of the fire, but he cannot. He gets burned, he gets cooked, just like that HG. And Ecstatic, they finally have their first.
Hey, we got a round on the board. And it's actually quite a nice round as well. Like, it wasn't a tumultuous 1 versus 1. It was a clean round, and especially from Sira pushing through canals. He's had a very slow game so far, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. And the thing with CS2 and the thing with Anubis is even though Cybershock was 7-0 up, Ecstatic get 3 more rounds here, and boom, you've had a good half. All of a sudden, this really early lead for Cybershock gets undermined. It's a big issue I see sometimes with CS2 of even if you do go up so far, you are not out of the woods just yet. But this is a change of, oh dearie me, that was perfect and then it went so wrong. Glowing a flash play in, Nut should be down, but instead Glowing comes away on 12 HP and Cybershock no instant advantage like they would have wanted.
Yeah, this is it was a little bit of a weird kind of start to this round. Because needs to be very careful. Sierra's just going to deal with him. Molly's really good though. That's going to force TMB very deep. They know he's here. Fenneman's just going to drop down and try and cause a little bit of chaos. And oh, that's a ridiculous shot coming out there from the upper. Fenneman dropping down with the rifle, just destroying TMB. And Analele's thinking about going for a reface here. Flash is only going to fend him off for a moment. Yeah, he's just going to peek in, but Fenneman, he's just so ready. And you're going to go B off this. You're just going to try and sprint on in.
This is smart.
Yeah. Send one player in, try and find Christo with that AWP. He's going to miss a chance, miss a shot, and a second one as well. Christo, he needs to connect on this, but he just won't. Shoots one into the wall, and it will not matter. Fenneman sent in to try and find where these players were. Cybershock still hit A, and they still win the round. 8-1 lead. It is just a port and a storm, it would seem, in that previous for Ecstatic. They're back to the drawing board, Freddy.
Yeah, even though Lovicus dies and I guess goes 1-for-1 because of the Molotov, he has so much importance by pushing TMB forward because of that Molotov, and it just feeds into Fenneman's narrative further. 12-2. You can do it with an AWP, you can do it with a rifle. This guy can do it with pretty much anything. And a P250 it appears, as he got that opening kill in the pistol round. Ecstatic, change of pace, trying to go a bit faster, but TMB's been spotted from canals. Sure, he's deep in enemy lines, and Glowing, that seems like a bit of a mistake from him, and a further mistake from Analele. This is all over the place. And somehow, Cybershock, even though TMB gets a good aggressive opening kill, Cybershock now have the advantage in a 4 versus 3.
Sierra's in a horrible situation as well, right? Because he's feeling the pressure. He's alone. Rotations are being pulled here. Cybershock don't actually have to commit to this right now, and I actually don't hate this whatsoever. You can see Sierra getting a little bit of aggressive. The flash comes in, but Sierra decides not to go. He's been spotted though. Needs to just try and take this fight. No, the Neki's going to take him down. TMB spotted towards the back of the bomb site, and he's just going to be instantly cleared out. They know nothing's here as well. Trades are going to be good, and Cybershock, I mean, they can absolutely do no wrong right now. They're finding these openings. They're, even when they're being put under pressure, even when they're losing that opening fight, the refrags are just so good from them. The trading is effective out onto the bomb site, and Ecstatic simply just cannot stop them whatsoever. This CT side, I mean, in all honesty, from Ecstatic standards, has been a little bit embarrassing.
I mean, in general, it does feel like Cybershock are just hitting all their shots, and they're playing very fast Counter-Strike. This round looks to be no different. We want to head over towards this B bomb site, and Lele burnt to a crisp, and he's not been able to evade because there's so much pressure being put towards that B main smoke. TMB does drop in, and sure, he does get one, and it's a nice kill, but as it's instantly traded, it's still Cybershock with the advantage, and now they just look to reset. They're up against pistols, and they are just playing with their food. Double digits should be on the cards momentarily, and honestly, it just feels like with Cybershock, no one is missing any shots.
Oh no, everybody's on point here from the Cybershock side. Look at Sierra, actually. This is a lovely timing for him to catch. If he continues to push, no, he goes back. And he actually goes the long way around, which is a little bit of a problem. Ecstatic, they know exactly what's going on here, but the problem is Sierra just didn't go quick enough about it. He could have been in a perfect position to pinch, but instead, Cybershock are going to get all the way through, and they're just going to mow down surely anybody that's trying to hold on to this bomb site. So even though the timing on this is still quite relevant and quite strong, Sierra, as soon as he's spotted out here, that's the problem. He'll go down, he'll come away with absolutely nothing, and that chance, even though it was a small one, completely squandered. 10-1 Cybershock. They are just dominating Ecstatic here.
Not quite sure how we've got here so quick. This map started like 10 minutes ago, dude.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And to be honest, I think Ecstatic, if they got a chance to choose the sides again, I don't think they would start on the CT side.
No. And wow, we put importance on both teams' map picks, and you can kind of understand why. Ecstatic, sure, train did get a little bit close, but ultimately they were always in the front seat, they were always in the lead. And Cybershock the same, more so for them on Anubis. They do actually have a matters advantage. Oh, never mind. They had the we've got an advantage. Let's go. Big moves for Ecstatic. Fenneman is well down. He's 15-2 going into this round, and as Nosaneki tries to push that smoke that's recently been bloomed, it looks like Ecstatic might claw back an inch of success on their CT side. 2 rounds at the half. If they're able to dispatch of Lovicus in this 4 vs 1, I've got a feeling though that 2 rounds is not enough. Even though you are going onto your T side, you hear a lot from teams that no matter what, if you do just lose the half, 2-10, 3-9, it's already too far astray, and there's actually just no way you can really get back into it. Like, Cybershock only need 3 rounds to push us to Dust 2. And sure, Lovicus, this 1v4 probably isn't gonna come into fruition, but I don't know if 2 rounds is gonna be enough for Ecstatic.
I don't think so. I don't think so whatsoever. And do you know what's just really impressive about this, to be honest, from Cybershock, is the fact that they've not only... This is not the first time that they've had a 10-2 half in Series 18, right? I mean, they had it versus Alaska, and they ended up closing that game out 13-2. The more impressive thing, Freddie, was... The game against Alaska, it was a 10-2 on the CT side. Now they've done it on a T side as well. So it doesn't matter what side you're facing off against them. These guys are just causing problems for anybody on Anubis. And I mean, it makes us feel good as well, because we were making the point that this is Cybershock's best map by far. And we are just seeing an absolute clinic being put on in that first half. But if Ecstatic win this pistol, maybe my interest will be piqued. In terms of
it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot for my interest to be piqued. And hey, we're executing on to beat. Issue is there's 4 players for Cybershock here. Counter flashbang comes out. Everyone on the T side is completely blind, and Blixie is blindsiding them. His USP is on fire, and he collects 4 kills. Sharp as you can be. And Sierra now left wondering where his teammates had gone. Blixie might even go for the ace. And this guy, honestly, just keeps on impressing me in this Cybershock roster. I feel like this team in general has a lot of potential for the future. I think both teams do, but especially for Cybershock on Anubis, this seems to be such a good map for them that no one can really contend with. Go on, give Blixie the ace. Yeah, there you go. A lovely ace to, well, unfortunately for Ecstatic, put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that really just says it, doesn't it? Yeah, Ecstatic can't even find a way in. Perfect time flashbang. Blixie just, I mean, what is there to say? He destroys them. Absolutely destroys them. And I mean, Ecstatic, at this stage, you're not really too focused on Anubis. You're going to be looking forward to Dust 2, and in all honesty, you're just thankful that Train didn't go to overtime. That is the only thing that you're thankful about so far in this series. But it seems like it's just only a matter of time before Cybershock close this one out. Investment here from Ecstatic. They'll try and see if they can find anything, but Blixie, he's not just stopping. It's not only on the pistol. Already finds an opening, and Ecstatic are on the back foot.
Yeah, dude's 14-4. I'd say that's an adequate scoreline to have. He's matching us, Jack, in our faces, yeah? That's us for real, yeah. I think I have 14 average on Faceit, so... He really is me.
Oh, for real.
The fact that Notaneki gets out of pillar there, by the way, is really one of those things where it's like, oh, you know, we spotted some guy out in the open and we've allowed him to get back to safety. Ecstatic, they have no map control. They're all congregated outside of A main. They now have a single smoke to work with, and they're going to try to pivot back towards B. This is all going to be heard by Glowing. Oh no, they're actually shifting. They're taking their time. And yeah, Glowing, look, if I'm 11-2 up, I'm also peeking into canals, and I'm also shredding 2. Doesn't let go of mouse 1, and well, maybe overextends a little bit too much because Nut puts him down. But speaking of the man on your screen, he's now left by himself. That is a tasty shot on Lovicus. And Blixie goes, yep, don't want to be the one on the receiving end. Okay. Nut. You're starting to get me excited. Issue is, he has to pick up the bomb, and with 20 seconds left, does he have time to run back towards A? Both defenders are on B. Blixie's trying to cut him off in rotation, and he does so much damage, but Nut gets away. He's been slowed down, and Notaneki has the cross. There's no time to take a fight. Nut still somehow gets past, but the issue, the aforementioned time, and sure, those were some really nice Deagle headshots, but it's all going to be lost in the annals of time, as now Cybershock have 10 opportunities to close out Anubis and send us to Dust 2, showing a statement.
Yeah, it is an absolute statement, and it is one of those things, right? It was actually 3-1 leagues as well. No, that is crazy. Ooh. Yeah.
Where was that 10 rounds ago?
Yeah, I mean, look, it is kind of one of those situations, though. It's like, oh yeah, I hit 3 nice 1 leagues. It's like, oh yeah, isn't that the game you got absolutely destroyed 13-2?
Yeah. The clip on Twitter, like, guys, look at this great game. Just ignore the scoreline.
Ignore the scoreline. Yeah. I mean, could have been a nice way to pick up a round, but instead it's just going one way and one way only. It's another opening here. Nice A play maybe to happen from Ecstatic as they'll try and pop on through, but you've got 4 CTs waiting to welcome you with open arms onto this bomb site. So if these flashes are not the best flashes in the world, and I believe there is only a single one, you are going to get absolutely decimated. And speaking about perfect flashes, everybody is blind. It is just a massacre towards A main. Christo's Deagle trying to sing as he connects on one head, looking for one more maybe just to really get it going, and he's just dancing, jiggling, trying to get him to waste time and waste ammo. Analele is no way near him to help him out, and that is it. Done and dusted. Cybershock with an absolute statement. You do not want to face off against this team on Anubis.
There just isn't really much to say about this game. That was flawless from Cybershock, and they were dealing with the pace so well on the T side. They were speeding up, they were slowing down, and they were doing it at the perfect times. Ecstatic, really just nothing to be said about that. And even when we went onto the City side, it's an ace from Blixie in the pistol round. That sets the tone for the rest of the game. And Ecstatic, I don't know if they know what hit them. That game started like 15 minutes ago, and we're already going on to map 3. Dust 2 is going to be really interesting, because to be honest, both teams don't look very good on it. Like, both teams are on somewhat of a substantial losing streak. I think this is going to be a super messy map 3. Sure, Cybershock do have the advantage, and I wonder if that feeds into the narrative of, hey, we were really sharp on this T side, we were really fast. I can imagine if they go on to Dust, and if they start on the T side, they could pick up a lot of pace and just kind of firm that same momentum. But ultimately, Dust 2 is going to be really scrappy. I would be surprised if we see another 13-2, but if I'm Ecstatic, dude, reset. You have to try and reset after this one, because again, for elimination or qualification, it's a very important matchup, and you do not want to miss Dust 2. Will it be a landslide victory, or will we see something more contested? Just come back after this break to find out.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Guys, we're back. We've had a pretty long delay. I think someone's internet went out, if I'm not mistaken. So luckily, we're actually back live with this game. If anyone hasn't, well, if anyone has forgotten, we're going to map 3. We're going to Dust 2. It's a 2 and 2 main Swiss games. Whoever wins goes through the playoff. Whoever loses gets eliminated. Cybershock, they came off the back of a very defying victory on Anubis. 13-2. It was just from start to finish their game, and we would have said, oh, a lot of momentum coming to Dust 2, but now it feels like it's almost been reset a little bit because of how long we've waited.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, there is going to be an element to that, you know, if we started the map exactly when we were meant to, you know, 10-minute break and then got back into things, we'd be saying, all right, Cybershock have a real clear advantage. But problem being, I mean, we've been waiting around 25 minutes, you know, before we were maybe meant to go live with this game. So that's
so plus 12 minutes on that.
Yeah, that's a long time to kind of cool off, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see if Cybershock are going to be able to kind of keep that form from Anubis, or is it just going to kind of peter out a little bit? Now, Cybershock win the knife round. They start on the CT side, Freddy, and pistols. Whoever wins the first wins the second. So you've at least got that going for you. But Cybershock's pistols on Anubis were absolutely perfect. Ecstatic look like they're going to go into a little bit of a short play here. They have enough for a short execute, but 4 players waiting over towards long. This could be a problem.
Smoke's gone towards CT. Are they going to drop? They might try, but Glowing is eliminating them before they can get going. Nut, big kill from him. But unfortunately, everything else spiraling in favor of Cybershock. Bomb should get planted. And now this is when the issue kind of arises for Ecstatic of how do we play this post-plant? We're in a man's advantage, trying to isolate the duel on Notaneki, but he's not giving up anything. He's played that superbly as he's taken all the attention away from long. That's when those two start to progress, and now you've just got Sarah stuck between a rock and a hard place, completely blinded, and now neutralized. A really well-played pistol round for Cybershock, and specifically that 3 versus 2 was maybe perfectly played.
Yeah, I mean, look, Cybershock do what they needed to do there. They had everybody in the right place. They kind of gambled correctly with 4 players over towards that A-bomb site. Nobody playing over towards short. No pressure anywhere else. You know, they'd no long pressure that they had to kind of deal with. It was only that short presence. Even Glowing finding that first kill, just stopping that first player from really scaling up onto the bomb site. It just bought a lot of time for the rotations. And Cybershock, they make that one, in all honesty, look very straightforward and very simple, but it definitely could have got out of hand, especially in that 3 versus 2 that you were talking about. Ecstatic though, they get the bomb plant, and this is something that we haven't really kind of seen, is a force buy on that second round, and this is going to be Lovic is put under a lot of pressure early. He's got no fast rotation over towards this B bomb site if Ecstatic decide to go. Luckily for him, they turned the other way.
Yeah, that could have got a little bit sticky. He only has a flash as well, so it's not like he could block with utility. And now, for the Cybershock's sake, Static are going to be moving into the majority, but they will actually get mid control and short quite for free, as a tag on Notaneki sends him sprawling back towards B. And this feels, you know, it's the El Clasico of defaults on T-side Dust 2. You take tunnels, you take mid, you take short. The interesting part for this is it looks like they want to end with a long take. You've got 4 players in and around long with the bomb, and TMB is going to try fake out some mid to B presence. This could catch the attention of Phenomen, draw it away from long, but Blixie's still looking towards long, and TMB, this fake should be understood real quick. Oh, nope, this fake has really sold them. Wow. Cybershock have pulled everyone away from long, and guess what? The 4 players are now starting to progress up. No counter utility available for Cybershock. Sarah barely gets away, but will get around the corner. TMB causing a distraction from short. Blixie spam through the smoke, and I feel like this has to be a save for the City side, as they're in a man's advantage. They've got no kit, and they've only got a solitary flashbang.
I mean, they're going to take a peek at this one. You don't want to give this one up that easy. That spam is doing a little bit of damage from Glowing. Flash goes high. You need to discover something fast here, or you need to call this one off, but you're too invested now. You may as well go for it. You need to try and clear this player out of Goose and Car. You get the Goose player down, player on the ramp as well, making it a little bit difficult. There's the double to really kickstart things. Nice shot from the Scout, though, as Phenomen will pick off one, trying to get on this bomb here. Short player taken out of the equation, and a little bit of a panicked look down to see if they could pull off that defuse in time, but they realize it just went on way too long. Now, they will do a lot of damage. They will take a lot of weapons away, and Christo is just going to sprint forward to try and gather an AK, and even that jiggle was a little bit awkward. That really could have just gone horrible. But still, I mean, it's a lot of damage done to the Ecstatic side, so I'm not going to be too surprised seeing a full investment from Cybershock back into this one. But yeah, a risky game to go for a retake like that so early on.
Ooh, fast out long this time for Ecstatic, changing the pace. Good nade. Blixie with the Tech 9 actually does get the opening kill, but it all falls flat afterwards. That nade did not do as much damage as I anticipated, surprisingly enough. For Cybershock, Dust 2 not starting off the best way possible for them. This round still, though, hangs in the balance, because this scout at range could be devastating. Phenomen's put Crucial down even lower, and I think Ecstatic are choosing to think otherwise of going up long, and now with the time on their side are looking to reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too late, right? You can reset, you can just leave a player in towards pit. That's just going to keep Phenomen on the scout kind of busy. And Christo, yeah, he's being left here, he's on low HP, but pretty low chance that he's probably going to go down here. So it buys a lot of time for Ecstatic to make their way out towards this B bomb site. A little bit scary, to be honest, knowing that the CTs could be waiting around any corner. They could be aggressive in tunnels, but luckily for them, there's just nobody near that side of the map. So this is just going to be how many players Christo can actually take down from this pit position, because he's still trapped, and Cybershock know that there is an instant upgrade if they kill him. There it is.
There you go. Okay, it's going to be an eco in the next round, but look, we can drop over that Tech 9 that Notaneki just picked up. We do have a saved AK and A1S. It's a good start to Ecstatic. Both these teams have a pretty weird history on Dust 2 this year. With Ecstatic, they're on a 3-loss streak, but if you look at the teams, it's like, okay, Spirit Academy, they're, you know, insane on this map. Navi Junior, again, really good on this map, really good just in general. Ents a team fine for tier 1, so you kind of look at those defeats, you're like, sure, it is really bad, but I don't think it's the worst teams to be losing to. And with wins against Fireflux, this is their map pick, and Guns, that's, you know, 2 very good games. Cybershock have got a lot more reps, and it's a lot more all over the place. Mostly coveted in losses, but it's the same kind of thought process of like Spirit Academy, BC Game, 500, Monty, like very serious opponents. I think it's not a massively comfortable map for either teams, but both teams are still good at it against teams at similar levels to themselves. I think this could create a really interesting game, all things considered.
This is going to get a little bit scary as he tries to back out of the tunnels, and Ecstatic going man to the good here. Nice find, and oh, they're going to go back in towards B here. The pressure being put on over towards long. Phenomen's going to get ran down here. He's actually landed a scout tag, but needs a whole lot more in this situation, and there it is. Great headshot, but flashes just perfect, blinding him. Nothing he can do there in that situation as he's ran down and gunned down, but it's at least giving his teammates a chance. They're very close here, but they've wasted their only HE trying to expose somebody just behind that smoke, but nothing seen, nothing gained. And this should be another save here. The 2 AKs brought forward is going to be good news, but the bad news is Ecstatic are really kind of getting the ball rolling on this T side.
Yeah, that's the scary part, right? That this is getting this is Ecstatic getting moving forward, which we didn't see on Anubis. And look, you got to have the conversation of, yeah, you have to have the conversation of the fact that we had that like 30+ minute break really going to be valuable for Ecstatic, and Cybershock would have loved to just continue the momentum. These rounds haven't been super flawless clean, right? They have been a little bit touch and go at times, but I think this next round for me is going to really show the temperature check in this map, because this is realistically the first proper gun round for Cybershock and the first proper gun v gun round. And I think, sure, you can get up to a 3-1 lead, but these are the rounds that tend to be very telling for me. Especially with Phenomen on the AWP. He was a demon on Anubis, and I do expect him to continue that trajectory, especially on City side of Dust 2.
Yeah, a lot is going to be a lot of emphasis, a big highlight going to be put on Phenomen and Christo, what they can really deliver for their team. This a well-known Opera's paradise can also be an Opera's nightmare, especially if you don't begin. Yeah, if you don't hit your shots, man, this could be a horrible place. to really be, because you know that, you know, Dust 2 is going to be, it has to be a map that you perform well on.
You need to have good positioning as well. That's something I always know of. If you've got bad positioning, you're going to be in dire straits. And there's Phenomen revealing his position with a missed AWP shot. That's a lot of information handed over to Ecstatic. The AWP is over towards A now. And with that, they're going to actually go for an attempted mid to B split. I wouldn't be surprised if they just commit with this. I feel like if they did, they'd be walking into just 2 players who have no more utility after that smoke gets thrown. Both smokes actually get thrown on B. This for me is like, let's just go B. We go B, we win the round.
I mean, Syrian's in a really good spot here. They can just split up towards this bomb site. If the op comes back, though, Phenomen's still not seeing anybody over towards long. So eventually he's going to come back and throw an eye over towards short, and he's there in time. Not taken down. Syria trying to cut off these rotations, but only good for just the one. And 19 seconds, you're keeping them off the bomb site, but you've lost everybody holding bar that AWP. Nodaneki is low. Phenomen's still with that op, trying to find the kill, and he's been forced back to that long corner. Ecstatic, they will take that A bomb site. Not without its problems, but still, it isn't the cleanest it takes, but they take it nonetheless. A 4-1 lead now for Ecstatic, and you can see Analele is already trying to hunt this op down. He knows how powerful this AWP could be moving forward for Cybershock, and if Ecstatic want to return the favour, what we've seen on an Anubis, taking this op out of the equation is a must.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Ecstatic, Phenomen doesn't have too much impact in this round. Cybershock, look, they had the read. I said probably should be going B here for Ecstatic. They go into the Lion's Den, and they're able to fight their way out the other side. Phenomen now, I'd be terrified. And yeah, TMB rips his head off. A big round from the IGL. He was a demon on train. Probably having one of the better performances well, I don't want to say ever, because I've seen a lot of TMB in the past with like Copenhagen Flames, but you know, that was one of the better performances I've seen from in an isolated map in a long time, and I think that was a big win potential unlocked for Ecstatic that I didn't anticipate to be a possibility. Syrah as well. He was on fire and dropped off massively on Anubis. So if Ecstatic are able to fight their way into a stack like that and come out the other side not very bruised, that's a really good look for them. And I think if I'm Cybershock, I understand the tack pause here being like, lads, we had it the right play. We had the AWP in the right position, and yet we get, what, 2 kills?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you have the op there. There was no pressure from long. Again, it was just very short-centric, and yeah, Sierra got into CT and cut off one rotation and kind of delayed one player finding a single kill. But the problem wasn't that. It was that you just couldn't stop the short play. So yeah, I mean, the problems arise there a little bit. Not going to be sent out over towards long. He's going to take it. Re-flash coming in.
Space.
Yeah, this is a lot of space being occupied, but still to swing in. They line up and look at the pistols begin to sing. They find both of these kills. They're simply just absolutely decimated there. That is so rare, Freddy, in all honesty, that you see the T's get out. They take, you know, a decent amount of space, and not a single rifle comes away with a kill there.
I'm in disbelief. Was there a counter flashbang? There must have been, or I'm dumbfounded by Ecstatic. And yeah, this round's over. The bomb's down in no man's land. On top of that, Lovicus is also on the flank. He does show his hands, and sure, he doesn't actually get a kill off it, but he pinces Ecstatic even further. He makes it even more uncomfortable for them than it already is. Just a counter Molotov as well on top of that. Ecstatic literally have nowhere they can go. Primary rifle's been picked up. Sure, Lovicus does fall, and it will allow the retreat for Ecstatic. That's all it's going to be. A retreat to save the weapons as Cybershock. They lose their first gun round and then punch back on the pistols.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know if there was a flash there. That would make sense, but I think it was just a case that they kind of lined up and didn't want to shoot through each other. There was 2 pistols that swung late over towards long, I believe, so maybe just too many targets that you couldn't really deal with. The player behind blue wasn't really peeking, so he was going to be no help whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. That's just a little bit awkward from Ecstatic, in all honesty. And Cybershock are going to take full advantage. I mean, they're not going to be complaining about a round like that. But I'm just intrigued to see if we actually do get a little bit of a replay to see kind of what went on. I know there was an initial flash, but to kind of, you know, initiate the opening swing and get the first player in towards pit, but, you know, further down the line, I don't know. It doesn't look like
there's a late flashbang from someone, but
that's
the kills
from
had
the
already
T
come
side.
in.
That's
and
from
the
the
kills
T
had already
side,
come
yeah.
in. Why are we throwing a flashbang after they've already got out? Why are we throwing it to get them out?
It's a little bit awkward. Yeah.
It's also the fact that like Nut got blue, and then they just decided to walk through a smoke, even though we know there's people on the other side. Christu, good play towards long. This is a little bit more like it. He goes for a wicked opening kill. And Syrah, this is demonic. He just walks through the mid-smoke. Unfortunately, can't quite convert onto the second. It's a really nice kill from Blixie. But to be honest, it just stems the bleeding for the ultimatum that's going to be the loss of the A-bomb site. There's nothing he can really do on 16 HP. He's forced to retreat. And Ecstatic, just from that one opening kill, create a chasm of space that allows Syrah to skulk through that mid-smoke, perfectly timed. Sure, we win on the pistols, and Stuffer again on the guns.
Yeah,
What a shot.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Nearly actually burns to a crisp in the Molotov, but just stays strong enough to find the kill and force Cybershock away. Ecstatic respond instantly, and yeah, like as you said, a lovely opening pick towards long, and just elements of it's going to be a mad comparison, but bear with me. Syrah out towards mid. It almost had like an Art on a Furia vibe, you know, when Furia were kind of getting going. Just that early on, already kind of in the backline. It was ridiculously quick there from Syrah. I mean, we're talking
Perfect timing as well, though, because he goes off that because they have the information that there's two people fighting long. He has the information that kills come long, so Cybershock, he knows they're going to be tunnel vision towards long, and then boom, perfect.
I mean, like, when was the last time you seen minute 39 a T in CT just lining up two long players?
2021?
Yeah, like, it's crazy. Crazy, man. That he
You'd know
was
a
there
lot
that
about
quick.
the Furious Star, wouldn't you?
Way
If you
too
know,
much.
you know.
Way
If you
too
know,
much.
you know. Hey guys, this is who you're going to watch today on today's demo, and you're just going to copy it.
I mean, case in
If
point,
it works,
right there,
it
last,
works, man.
last,
If
yeah,
it works, it works.
exactly, it did. For a while, not anymore though. Oh no, Necky's never seen this coming, is he?
What?
That was nearly insane.
How does he even... To be fair, the fact he gets one is insane. And now we just see a mass exodus towards the A-bomb site glowing. What? How does he get two? He was a dead man walking, and now not an Eki with such low HP spotted out, somehow dodging the bullets. We're in the Matrix. This round is ridiculous. Individual brawn on showcase for either side. And Syrah, I've talked very highly of this young gentleman so far in his time on Ecstatic. He's got the bomb. He's got the round in his hands, to be honest. And he's just waiting. He's playing this very patiently. And Notaneki is reacting off the sound cues perfectly. Now scaling up as the bomb's being planted. I don't think Syrah's going to expect this close play, and he doesn't. A 1 versus 1 claimed by Notaneki on 19 HP, but you gotta give it to Glowing. There's no chance he should have got anything. Not even a single kill, but somehow he gets two, and he takes away my words at the same time.
That is an insane round from Glowing, but it is an insane clutch from Notaneki as well, man. He had plot armor there. I don't know how he didn't die. And look, Notaneki could have been taken out of the round there. Notaneki should have died to Nutnut. That was nearly an insane transfer. Talk about a transfer as you see that on your screen. And Syrah, he had the chance to take him down. He's seen him in towards CT, but he just got lost in the sauce a little bit there. Notaneki just dipping behind that smoke. Syrah couldn't spray him down. It got a little bit awkward and ended up losing the mind game. And Notaneki, in all honesty, that just keeps Cybershock afloat right here. And Blixie shutting down Syrah over towards long, just silencing him once again. And now you've got a 4v5 Ecstatic on the back foot for the first time in a long time. Ecstatic have been actually finding and doing a really good job of just prodding openings in this defense. This time they're going to have to work on the back foot. They've got plenty of util to do it, plenty of time to do it. Problem is, they just do not have the numbers to do it, surely.
It's a CT setup as old as time. There's drawings on cave walls of this setup. 2 short, 1 long, 2 on the B-bomb side. We all know how it works.
How cool would it be if they actually had that in cave on Ancient? Just like, you know,
oh
like
my god,
a cave drawing of like Dust 2.
And the setup.
And the setup.
Oh my god.
Would that not be insane?
Can we trademark that to Valve? That's actually,
yes.
Bro, we're thinking 4D chess.
Literally. Everybody out here playing checkers and we're playing chess. Oh my goodness, checkmate.
Lixie's playing 4D chess right now. This guy towards long, he's a fort. This guy has impressed me so much in this series of just like, he does ridiculous things. His aim is seriously off the charts and he's just spotted Christo. Right, and he just dinks him through the wall. Guess what? On top of that, Notaneki's in T-spawn, and Anlele is getting pushed, and Glowing removes him. It feels like Cybershock have really woken up, and yeah, Notaneki not even spotted in T-spawn. Cybershock, they're gonna destroy the economy of the T side, and this is it, 4D chess. He's just so clinical, so clean, and I think Cybershock, yeah, they're already starting to get their blood pumping now.
It's impressive, you know, the comeback that we're kind of seeing from them, right? Because it was one-way traffic. It was all ecstatic, really, to be honest. We're talking 4-1, then into a 5-2. Now Cybershock are back. Should be on level terms, despite Notaneki getting dinked over towards B. This still should be an easy sweep of this round. And then we really do have a game. And in all honesty, you know, when we head over and we talk about maybe Cybershock on the T side, that's where I think Ecstatic maybe caused a few problems. Now, a lot of dinks coming in here, but still it is only the single frag. Glowing, finding the impact that you so desired of him.
He's got as many kills as he did on train. I think we've woken the beast.
I think
we
you
fueled the fire.
I think you pissed him off, and now he's just coming to prove a point.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you don't think I'm going to get a kill on the bomb site? Boom, 2. And a cheeky little anti-eco 4K. That's always good for the confidence.
Somebody's got to get him. May as well be you.
And now he's getting aggressive short. Glowing is very alone. I'm never a fan of when we see on Dust 2 a CT side get maybe active by himself in mid, and yeah, good to see that he doesn't go any further. I was a little bit cautious at first that he's going to be like, I'm going to push mid. Because you do sometimes see that. For some reason, someone just pushes mid by themselves. I'm like, okay, couldn't we have a little bit more around that? And this is an interesting default from Ecstatic because they are playing it way slower than previously, and they're taking a lot more attention towards short through middle. CT smoke, Phenomen. Forced to eject a T-Molo. Ooh, those are precious. This is always a difficult part of the T side. You got a minute left. You've taken mid control. You've got this space. Where'd you go from it now? We've never ended mid to B. This could be the play. And it will definitely be the play because that is tasty from Christo.
That's beautiful, man. That is such a difficult shot to hit, and he just makes it look so easy. Christo, it could be one of those rounds. He's locking off those rotations, everybody getting out over towards the B bomb site, and I like this from Notaneki. He decides not to swing in the doors. Instead, backs up, and it's an easy spam for him. Christo is actually backed away out of this situation. He was low HP. He couldn't stick around over towards middle, as you've got 2 flashes. You can rein them in here. You're going to take your time to walk through tunnels to make sure that that op is pushed all the way back, but right now, I mean, if Cybershock go, if they find this op kill, all of a sudden, then this B bomb site could completely fall apart. Sarah trying to hold on. It's a nice headshot onto Glowing. All 3 from tunnels. Surely you're not going to be expecting all 3 to be making their way right now. You pick one off, that's going to be easy, and you're just seeing, case in point right now, why the B bomb site is so difficult to retake. Cybershock had the advantage, they had the jump on them, even finding that kill to get things going, but still, they cannot take that site back for their own. Fenomen with 2 on the exit, looking for the 3rd, making it look easy, taking everybody down, making it super expensive for the T side. But Cybershock were there for one reason, Freddy. They were there for that round.
I'm surprised we don't see Fenomen flashing over, because he still had another flashbang, and I honestly don't know if it would have changed the outcome at all, but maybe if he was able to just string those flashbangs out and allowed his teammates to almost entry out from tunnels, I feel like we could have seen a little bit more success. Also, Glowing just can't die in mid there like he did, like, oh sorry, indoors. Like, he has to survive, he has to just wait for his teammates. I think that's the issue with the retake. Now, Ecstatic, sure, we don't have a very good buy, but we have an opening kill. Glowing, though, lines up 2, back to a 3 versus 3. Big damage going everywhere, but it's Nut to bring the lead in favor of Ecstatic. And Syrah, he's just out on the B-bomb side. What's happening? Everyone's on low HP now in the server apart from Nut, but with the B-bomb site completely open, free for the taking, it's going to have to be this 2 versus 3 retake for Cybershock, and they've got an AWP. It's never easy, but this Molotov, wait, this could be really big. This could kill Christu, but unfortunately it comes out a little bit too late.
Yeah, no point saving here. You just need to go for this right now. You're being re-smoked off. They're splitting. I never like this in this situation. 2v3. Fenomen's just trying to cause a little bit of a distraction, and if you're Ecstatic now, you should know that he's just making as much noise as possible. He's trying to bait and wait for something. Tunnel Flare is going to try and make his way out, and Nutneck, he's just a dead man. Syrah making that one look easy. You'll wait until the bomb is ticked on long enough, and even if Fenomen finds the kill, the trade will be imminent. Ecstatic finish with 2 big and could be extremely important rounds in terms of the series. Let's not forget, Freddy, we're talking about playoffs on the line. Whoever wins this map is going to be moving forward. Whoever loses is going to be going home. An advantage to the Danes.
Honestly, I'm very impressed that Ecstatic are able to win out the half 7-5, because when we go into this moment of Cybershock just really starting to churn out these rounds with a big show of individualism, I was like, oh, I'm scared. I've seen this before. A CIS team who has the capabilities to frag out, starting to just unleash firepower. But Ecstatic in the lead, going on to their CT side, and I'm scared of Christy right now. I feel like he's going to be a beast on the CT side, and that's sign that Fenomen wasn't really doing. I don't think I saw much impact with him on the AWP.
B play. Cybershock gonna try and spill out onto the bomb site. Ecstatic have a lot of players here, but you need to stop them really from just funneling out the tunnels, and you're doing a great job of it. If you're Syrah tapping them away, TMB, it's going to be quick on the flank, but he's not even going to be needed. Ecstatic will take their CT pistol.
And Christo gets 3 kills.
Yeah, and Christo gets 3 kills, so we might see him on the AWP quite quick. Actually, he's just going to go straight ahead. I'm buying out for it. I don't hate that at all.
I think it's better, to be honest. No bomb down, it's probably going to be an eco. There's no point buying an AWP in this round. And that was a perfect setup for Ecstatic. Not only do they have TMB on the flank, as you mentioned, as a precautionary matter, but it's the fact that you have this lovely bait and switch between Syrah, Christo, and I think Nut. It's just so many different players shooting from so many different directions. Cybershock got overwhelmed, and that second pistol round is worth its weight in gold right now. Ecstatic should be going on to a 9th. The only dangerous element of this round is Fenomen on the scout. There's no smoke for the cross and CT. Syrah's holding for it, but Syrah's been tagged. Now I'm scared if I'm Syrah. Christo as well at range. I said the only dangerous piece of the puzzle was this scout on Fenomen, and my god, has he already picked up 2 kills.
2 ridiculous shots as well. Here's the swing. Analele could line up 2 of them here. This is an awkward position to be in if you're Analele. It's so aggressive. Yeah, you need to hope so, right? You need to hope that 2 kills is going to be absolutely perfect. You still have a scout in this round. Glowing doesn't have armor, which is one thing you've got going for you. Cybershock still waiting to try and get this bomb down, and Fenneman just didn't feel comfortable, didn't feel safe, so he's going to put it down over towards long. Kitten play on T and B, but if he dies in CT, that's when the problems begin to arise. The rifle's just holding you from the sight here. SMG up against an M4. You don't know that Glowing doesn't have the armor, and Nutnut is going to take him down. That's huge. Fenneman has to try and do it all. He's still landing tags with this scout, hitting these shots, but it's just not enough. It's just not the finishing blow, and just about surviving. TMB on 8, Nutnut on 29, and Ecstatic on 9.
Ooh, if I am Zippel right now, the owner of Ecstatic, co-streaming this game, I am terrified at that round. My blood pressure has risen through the roof. I think that one round might have just cost him a few years on his life. Almost losing to Glocks and a single scout, and then surviving, as you mentioned, on licks of HP. But regardless of the outcome, if it's a victory or not for Cybershock, 3 kills and a bomb down on a full eco, dude, I'm smiling. If I'm Fenneman, I'm like, yeah, I'm him, and I'm scared. Ooh, I feel like Cybershock still have something to say about this game, and this is going to be a big round for them as well, because losing this actually is really bad, because it will put Ecstatic on double digits and a low buy for Cybershock again. So we do come potentially to the final embers of Dust 2. Ecstatic, no bank balance as well because of only keeping 2 alive in the previous. There's so many repercussions of this round, which way it goes.
Yeah, it's not just, punishing for one side, it's punishing for both. This is such an important round, a swing round, if you will, in the series. Could get Cybershock back into the game, but could also just really be their swan song here at the CCT Series 18. And pressure being put over towards mid. Glowing might try and drop in towards CT to cause a little bit of havoc, as you've got 45 seconds and you still are not quite sure where this play is going to be. You're taking the bait here as Cybershock are going to begin to make their way up short. 35 seconds. Cristo's got a molly at least to stop the plant for a moment.
Missed.
Yeah, that's the problem. It does miss. You can hear it explode in the air, so that bomb is going to go down. Nodaneki trying to cut off these players in towards mid. That's a huge find. Nodaneki looking for a little bit more, and he's got that double. And Blixie finding an Alele out over towards long. Cristo trying to get away to safety, and well, he's surely going to be cut down. He's going to be ran down anyway. Look at the amount of pressure. Look at the amount of players that are just peeking into him. No, oh, you could have killed him. Lovicus had his back turned and Nutnut has fumbled that one completely. Now Ecstatic have no money. They have nothing to fall back on. Cybershock, that's their right back into this.
I love that phrase. You could have killed him. Like, yeah.
He could have killed him. Like he
could have killed him. That's tickled my fancy. Anyway, this is certainly not tickled the fancy of Ecstatic, because this is nightmare fuel right now. You lose the round in devastating manner. No one survives. Remember, only 2 players stayed alive in the anti-eco. So Ecstatic forced to repurchase. Ooh, they don't actually fully commit into this round, but it's going to be an eco in the next regardless. This could be 8 for Cybershock without really breaking a sweat. And this game, yep, we still have some legs.
I think this one could really kind of spiral out of control for Ecstatic. This was, if they won that last round, I mean, they could have just put this game to bed. It could have been plain and simple. Could have made it look easy. Sierra doesn't even want to go and contest, Glowing over towards long. And Lele now discovers why. And Cristo, he's hearing the steps through the tunnels. He's trying to catch Blixie. Oh, maybe had a timing to find a kill there, but doesn't really work out. Ecstatic now know that they have a fight over towards long, that if they take and win, they've got an AK that they can at least bring forward, but it's going to be nothing else. That is just a small victory, but you have to take them sometimes in these situations. The small victories could lead to big ones.
That's some Plato stuff.
Didn't mean it to be as maybe philosophical, but
that got me tingling. It's got me thinking.
Don't be doing too much of that.
Don't want me. Don't want me to be thinking too much. It won't be good for my head.
Yeah. If I could think, I'd be dangerous.
If we had brains, we'd be dangerous, wouldn't we?
Literally.
It's maybe one of my favorite sayings that I had coming to moving to Ireland. Of if we had brains, we'd be dangerous. Oh, it's just.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's what my mother has said that about me all the time. If I had brains, I would actually be dangerous. So yeah.
And you're like, wait, your mother? Oh,
yeah.
That's a bit mean.
It's fine.
Yeah, well, my mom's just started calling me fat, so giving your take. Anywho.
Mothers, huh?
My mom's straight from love. You know how it is yourself.
Yeah.
Anyways.
What we do without them, it's all
exactly,
it's all right. It's all right,
We wouldn't get we wouldn't get anywhere as close as we are without them.
That's very true. That's very true. We've got a little bit long to wait here, though. A little bit of a tech pause, as I hope it's not a serious issue, because we did have quite a serious tech pause that started off this deciding map.
We have no info. It's just tech pause.
Yeah, just tech pause. So
okay, so the issue at the beginning of the third map was an ecstatic player, and Cybershug have called the tech. So that makes me somewhat hopeful that it's just like
something
what's
minor.
the word? Someone needs to go pee or whatever.
Yeah.
We started playing Tech Pause Bingo yesterday. Dude, we filled out everything. It was just every single issue, from dogs barking to nosebleed to net, PC, server, internet, electricity, someone's at the door. Like, we had everything, dude. That's
probably the worst part about like online CS, is that you do just have like just the tech pauses for the random reasons. Some of them are funny, like some of them are actually hilarious.
You got some gas ones.
Like I remember I think it was I don't remember if it was a dog or if it was a cat for one of the teams I was doing a couple of years ago, and obviously when you're in a best of three that's going on for a very, very long time and there's nobody else at home, you can't really let the cat or the dog out to go to the toilet. No, I don't think it was him. I think it was somebody different. But yeah, basically, yeah, nature called, and we had to take a short intermission to get that cleaned up. But
I had that as well, and if it wasn't Cypher, then I had it with Cypher. He got a puppy, and yep, nature called.
Yep. Not what you want, really.
Anyways, allegedly we're watching Counter-Strike.
Allegedly, it's not confirmed.
Allegedly, it was a weird. Ecstatic are playing for the lead, and I kind of like it how they're maybe not forcing the issue. But then I see Anlele's brought down to 1.7k, and I'm like, okay, so what was the point of not investing fully last round to then still go down quite low this round? Because the whole point is to make sure that on round 18, when you have the guns out, you have all the bells and whistles, right? But then I look at Anlele's purchase, I'm like, okay, well, we still actually put quite a lot into this round. And yeah, it's, well, going it's going as well as you'd expect. Glowing, he's just having a field day. He's just run up short and killed 4 players. Nice.
He's really feeling it right now, and that's just obviously a really good sign for Cybershock when a player like Glowing is feeling it. Because he's not usually the guy that you'd be expecting this kind of performance out of, but when he can get going and he can get rolling, yeah, 100% you're gonna be feeling good about your chances at this series, especially because you've just overturned a massive deficit. We were talking about how Ecstatic could have had this game home and dry by now if they won the round at 9-5, but instead Cybershock now got it 9-8. They've got to put up against a buy here from Ecstatic. Yes, Christo on an AWP, Analele only on an SMG because he made such a heavy purchase in the last round. If Cybershock win this 100%, I think the momentum's with them, Freddy.
I also, like, I don't want to just disagree with you, but I think Glowing's a lot better than maybe we're giving him props for. And the reason why I did call him out on Train was because I was like, I expect more from him. He's averaging a 1.13 rating on Cybershock so far. It's been, and they've got a lot of officials under their belt already. Like, he was sick on 9 Pandas. He was great on 1 Win. I actually really rate him personally, and I think he adds a lot more firepower to Cybershock, where sometimes there was feigns of inconsistency, and Blixie seems to be really consistent on these anchor lurk roles as well. So I think Cybershock have gained a lot more consistency, firepower, and experience-wise with these roster changes. I also have hit one of my best clips ever against Glowing, maybe my best clip ever. So that was, you know, feels good moment. So yeah, you know, no matter what.
Take
took
that.
his elo. Yeah. This is a big round though. All jokes aside, this round to me could just be whoever wins this wins the game. No, sorry. If Cybershock win this, I feel like even though it's 9-9, I think that could be it. That could be like the landslide they need to push forward. And Lele, he's heard the AWP scope on long. He's been eliminated. If I'm Christo, if I'm Syrah, I'm terrified because you're being wrapped from short, you're being wrapped from long. Where do you look? Apparently, you fight your way out. A big piece from both players. It's a 3 versus 3 and Christo's retreated into the darkness.
There's no smoke to cross here. They have to just chuck the bomb over and hope that Lavicus isn't going to have util rained on top of him. And luckily, I mean, he's not for now, but he still wants to try and take this fight with the short players. And he's just going to go down for nothing. So I wonder exactly where this bomb is planted. Surely Fenneman has got eyes on it. 2 players posted up over towards long. Blixie and him, they're going to have to try and get it done here. No smoke for the bomb is going to be a problem. No kit for the bomb either on any of the ecstatic players. As the jump out happens, missed shot. Fenneman doesn't want to reface. He doesn't want to repeak here. Christo's just posted up with an AWP. They found the smoke in the moment of this. You're just going to have to try and rattle off a shot and try and connect here. But Fenneman, he is nowhere near the mark right now. Nutno's just going to take that fight. He is going to win it. And ecstatic, they are going to snatch that one away. Plenty of money in the bank accounts for the T side, so that is not going to be a problem whatsoever. The issue was if Cybershock win that round 100%, all eyes are on them closing out this series. Instead, advantage to the Danes.
I'll be honest, even though Ecstatic are still keeping their head above the water, I'm still very scared for them. And it's as you say, the money's still really good for Cybershock. We still have a full investment. Double AWP out for Ecstatic. I think both were saved over. Not AWPing. I can't say I've seen that too often, but it does mean that we have one AWP over towards B. Close range. Yeah. That went as well as you expect. I'm not a fan of that. Not Fallen. So does TMB, and this is why I'm so scared. Ecstatic, that last round, they somehow clambered their way back in, even though they were on the back seat the whole time. This round, it's just as quick as a whistle. They lose the opener towards B. They get the second kill. Bomb shall be planted, and Ecstatic now have to try and save these 3 players. And if I'm Cybershock, I am not allowing them to do so, because look at your bank balances. You can afford to go for the hunt, and every single kill you get is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, this is where the reset potential really just comes in and snookers you in the next round, and that's the problem. If the players go down, I mean, if you save, you're still okay. You've got an op, you've got an M4, and you've got an SMG. Okay, that's fine. That is something that you can bring forward, and it looks like they're not going to be contested, so that's just kind of lucky for them. Blixie's kind of closing in right now. There's the flash. He has to wait and see as they're going to be one a little bit deeper. And Lele's taking so much damage through the door here. He needs to just try and survive, but you're not just going to risk it, try and send it out just to try and take that player down. So he is safe for now, and there is still going to be an investment back here for Ecstatic, but the problems arise in the next one, Freddy. I mean, if Ecstatic lose this and they go for a full investment, are they going for the full investment? No, they've second-guessed themselves. They've decided not to. So, actually, it's just going to be the eco with the saved rifles. I don't hate this either.
Yeah, they have the rounds to play for, so it's a similar philosophy to that time where they double ecoed, like fully double ecoed of, look, we can get a purchase out, and we don't need to rush it, because we've still technically, tangibly got the lead, but it will be 10-10 off this round. Issue is, Actually, no, sorry. It's 10-10 should be. Christo's still got the AWP out. We know what he can do. We've yet to see him properly elevate his level on the CT side with the AWP. I thought that after the pistol round, that 3k, he was going to just skyrocket, but he hasn't quite. We have Anlele on an MP9, Sira's on an A1S. Issue is, those 3 rifles are on A. The pistols are on B. And Cybershock look like they want to end towards B, and I don't think there's any way that Nut and TMB are able to get such a multi-kill to win out the round.
Or even, not even win out the round, but even just have Ecstatic consider going for a retake. I just don't see it. Unless the USP kills 2. And well, oh no, Neki's been spotted there. TMB wants to try and get ahead of this play. That's 1. Second one, if it's free, that's going to be great. TMB with a double up. TMB with 3. Oh my goodness, all of a sudden, now we've got a round. Ecstatic, how are they holding on here? TMB with a real captain's performance, locking down that B bomb site. You've got 10 seconds here as Lovicus tries to lock off those rotations. You've got no time to plant the bomb here, Fenomen. This round is lost. Ecstatic have snatched this one from right under your noses. Freddy, you said there was no way whatsoever. Well, TMB, how about that? 3 letters, 3 kills, no problem.
God damn it, man. God damn it. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when Cybershock snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Like, how are we not trading him? Okay, to be fair, TMB, what a round. There is nothing you can take away from the fact that on 6 kills, he gets 3 with a 5-7 in that position. Amazing. What are we doing, Cybershock? We're not even getting out of tunnels. We're taking it way too long. We take way too long in the round itself. And the issue with that is that we have 10 seconds when we finally kill him. I don't know. Big mistake from Cybershock, but hats off to TMB. And now, the whole nature of this game has been changed. Sira, 2 kills towards long. Big double from him, especially after Anlele doesn't get a single. 3 versus 3 very early on in a very pivotal swing round. And Fenomen, oh my god. So brazen with conviction flowing through his veins. He gets run boosted out of long and snipes down Christo. Cybershock, sure, they lose to a 5-7, but they bounce back immediately. Lovicus, though, caught off guard. Now it's a 2 versus 2. This round is on, and Notaneki gets dinked. TMB, he is tasting blood, and he wants more.
Still though, this bomb is going to be planted, and this is just not a perfect scenario for Ecstatic to retake into. You know that you're up against the op. He's over towards long. You've got TMB that is just trying to put pressure over short side right now, and he actually is just keeping them occupied. This is really good, but if TMB swings way too wide, Fenomen's going to turn around and look at long at any moment, but still hasn't dawned on him just yet. That's going to be a freebie from Nut, and now if you're Notaneki, you can just drop in towards Elevator. You can drop in towards CT. Nut trying to realize that he's there. Time has ticked on way too long though. Notaneki trying to make his move, and Notaneki with another big clutch once again. 1 HP. He survives and he keeps Cybershock alive. Not only that, look what it's done to the 3 players on the side of Ecstatic. Sarah and Christo can buy a double up, and they're forcing in this round. I don't believe it.
Dude, what is this game? It's got Fenomen run boost out long. It's got a 5-7 3-piece alone on the bomb site. It's got Notaneki 2 clutches in this map alone, both on very minimal HP. And the fact that we're 11-10, Ecstatic haven't used a single tactical pause. I don't think we've even seen them use many this series in total. Cybershock will take one to calm their nerves, even though they won the round. And now we go into yet another pivotal round. Every single round seems important, but not... And then it ultimately isn't for the reasons. Like, Ecstatic don't seem to be able to string rounds together. That seems to be a big difficulty for them right now. Like, they lose, they win this massive round, the 5-7, and then lose right away. For 1 HP on Notaneki. 11-10. Double AWP for Ecstatic. TMB, MP9, 2 5-7s. These AWPs gotta make Dust 2 their paradise.
this is the problem in this situation, because I don't really like this whatsoever. You're going for that double up. You need it to pay dividends right now, and one kill, unfortunately, is just not going to be enough. Luckily, he survives just about, and Lele putting the pressure on the long player, and that's a big kill. Blixie down, now you can back away, now you've got an AK to play around with. And Cybershock, they feel forced to go in, and you're not expecting the second AWP to be there. Absolutely not. You're being pulled on right now. The strings are being pulled right now for Ecstatic, maybe to pick up a round. Oh, team kill! Sierra's taking out TMB. What is happening? This is an absolute mess. But luckily, Nodaneki falls, and that team kill doesn't cost them. But it is nearly a calamity that cost Ecstatic the round.
What is going on? We have team kills. We have 5-7s winning out rounds. Cybershock, of all rounds you lose to, it's a double AWP, double MP, a double 5-7 and MP9 round. Ecstatic even help you out with a team kill. My God. Ecstatic hit 12. And Christu's the first to fall. Fenomen says this game continues. He does not want to bow out just yet. Whoever wins this goes through the playoffs. Whoever loses shall be eliminated. And Cybershock suggests that overtime is still a potentiality. TMB, I don't know if he's much of an AWPer. He's picked it off Christu's dead body. And Fenomen, he's on a tear. He says, yeah, you guys can double AWP. I'm better than that, and I'm alone.
Ecstatic, as much as they want to play for this round right now, they just simply can't. You stack a bomb site and you hope that they walk into you. If they don't, you have to save. That is the cut and dry of it. That's the black and white of it. And unfortunately, you have guessed incorrectly. You stack towards this bomb site, you're going to stay here, you're going to wait this one out. Nothing you can do. Cybershock are going to win this round by default. But the problem arises in the next. I mean, you're saving that up. You're saving 2 M4s. Yes, the money isn't perfect on Cybershock, but you know that it's going to be the last round of the half. It's the last round, possibly, of the game. So you go and you try and hunt these players down. Maybe less so now, but still.
Yeah, because
I think you sent one.
You still have Blixie on a Galil. You literally have no money for Cybershock, so it's just gonna be the bonus for winning the round. I've got serious questions about Christu, because in the round two, like the previous round where they had the double AWPs, he gets the opening kill. Fantastic. That was his second AWP kill of this half, and now he's the first to fall. Phenomen's 20-9 and is actually doing better on the T side than he was on the City side with the AWP, which is a very weird statement to be saying. But he's looking to pull his team by the scruff of their necks into overtime. It's a big save from Ecstatic, as we mentioned. 2 A1Ss and an AWP. Christu is going to be handed back his primary weapon. It looks like we should have A1Ss out across the board. Maybe TMB, he might actually be down to an SMG.
He doesn't need it. He's going to use a 5.7. I love it. I love it.
Would have preferred for him to be on a 5.7 because, you know, we've seen what he can do with that measly pistol. But it's 3 A1Ss, an AWP, and an MP9. Overtime or bust for Cybershock. They have Ecstatic exactly where they want them, and they're forcing it out long. They've won in these altercations previously, but now it's not looking as smooth sailing as Lovikus is the first to fall, and Blixie comes away with 16 HP. Ecstatic, and a man advantage, and whenever they're in these positions, they seem to tow it over the line.
Yeah, they do. Maybe there's going to be a few team kills in there. We just don't know. We can't really get ahead of ourselves.
Somehow.
And Lele's going to be flashed through here. No. They're getting aggressive, and he's solo there. That's wild coming out there from Anlele. They wanted that information. Problem is, Nodaneki's got a big time to walk across mid here. Sierra could be a dead man. They might just try and get ahead of the play here, but it might just cost him completely. Nodaneki! Oh, he's fumbled that one completely. He should have got that kill every day of the week, but Sierra, he's still standing, and he's still collecting kills. A second to his name, but Cybershock now get going into the bomb site to get this bomb down. Sierra's still up close. You've got a molly that can land on the planter, and that has failed. Missing util in a vital, pivotal round. Fenneman, this AWP posted up Sarah's head, taken off its shoulders, and Nut now in a 1 versus 2, trying to move forward, trying to creep, but as he walks right into Glowing, an instant headshot to put him down, and Cybershock say, we are not done just yet.
Glowing and Fenneman, what a game they're having. 23 and 22 kills respectively, all 5 kills in the most important round of this series, of this tournament for them. Overtime now birthed new light into Cybershock. Ecstatic, they're the ones that are choking. They were unable to string a single round in a row after winning on the 5-7s, after winning with a double AWP and 5-7s. They then go on to a full purchase and they're never able to attain success consistently. Even in that round, they have the opening kill. Everything's going in their favor, and yet somehow we enter overtime. There's a whiff in middle. Zero picks up 2 on low HP, and that is simply not enough. Utility is going awry. Ecstatic need to reset, and a double AWP seems to be their answer potentially to Cybershock as we now enter a new straight.
TMB walking in towards the tunnels, and he rattles off a shot. It doesn't connect, and that actually might work out in their favor because he doesn't find a kill. They don't know exactly it was TMB. It could be Crystal for all they know, so they might not be expecting this up over towards A. But if they are smart about it, they will know that Ecstatic have once or twice brought out that double up. So just something to be a little bit concerned about. Good HE to just stop the scaling for a moment. But look at Nodaneki. He's putting the pressure out over towards mid. Spots out TMB and can't find that kill. Up comes back over towards long though here. Flash is great, and Crystal even better. Finds that first, but Fenneman battles back. They're trying to carve a hole in this A bomb site, and they might have just done it.
Now we have to see the retake, and Nut hasn't even left the B bomb site. Notaneki eliminating TMB in CT. Do Ecstatic even go for this? There's a real element that even though you're in overtime, if you lose 2 rounds in a row while investing double AWP, you don't have enough money for the third. And Notaneki still in CT spawn. Nut has to get past him, and he finally will. Issue is, players out towards long are unable to trample Lovicus as he stampedes over them and will finalize a hat-trick. A slow game for him. He reaches double digits on kills finally, and Cybershock don't leave any survivors for Ecstatic as they take the lead for the first time, I want to say ever, on Dust 2.
First time since the pistol, Freddy. They won the pistol in the first half. And then Ecstatic instantly equalised and went 4-1 up. And it was the Danes always with their necks out in front. But now it's Cybershock's turn. And no double up investment this time around. Everybody falls, nothing saved. You cannot afford to just keep pumping double ops into these rounds. Fenneman's in trouble here. If the short swing was about to happen, and still, that's a lot of util damage that has been done to him. 44 HP is not pretty for the Opper, but a wounded animal still extremely dangerous, and he has been so dangerous in this game. He's been a real difference maker for Cybershock, but he just needs to be careful about what engagements he takes moving forward.
I'll be honest, I don't think Fenneman has any cautious bone in his body. This guy is taking peeks left, right, and center, and that figure is potentially the reason why Cybershock are now on 13, but Christu finding a gap around the smoke, Glowing blindsided. Sierra now spurred forward with the flashbang. Fenneman unable to do anything. It looks like Cybershock are stuck now in middle, unable to brawl their way out, and it's really nice from Sierra taking the fight to them, but Blixie, wait, this is now dangerous. A 1 versus 3, but he's brought a knife to a gunfight, and Anlele will deliver the final blow. Ecstatic still keeping their head above the water. Issue is, they actually might have some economical problems coming into this final round. No, it feels all good. Cybershock, though, not going flawless on their T side, like I honestly expected.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was definitely a chance in that round as well, because Anlele 100% could have been spotted towards top mid as Blixie's trying to jump back there. Then you've got a straight up heads up 1v1. TMB already tagged down by the op though. Not ideal. Blixie tries to rattle off a shot. And Lele getting close towards the door here. And Ecstatic are getting a little bit aggressive on the extremities of the map just to make sure that they're not going to be caught sleeping. Did a good reaction to a B split there in that last round, all thanks to the flashes being thrown perfectly to set up Sierra. Right now in this situation though, Cybershock are still trying to just battle out for the map control, but there's not really much in terms of exchanges or duels being given up to them. It's just util being dumped on top.
What I'm interested in is just, is this the first time in an age that Ecstatic are actually going to string 2 rounds in a row? It's what I commented going into overtime. They'd win a heroic round and then they just straight away lose. It's good to see someone like Syrah with that confidence. Even though it's been a very tumultuous game for Ecstatic more so, you still have Syrah charging through smokes. It's a good showing. This duel on long means everything. If Blixie falls, we can now turn our undivided attention towards short. But unfortunately, Blixie survives. And Lele, unable to support Christo, who's been run down on the bomb site, or playing close default like that on towards ramp, is asking to be eliminated. He should definitely be playing towards car, long, taking those wider engagements. But instead, it's now Cybershock again continuing this narrative of Ecstatic unable to string 2 in a row. And we are walking into the meat grinder. They will not see the daylight on the other side. They get mowed down behind that smoke and CT, and Cybershock take the advantage now going onto their CT side, where previously they did struggle.
Yeah, it was an awkward exchange over towards long, and Lele still manages to come back. But I mean, the pressure being put on that long player just enough there was nice enough to actually just leave Christo completely isolated. And the problem was, Sierra was pulled away by the util. It was a great use of util from Cybershock over towards middle. Sierra couldn't be over towards that A bomb site. Christo towards the ramp. Yeah, he could have played closer to the long player. He could have been on the corner maybe, but wanted to just stay over there to be at least a presence on that bomb site. Thought he could maybe hit a few shots. Unfortunately for him, didn't work out that way. And now, Cybershock, they win this round. They've got 2 chances to close out the series. Already with long control, Blixie has been a nightmare to deal with over towards that part of the map. You've got Fenneman with,
I was going to say with Blixie
as well.
It feels like with Blixie, he was great on CT side. Where did he go on T side?
Yeah, he cooled off a little bit, to be fair, but a lot of the aggressiveness was kind of coming through glowing. And Fenneman as well. And Nodaneki finding these lovely lurks, and this time he'll push through the tunnels, get flashed in. He gets information. He can dump a smoke and back away if he wants. Cybershock should have a decent enough read onto where the brunt of the players are.
2 smokes left on B is really a big factor here, that now as Ecstatic set their sights on this bomb site, you've still got a mollo, a smoke. We can just keep on denying time here for Cybershock. Ecstatic, there's a big chance they don't even get onto this bomb site, or when they do, time will be so depleted there's nothing they can get done. Notaneki playing close in tunnels, nade and flash in the smoke. He's dodged it perfectly, and he's just taken the fight. Very brazen, only gets the first. And with TMB coming through middle, we've actually cracked open this bomb site way easier than I would have anticipated. Ecstatic, 3 versus 3, bomb planted, no utility to disrupt Cybershock's now impending retake. It's going to be an interesting narrative for Cybershock as they change direction over towards tunnels. Fenneman's got 2 flashbangs. He's going to pop them over, try get his teammates in. Flashbang first, perfect. Second one, even better. And TMB, there's nothing he can do. Christo close range being surrounded. Cybershock, sure, the bomb site didn't hold to the standard I would have anticipated, but that retake is something straight from the Bible.
That is going to be talked about for quite a while, to be honest. That is a ridiculous retake. That it's just so smooth as well. They drop over a second flash over to the upper. Talk about the hold here for a minute. I mean, Lovicus finding 2 is insane, and the reason that actually the bomb site probably doesn't hold as well as you maybe thought was because Lovicus had the AWP, but he still manages to find 2. Really nicely timed smokes, a little bit awkward over towards the tunnels. They could have shut that round down completely, but man, that retake was a thing of beauty. Flashing off both of the oppers, not really much that they can do in that scenario. And Ecstatic, this is what it comes down to. It looks like it's going to be a B play. This time a whole lot quicker. They're going to try and maybe get out the tunnels. But again, good counter util to keep them off the bomb site. You've no other option but to call a cancel here. And Lovicus, you are blessed, mate, that didn't burn you to a crisp.
Oh, I was saying it was straight out of the Bible in the previous. He's been given the hand of God there. 1 HP. Oh, this is a thing with Cybershock. Surviving on 1 HP apparently in pivotal rounds. And now, the dust settles. Cybershock deter that B execute. They force Cybershock to look elsewhere. Sorry, Ecstatic to look elsewhere. And it looks like we want to try and split between short and long. Blixie, we've seen what he can do from this exact same position in times gone by. This time toppled. Analele breaks through the force that is Blixie. And now, look at Glowing. He's all by himself. Again, though, he's done magical things on this A bomb site by himself, and he is dodging bullets left, right, and center. Issue is the short player stuck behind a smoke and now being wrapped around. Nut stuck in a rock and a hard place, and Glowing, who's never revealed himself. It's another dastardly multi-kill. No one can shut him down. Molotov finally does eviscerate him. Remember, Lovicus, 1 HP. This could be the difference maker in the round. He's actually going to reposition over towards long as Notaneki remains towards short. Ecstatic have no space to move. They are subjugated to this bomb site, trying to take the fight on short, and Notaneki head ripped off. Oh, but you've got to be kidding me. We've seen a clutch on 1 HP already. This time, a little bit harder. A 1 versus 2. Oh. And Syrah counting his lucky stars because Lovicus, a missed AWP shot means that double overtime is still on the cards.
That's ridiculous, man. If they lose another clutch to somebody that's on low HP, I think Ecstatic would have been very, very hard done by. Cybershock know how close they were to that round, though. It's a really good play from Lovicus, and honestly, great initiative being taken by Syrah, getting aggressive, realizing it was a little bit uncomfortable for them on the bomb site, realized that they were open to long, they were open kind of to CT as well, so getting aggressive, trying to find that kill, and having the confidence in himself to take that fight, to take that peak, and to win it as well. And speaking about confidence, he's been dropped over in AWP here. He's going for a long fight straight away with that spawn. And Ecstatic, they need to hope that that's going to work out, because they've got themselves into this position. They need to lock in double OT though. If they lose this round, they're still going out. They're still going home empty-handed. And Cybershock will be the victors. Be interesting to see now how aggressive Cybershock actually want to play over towards long, and it looks like very Syrah. He'll be given an opportunity here. Phenomen blinded and dropped.
Syrah goes from winning a clutch to now getting an opening kill, as Ecstatic have 3 AWPs currently on the cards. 1 towards B, Syrah's switched over to the AK, and there's 1 towards mid. Hey, I didn't realize we were watching Envious. I didn't realize we were in 2015. But if it works, right? Double overtime. Ecstatic are seeking it. And they've got Cybershock exactly where they want them. Walking wounded. Their talisman of Phenomen, who's actually not got many kills in overtime, out. TMB, though, unfortunately, berated by utility. He will not be able to escape his impending doom towards short. Analele's also been tagged down to 30 HP. The B bomb site is completely free for the taking, capitulated by Cybershock's own accord. No one's hitting any shots, though. This is so all over the place. But Ecstatic, as the bomb comes moving in, Cybershock, they're just running straight through the smoke. They're running to their doom. Nut lines them both up. And Lovicus is... Glowing's actually missing the AWP shot. Nut, no one can hit him. And he may be the reason why Ecstatic find new life on Dust 2, unless Blixie can clutch up this 1 versus 3. He's found the first, but as he walks through window, Ecstatic succeed in pushing us over the line. 15-15. Jack, we go again.
Just about. Just about, man. There was so many twists and turns in that. I mean, Serum missed so many shots there on the player over through the doors, and vice versa. I mean, shots onto him. I had no idea how anybody didn't go down in that engagement. No, I'm finding a double. Very fortunate that both players decide to swing in, and I don't hate it either from Cybershock. Trying to get ahead of the play, trying to get ahead of the bomb plant, but Ecstatic, they just locked that one down, and a little bit antsy, a little bit too nervy for me in that situation. Ecstatic prevailed. They keep this series going, keep it alive. And again, Sierra going to try and open things up over towards long. This time not so successful, and it's Lovicus to strike Analele down. And Cybershock are still invested in long right here. Smoke is going to go down at a nice time, but still the T's are going to try and walk right on through. Glowing will shut down a double. Blixie with another, and Ecstatic, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, force it into double overtime. You lose the first round, and in a defying manner as well. Christu, soon to be brought down. It's flawless for Cybershock, and a perfect play towards long. Blixie and Glowing, you gotta bow down to them, because Glowing's on 31 kills, and he is making all the right reads at the right time. He's in the right place whenever he is needed. And Ecstatic just don't know how to deal with him right now.
Yeah, he's farming, man. He's absolutely farming, and there's just nothing that really Ecstatic can do. They are kind of trading him out, but it's too late, because every time they trade him out, he's already got a double kill. He's already got the impactful kills that have won the round. That Molly actually lands a little bit shallow and burns TMB on the way forward. Need to get away towards CT. That's a little bit awkward.
Look at Lovicus.
Yeah, this is so aggressive from Lovicus. This is ridiculous right here from Cybershock.
It's a minute and 30.
Yeah. They're boxed in, and they don't know it.
We actually saw us a little bit in regulation, where we just had a player in T-Sport, and on top of that, Phenomen. How is he winning out that duel? He is so quick and Glowing. The artillery strike with shrapnel flying everywhere. This round, Ecstatic don't know it, but they had no chance in winning, and well, they're gonna realize it there, as we have won 2 in a row for Cybershock, and they have only lost 1 player in doing so.
Yeah, man, I mean, they've just dominated this, and Ecstatic gonna go ahead and call a tactical timeout. I believe this is probably one of their first, maybe even their second.
Wait, so Ecstatic, yes, their first tactical pause. Cybershock used 1 in
Is
reg.
that am I getting messed up by the hood?
Wait, so Ecstatic have a call for attack pause. This is their first tactical pause. Cybershock
I've had 2
used
or 3.
all 3. So they used 1 in overtime. They used all 3 in reg. So Cybershock have used 4 pauses, all 3 in reg, 1 in the first overtime. And then Ecstatic have just called their first tactical pause of this whole map.
It's a bit wild. It's a bit wild to see them only calling their first pause. Now, we're talking we're deep into double OT. And better late than never, of course, but you need to hope that Ecstatic can make something stick in this round. To Cybershock, it just looks like they're bored. It just looks like they're done and dusted with this series. They want to get it home and dry with a play like that super aggression that Ecstatic simply were just not ready for.
Oh.
This one's getting a little bit awkward right now. You don't really have too much map control. Molly to try and force them away from short. Lovicus happy enough to play deep. That HE doesn't really do all that much. But you've got long. You don't need to play for short here.
Glowing towards long here might not be the play. I think this might be one of the few times that Glowing actually hasn't got the right read and where to situate himself, because he's very far away from the action as Ananele disengages from long quietly. Looks like we want to try go mid to B. Fenneman, he's in the right position, but he misses his inaugural shot. That's a big whiff. Ecstatic now, a lot of freedom coming up onto the B bomb site. Flashbang's good, but Fenneman's even faster. How is Fenneman still prancing and dancing around this? Now Lovicus looks to try and aid, and he shall. Fenneman still alive and kicking. Nut closing the distance, and Nut ripping his head off. Blixie trying to catch off, and Lele and CT Spawn unable to do so, and it's Glowing with 10 seconds remaining, pushing through tunnels. He's been spotted. They now know where he is. Flashbang ineffective, and Nut, a burner to the head. Glowing looking to put Cyberchoke flawless in the first half of the second overtime, but instead, wait, what? Christu no-scopes him. You've got to be kidding me. That is silly. Look at where he is. Look, what? What? How?
There's no way.
Why?
There's no way. I didn't even cop that. Why is he no-scoping him there? Surely he's just accidentally unscoped. Or I don't know why he would unscope in that situation. You know he's coming from tunnels. I'm confused. I'm so confused. But I'm not confused.
It must have been a mistake. Must have been a mistake.
Well, it must have been. Must have been. I mean, a happy accident in the end. You win the round. Cyberchoke. I mean, if they got all three on that CT side, you're definitely thinking this one is done and dusted. Now you're thinking maybe, just maybe, Ecstatic can keep themselves going in this one. OT number 2, they want to either lock it in here or lock in an OT number 3.
I was mentioning early, Zippel co-streaming, his heart rate must be at a cool 200 beats per minute right now. He's just sitting there, he must be terrified. Cyberchoke, T side, we're trying to do a mid to B, but the mid prong eliminated. Unfortunately, our B defense caves a little bit too easily. There were 2 defenders, they get 1 kill. Syrah, oh, that is brazen, and I am not sure he's going to be very happy that he made that decision. As Ecstatic, they get put on the back foot. A 2 versus 3 retake. Christu on the AWP. He's slowed down immensely. Lele on only 13 kills. If there's ever a moment for him to shine in glory, this has to be it. Flashbang out. Good opening kill. Lovicus down. Fenneman and Blixie tucked on the back of this bomb site. And they are just isolating these duels. Orp versus Orp. And Christu, does he know where he is? He gets the kill. Is there time? I don't think there is. No way. 2 extra seconds. Fenneman just stays alive. Christu doesn't seem to understand where his opposition is. He was looking on the bomb side. Little did he know, straight away he was on backplat. And Cyberchoke now 2 opportunities to end off Dust 2 and end off this series.
Let's not forget though, they fumbled 2 in the first OT. The exact same scenario. Will it be the exact same outcome? That's the question. And Lele, I mean, he did all he could there in that situation. He finds 2 to get them out on the bomb site. You're saying that was his moment. I mean, he does more than enough there. And it's just unfortunate that Christo can't really make good on what Lele left for him. Flash is coming in. Lele seems to be heating up a little bit here. That's a lovely opener. Yeah, trade was needed though. Syrah holds on to that long control. Catches Glowing with that HE on the way out as well. And
Glowing walks into that as well. He wouldn't have been hit and then walks away as the nade comes in.
Cruel. But low HP, he's going to be wielding that up and he's hit some op shots with it. So don't want to rule him out of having a lot of impact in this round. Bomb is making its way up towards short. And Christo, he has not really shone in this position. AWP in hand, over towards the ramp. He needs to hit this shot because Syrah is nowhere near him.
Yeah, this round will still get very precarious. Out he comes, Christu, blinded, and with a missed shot, they know where he is. Syrah scrambling to go support. Everyone's blind. This is so chaotic. Syrah draws first blood. Issue is, everyone's falling around Christu. Glowing, a 1 versus 2. He's scrambling. The nerves are getting to him. Both CTs in towards CT. Glowing, this is so weird. It's so awkward. Everyone floundering, and the bomb finally shall get planted. AK in hand, 37 HP. Crouching, looking to take these isolated jewels. Christo switched over to the sidearm, and Glowing. Nerves getting to him there. A very scrappy 1 versus 2. An ecstatic fight to see another day. Fight to try force into a third overtime.
Yeah, floundering was probably the perfect word for that situation. I can't lie. That was just an incredible sequence of events from everybody involved. Flashes making it so difficult to even see anybody on the bomb site. Yeah, that was a nightmare, in all honesty. That was just so awkward. And when it came down to it, unfortunately for Glowing, he's pretty good with the multi-kills, but not that time. Now, tactical pause coming in here from Cybershock. They've got a chance. They've got an opportunity still to close this one out. It's still in their hands.
Dude,
problem is,
what even happening?
Yeah, what even? I don't know. I've no idea what actually kind of happened up towards that A bomb site. Just the flashes, the timings. Christo, I thought for sure was a dead man. The fact that he survived for so long is probably a test to Sierra just getting back from long as quickly as he did. Without him, that would have been probably a different round. And still, a big clutch coming in. Cybershock need to try and put this one to bed quickly. You cannot afford to let this one go to triple OT.
I mean, that round from start to finish was good for Ecstatic. They always had the lead. It's just that got way too close at the end. Now, no opening kill instantaneously. Nutnut's actually getting quite aggressive in tunnels. He's just peeping through, seeing that no one's there. And Syrah, not towards long this round, but towards mid. No clear directive yet of where Cybershock want to end. They're feeling out mid. There's a smoke in CT. And it looks like a short split could be on the cards to potentially close out Dust 2. No long prong. That's an interesting narrative to take. All 5 short, it looks like, with a smoke CT.
Yeah, they have been doing this though a lot. Cybershock have just not really had that long presence whatsoever. You've seen it so many times in regulation that they just commit into this short execute. Problem is, Christo now is probably going to be wise to the tricks, and when he swings up, he's going to just be ready. Flash is coming in to assist as Christo has already stopped the first. It's again everybody blind on the way up right here. 14 seconds is not a lot of time, but that is the kill that you need right now. TMB coming in with a flank as Cybershock, they're doing it right now. Big HE, but it's not going to stop the plant, and now still you need to pull off this retake. Christo inching forward, shadow spotted, and he is going to be put down. Nut in a 1 versus 3, trying to isolate the fight. Missed shot by the upper. It's down to the 1v1, and Glowing is low. Nut could save them right now. Ecstatic looking around and hoping that Nut can clutch up, but it's that man Glowing. An incredible performance on Dust 2 from him. 36 and 24 to round it out, and it's Cybershock playoff bound.
Oh, commiserations to Ecstatic, and especially Nut, because that 1 versus 3, I thought he had it in the bag, especially with Glowing's performance in that previous clutch, when he looked very chaotic, he looked very flustered, he is able to cool his nerves, and finally, this tumultuous map comes to an end. Cybershock, they are your victors. They will eliminate their Danish adversaries, and they will go through to playoffs. And Nut, that nade as well. Not only does he almost win the 1 versus 3, but he gets the kill on the bomb planter as it gets planted. If that nade had come in a second sooner, the bomb would have been denied planted, and we would have been in a triple overtime. So unfortunate for Ecstatic. But Jack, we are, as much as I would love to sit here and chat about that game, because that was an insane series,
we are 40 minutes behind schedule. We need to get the ball rolling. We have one more game left for today. BC game versus Copenhagen Wolves. It's a similar outcome, 2-2. Whoever wins playoffs, whoever loses eliminated. Do not go too far, because that is going to be, I guarantee, as exciting as the series we've just watched. And we will see you very soon after this break. Well, if you thought that previous series was exciting, now buckle in because we've got UKCS on the server. And if I know something about UKCS, which Jack, I think we do, this is going to be a game.
This is gonna be a game, man. This is gonna be pretty fun. You know, obviously we're having a little bit of a laugh and a joke with production, but we're getting into this one, and this one it is going to be exciting, man, because you've got a BC game who unfortunately had to forfeit, lost their game versus GTZ, but were able to get some pretty impressive results versus Cybershock and versus 500, losing out to Gun 5, so they're here in a 2-2, and with the way that these guys have been playing, the argument can be made that they should be absolutely nowhere near a 2-2, and to be honest, without that forfeited game, I don't think they would be here. So I think in that regard, Copenhagen Wolves have actually kind of drawn a short straw here.
Yes, I completely agree. I look at this matchup and I'm like, okay, so BC Game just qualified for their first Tier 1 event in the organization's history. It's the first Tier 1 event for Cypher since the Blast Paris Major. First for Prime Taps, first for a lot of these guys in a long time. And now they're up against Copenhagen Wolves. This could be difficult. I think Wolves have done amazing. I cast them yesterday against GTZ, and I'll be honest, I thought they were immaculate. Like, it was insanity how good they looked. Andu was just running around doing whatever he wanted. He went 47-25 with a 2.11 HLTV rating and 142 ADR across the series. Yeah, like, you can't tell me that isn't a good result. But GTZ and BC Game, very different teams, and I think since the addition of Mr. Kai Watson, they've only lost to 500, and then most recently Guns yesterday, which was a surprise. But as mentioned, they qualified for IEM Dallas. This team is on a high right now, and they'd be looking to gain a win in something like CCT so they can just pump up their VRS.
Yeah, and I think this is probably the perfect team to do it against. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves. Look, I don't want to throw any disrespect on these guys because they've been battling through this VRS system. They've been playing a lot of games in CCT as well, and they've been getting some pretty good results. As you said, GTZ, Chimera, losing out to 9 and losing out to Sashi, with 3 out of 4 of those maps being quite convincing, would just lead me to believe that when they match up against a team like BC Game, it is just going to be a tough day in the office. And it's no disrespect to any of these players because I think they've got a couple of good pieces. You've got Tapeware in at the IGL position. Andu has been very impressive since of course he was removed from Game Religion, but he's kind of come back into this team and beginning to reinvent himself. You've got Jackinho on that AWP who has been knocking about for a little while but maybe not reached I want to say the heights that a lot of people expected him to. So this Copenhagen Wolves team, for me, it's got a lot of pieces that could definitely be great in the future. It's just about getting the reps in, getting that consistency, getting a couple more wins under their belt, and just consistently playing in the CCT over and over again, making deep runs and turning some heads.
Yeah, I think this is a team that we need to level the expectations for them. They've just made ESL Challenger. That was a really impressive feat for them after doing well in advance last season. This is their first time out of a closed qualifier in CCT this year, and I think the fact they've gone 2-3 in itself for me is quite impressive, and I would be extraordinarily impressed if they're able to topple BC Game. And let's go take a look at the Vita, because I think we have a little bit of overlap when we look at this. BC Game, I'm looking at Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2, Ancient as their kind of 4 best maps. And I think, to be honest, when you do look at a team like BC Game, very fresh, you haven't quite ironed out everything yet because they've only got a few reps under their belt with Cypher in very limited time. But already the fact that Copenhagen Wolves pick into Ancient, sure, they were near flawless yesterday against GTZ on it, and they have got some really good results. It's a different kettle of fish coming up against a team like BC Game.
Yeah, especially when if we're talking about BC Game, we have to talk about the bleed core that they were under for quite a while. Regardless of which iteration it was, if it was under Hampus or when Nexa kind of joined in for a little while, Ancient was always a good map for them. Mirage was always a good map for them. So I don't think BC Game are too disappointed at all the way that this veto has shaped up. I actually think this favors them massively. And, you know, it is just kind of one of those unlucky vetoes for Copenhagen Wolves where, you know, there isn't really a situation where, you know, you can kind of look and go, all right, well, 100% we're going to have the advantage here because, you know, your vetoes just line up in sync. You all play the same maps, and BC Game have just proved that they have been the better team for quite some time. So this was always going to be an uphill battle, but it really comes down to and depends on what we're going to see in the server. It's all well and good saying in theory BC Games should walk this. Copenhagen Wolves, this is their chance to really just prove that they are not to be trifled with. T side starting off for them, CT side for BC Game, and we get underway.
I mean, this is the exact same veto the first two maps yesterday against GGZ. They lost 2 rounds on Dust 2 and they were both the pistol rounds. So maybe they have a bit of that extra confidence. And they know they're playing against the big dogs. They're probably a little bit more prepped for this game as well. They want to prove a point, but Prime taps, well, he's Prime tapping over towards A main. He drops the bomb, gets the opening kill, but a swift trade from Andu. And with a lot of time left on the clock, Copenhagen Wolves will certainly look to reposition, especially considering that Blaney has cave control and Tapeware has also control towards ramp.
Yeah, the reposition can come in here. Knock thinking about just leaning a little bit over towards this B bomb side again, which he will. Still though, Shane is going to be making a nice play all the way out. Through A main, Nexa just gets completely blindsided, and you might want to try and call them back here, but this is just selling the fake perfectly right now. You can see BC Game are kind of biting down on that. Jacob begins to make his move. Cypher with a big kill here, looking for the second, and Witchy will find bomb dropped in the meantime as well. Belaney's been heard. Cypher, he can reposition completely. Shane is a million miles away, so they know that they've got a 2v1 here if they take this early, but instead BC Game will just get set up.
Oh, what a shot from Nork. Now Belaney. They knew he was towards cave. He's repositioned towards ramp. Nork spots him out. No armor. We can just tickle him down. Smoke long, but Nork's just going to look to abuse that. Cypher up in Cubby. There's 8 seconds left. Do we need to peek him? Apparently yes, as Cypher, without taking a lick of damage, holds down his bomb site and gives BC Game the first round in this series.
Yeah, lovely stuff coming out there from Cypher. And it was looking like the fake was going to work perfect. I mean, Shane's done a really good job to actually pull the rotations away. The problem is, Cypher just has a little inkling behind him to stick around, to at least stay and take a peek. And he hit some very impressive shots. Knock with a nice one tap as well. And that pistol falling in their favour. So, Copenhagen Wolves already falling at the first hurdle. And it's going to be difficult to see a way onto a bomb site here with everything that Copenhagen Wolves have invested in this round, which is pretty much nothing.
Also interesting, we've got a battle of the ex-Fnatic Orpers. Jacquinho back in like 21, but Nork very recently in Fnatic. So that's a cool little nitbit, I'd like to think. That
is something that I just I completely forgot about as well. Jacquinho.
Well, that was his break.
Yeah, I remember like a very, very long time ago.
Was it 21? Let me check.
Yeah, it would have been around that time.
It was 2021 January to 2021 November, and if I'm not mistaken, which Fnatic was this? Because they changed a lot during that period. Okay, it was full Swedish with Crims, Brolan, Gold, and JW. He didn't do very well. A little tangent I went on yesterday, and I'd like to kind of hear your take on it. It's Copenhagen Wolves are filled with a lot of what-if players. Shane winning 5 We Play Academy leagues in a row with Mouse. He's the only player from that roster not to go on to greatness. Andu, touted as this mastermind in Gamer Legion, didn't stick around long enough to reap those rewards, get replaced before the RMR and subsequent major run. You have Jacquinho, as we've mentioned. Look, he was the Fnatic Orper, and now he's kind of been thrown around the grinder in tier 2. Belaney and Tapeware definitely newer on the block, so conversation doesn't apply to them, but you've got 3 players of hopefully this isn't the last we see of them.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of have that feel to it, but I would say, like, for example, with Andu's still quite young. You know, like that's I think it would be still a little bit unfair to kind of put him in that bracket. Jacquinho, yeah, the argument could be made. You know, I think a lot more was expected from him, but he kind of got a little bit unfortunate, you know, after Fnatic, and then I think he ended up on Coalesce as well for a little while.
They were so bad, and he wasn't
that's
great
what
on
I
it
mean.
either.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. You know, just a couple of bad rosters, and all of a sudden, now you find yourself in the Copenhagen Wolves team with players that have been in a similar situation to yourself, so maybe you might perform a whole lot better. You know, maybe this might be your break, this might be your time, and I mean, they've been picking up some pretty good results, so it could be that kind of story of redemption for a lot of these. Cypher, you need to be very careful. Yeah.
Jinx.
Does that mean I just can't talk now for the rest of the cast?
No,
I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
You're good. Yeah, I think it's an interesting narrative we can pick up on the next eco round, because now this is starting to get exciting. Prime Taps, he just clears the whole of A main, and now Copenhagen Wolves, they might have originally wanted to use that prong to go towards A, and they are still going to go towards A, but with no A main presence. Prime Taps rotated back towards site, and Jacob gives perfect Overwatch plus a smoke towards Donuts. If I'm Copenhagen Wolves, I have no idea where to go, because we also have proactivity coming Bree back towards Cave as Nexa and Cypher are just pushing out Heaven. This is so difficult for Copenhagen Wolves. You have no space to work with, and now you're just losing further members. Jacquinho stuck in Donuts. Shane stuck in A main. There's really nothing they can do with 15 seconds left on the clock, and I think they might actually just try and save this. Massive proactivity all across the map for BC Game, and because of that, they're going to win the first gun round flawlessly. Even though Jacob does die there, and so does Cypher, I'm still throwing in the whole, like, it is a flawless round until 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, they push to try and take them down. It is just perfectly clean for the actual competitive part of the round. The round was over and done with. I mean, 30 seconds left to go. 25 seconds, actually. Nexa finds that kill. Yeah, that's it, done and dusted completely. BC Game are playing quite well. They're looking very strong. Copenhagen Wolves, at least keeping 2 players alive, will mean that I will just be open-minded about this round. But Copenhagen Wolves are going to have to maybe open a few of the minds of BC Game with a couple of headshots. That's going to be a little bit difficult to do, though, especially with them playing so safe over towards mid. You can see Jacquinho wanted to get very aggressive, himself and Shane walking out. They'd open the smoke. Jacob, he wants a fight here. Might be given one, and actually on the receiving end of quite a significant amount of damage.
Cypher's getting active towards Cave, though. He needs to be careful. There's a whole can of worms on the other side of this smoke. And BC Game have no one on the B bomb site directly. They're looking to try and crunch mid, but Copenhagen Wolves have already diverted and pivoted towards this side of the map. Their crosshairs have nothing to cloud them. As soon as this smoke top ramp fades, Cypher, the only defender's in Cave, and he's going to get spotted. Shane, this kill needs to come in for the Brit, and it won't. Now, with no defenders, we go struggling all over the place. Our BC Game, a 3 versus 5. This retake seems fairly improbable, to be honest. This nade might actually get a kill, and it doesn't. Just further damage. Prime Taps, I don't know, this guy is dodging bullets, but surely there's no way this round's winnable. Oh, he's getting the kills. Jacob's over in T-spawn, but Prime Taps, he's on 4 kills. Jacob's like, oh, I better get going. We're winning this round. Shane spotted. Final player towards Cave. 15 seconds left to defuse this bomb, and Shane, he is holding down the line. North cannot get the trade, and somehow this round has to come down to Shane 1v3ing.
I mean, so aggressive there from Copenhagen Wolves, and you don't blame them. They kind of have to be in this situation. The problem was, as you were saying, Prime Taps just managed to dodge like every single bullet. That gets a little bit unfortunate with Jacquinho actually kind of lining up behind there. Did the significant amount of damage to him before he even really noticed he was there. And it's a strange one. It definitely is. And Copenhagen Wolves are going to be thanking at least Shane was able to pull that one off and win it. As for BC Game, that's a disgusting round in all honesty to lose, because it resets your money quite significantly. You've got a couple of pistols. That's it. You haven't gone for the investment. You can't. You need to just hope that they walk in blindly. But the way that the T side have actually been playing so far has been kind of very slow. It's been very methodical. There's been a decent spacing between all of the wolves. Flash in here, Cypher up close. There's a nice refrag from Nexa at least. Rings Balani's bell. And that will just send out a little bit of a warning signal to Copenhagen Wolves.
We're mobilizing as well in towards Cave. It's a little bit too little too late as Prime taps. No armor, 5-7. He's got everyone on the other side and Tapeware instantly decapitates him. This shouldn't be a dangerous round for the T side, and it won't look to be. Keeping it non-expensive is definitely, I think, on their mind, probably at the front of their mind right now, because you only keep one player alive in the previous. Money is very lackluster. You don't really want to be losing any more players. And for BC Game, this was never a round they anticipated to win. It was always a round where they wanted to just go low in and then get a gun round really quickly back out with all the bells and whistles. And that's what they will have, alongside now a saved AK from Nexa, who, by the way, Nexa, his performance recently has been impeccable for BC Game. Like we saw over in the Dallas qualifiers, that dude was on fire. And Jacob, he's just been a little bit of a nuisance there. I respect the attempt.
Yeah, I think Nexa, if we're talking about him individually, he's been so good, man. And I think a lot of people kind of forget how good of a player Nexa actually is individually. You know, especially when we're looking at this level. I think a lot of people are kind of blindsided, you know, by recent memory, a couple of the teams that he's been in and a couple of the performances, and kind of, you know, painting them with that brush. But in all honesty, Nexa, he is a hell of a player, and he's a credit to any team. Doesn't matter what position you really get him in. If you get him into play as a rifler, if you get him into IGL, the team, he's just going to boost that team. That's in my opinion anyway.
I mean, he's won a tier 1 event, like, he's won multiple international events. I think people really, it's this thing with CS of recency bias, massive recency bias. You just forget what happened last week. So everyone loves BC Game all of a sudden now because they qualify for Dallas, but as soon as you get put on that pedestal, you get brought back down so quickly. And just what the Counter-Strike community is like, to be honest. And, well, something that BC Game have been doing is leaving Cypher quite alone on this B-bomb site quite often in an attempt to crunch mid. Hasn't worked out for them so far whatsoever, and it doesn't look like it's going to be doing too well again. Cypher not as committed in Cave. This time he's actually playing a lot more patiently and is going to just fall back. He's going to relinquish the bomb site and get absolutely owned. Okay. That's unfortunate. Man disadvantage now on this retake. Bomb hasn't quite gone down just yet. And Nork, shooting between his teammates' legs, puts it back into the 4 vs 4. But we got to turn our attention over towards Cave. This is the big duel right now. Andu, unfortunately, only able to get one. Jacob now starting to mobilize. Prime Taps wins his duel against Tapeware. No utility for the T side, but subsequently neither for BC Game. Kit picked up. Jaquinho last alive. Orp close range. Hit down. And it looks like we're prepped for another 1 vs 3. Surely not. And the battle of the Fnatic Orpers. Jaquinho falls short. As Copenhagen Wolves, it's not another miracle clutch for them.
Defuse pulled off just in the nick of time as well. Jacob couldn't really hang about there, could he? Jaquinho, great attempt in all honesty. This shot is crazy, by the way. Look at that. Underneath. Okay, that actually probably hit him. I hate to be that guy, but yeah. That. Alright, I'm gonna.
Question marks. Question marks. Look, I think he might have pulled down under his arm.
Could have. Yeah, it was close though. Yeah, definitely. I mean, could have left a mark, could have left a scratch of the bullet. Might have not. Just went through flesh, but it might have just, you know, nicked him a little bit. Jacob, this is wildly aggressive coming out from him over up towards Evan Belen. He didn't stand a chance as that smoke actually blossomed. He just got instantly dropped. A BC Game usually leaving Cypher to his own devices over towards B. This time it's the sheer aggression to make sure that they can't even get in the laneway, they can't even get in the alley. They're still aggressively holding on to mid, but Cypher's already pivoting. Look, he's already in towards Donut. He's going to be close to give Nexa a little bit of a helping hand if needed. And they've got util to delay here, because it looks like Copenhagen Wolves were thinking about making an A play here. But actually, it's mid that is on their mind.
I can imagine they still end A, though. Issue is, I don't think they're going to be ready for the amount of resistance that's going to meet them. We've got all of lane control. We've got 2 players still fighting towards elbow, and the CT smoke missed, and he's actually going to smoke elbow. He's done the wrong lineup. He's done the old lineup, but Tapeware makes up for his missed utility with a kill. Cypher now forced to stare over towards middle as Nexa has an army hounding him down. Shane opening kill. Nexa does trade, but the T side man advantage maintains true. Nork at range. There's no smoke for CT, and that will pay dividends as he even denies the bomb. Goes for a third and says to Jacquinho, that's how you get 3 kills.
Yeah, battles back. That's beautiful from Nock there. In all honesty, that was a mess over towards mid from Copenhagen Wolves, and still they nearly managed to make it work. And unfortunately, Copenhagen Wolves just aren't able to hold on. If they have a smoke for CT, they win that round 100%. But it's just the fact that it's a Molotov. Nock can actually peek behind it, and he's so quick on the trigger to drop Jacquinho there. Nock just finding the perfect moments to strike. BC Game just continuing to up their repertoire in this game. Pistols and a Galil there for Copenhagen Wolves as the money will subside for a moment. But it is just going to be an A execute. Prime taps. He's going to have to try and deny a little bit of space taken. Good Molotov, but no real damage done. No big blow landed just yet, except that bomb being planted.
Issue is, you got the bomb planted, and look at how many players are already here for BC Game. There's only 1 piece of armor on Andu, and already the kill starting to float in. Trades in Temple, close range with the Tech 9s. This could be dangerous. Nork needs to get out of Temple, and he won't. These pistols, what's going on? Jacob, he's clutched up already once in recent time, and the P250 flying. You cannot clip the wings of Belaney, and he snipes down a full eco for Copenhagen Wolves.
What is that round? In all honesty, what is that round? It's insane that Copenhagen Wolves are able to pull that one off. The trades were just effective. They get out onto the bomb site. Of course, Prime Tops, he can't really do much once he's smoked off. And Copenhagen Wolves, they find a gap, they exploit it, and they put BC Game, honestly, on alert now because they have to go for an investment. They were able to go for an eco a couple of rounds ago when they lost a round, to straight buy into the next. No, they have to force this round. They cannot wait around for rifles to come out. This is Copenhagen Wolves, in all honesty, getting off to a really good T side. We're talking 5-5 before BC Game can probably be competitive again. That's if we don't see a little bit of a slip up from the Wolves here. But BC Game, I would assume that they've got something up their sleeve for a round like this.
I'm just shocked that he P250 jumps Jacob. No armor as well. Oof. Now that's Counter-Strike. Force fight for BC Game and Copenhagen Wolves. They're just going straight onto the B-bomb site. Molotov flushes Nork out. Great placement of utility, and with a smoke on the cave entrance, there's 3 players unable to even remotely help as the bomb gets planted. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at this T side for Copenhagen Wolves, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, Jack, they're looking better than BC Game right now.
Yeah, the argument could be made, but I think when it comes down to straight up gun v gun rounds, BC Game, it's not been close. And that's what I do worry about moving forward. Copenhagen Wolves have picked up, a couple of these rounds up against, ecos, and they had a few half buys kind of work out. You think back to when they were able to save the 2 rifles, and with a couple of pistols behind them. BC Game, maybe just not dotting their I's and crossing the T's and getting punished for it.
What's I felt has been a little bit awkward for BC Game is their proactivity has actually been their downfall on occasion of them trying to retake places like middle after they lose that information and space. Copenhagen Wolves react off that well. It's like they take mid, they anticipate BC Game to try and retake that space, and that's when they hit the B bomb site. And we've seen that a few times, or they hit towards A. It does feel like Copenhagen Wolves are reading into BC Game's plan quite well. And I think this definitely could... There's two factors to it. It's first, BC Game having maybe more of a shallow strat book because, you know, Cypher only joined a couple days ago and they've already had a lot of reps in. So there's some stuff to go off on. And there's not a huge amount that maybe BC Game have up their sleeve to fall back on. And Copenhagen Wolves on top of that. Look, when you're playing up against a top 30 team and you're the underdog and you're Copenhagen Wolves, you best guarantee they're going to be putting a lot of prep into this matchup. They are here to cause an upset. They are here to show a statement. And you see that a lot. And why I think we see a lot of these underdog performances in CCT of the underdogs just have so much more of a reason to win. And the prep, from what I've heard, shows that.
I mean, like, we're talking about, you know, a team that's coming in here 100% with a target on their back as well, right? Because,
yes, of course.
Yeah, BC Gamer coming in, you know, as you said, qualified for Dallas, doing great things, you know, since the announcement of this 5. And Copenhagen Wolves, if we're gonna call a spade, Copenhagen Wolves have got way more time on their hands than BC Game do. In terms of the sheer amount that BC Game have been playing, in terms of open qualifiers and stuff like that. So yeah, when this game comes around, Copenhagen Wolves, they want to be as prepared as possible. It looks like they have been prepared, and I would expect no less.
That was actually something I was thinking coming into this. I was like, have BCM had a day off? Oh, sweet Jesus alive. Now that is an opening kill. Prime Taps eliminated in full, but Nexa, sharp rebuttal. Nexa lines up 2. Unfortunately, might need more than that because surrounding him are just pistols. 2 versus 2 still. Nork, unable to get anything fancy through the smoke, and that round really was scary as all 5 players were there for BC Game. Nexa's double was salacious, but ultimately, it's going to be the scores evened up.
Yeah, look, it's a good round from Copenhagen Wolves, and I like the confidence as well. They know that they're walking into a stack, and Tapeware just showing no fear there, just peeking into the last player, making sure that they take him down. Don't give him too many chances to reset, to reposition, to maybe get his hands on a gun. We're all leveled up, we're all evened up, as to be expected. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because it's a little bit of a switch up out towards middle. Andy will get aggressive. It's a good opener, it's a double, it's a triple. Actually, Shane robs the last, but Andy does all the dirty work there. BC Game, that's a shutdown call if I've ever seen one. There's no way you can get back into this round. It doesn't matter who you have, Knock or Cypher. The only way I can see it happening is if Copenhagen Wolves run into this B bomb site.
And it looks like they are. Issue is, we've still got A1S and FAMAS. Like, it's not the best weaponry to dispose of the numbers, and now we have no numbers. Fellaini, Tapeware, dude, these guys are shooting so hard right now. Copenhagen Wolves, every single player stepping up, and just look at the kills. It's symmetrical across the board. Andu, I spoke very highly of him, and I've actually been a very big supporter of him his whole career. Right there, and every time I see him, he continues to please me. He continues to put on a show, and I feel like we've got more coming in this series.
It's crazy. The fact that Andu is out there so alone as well for the first couple of seconds. Yeah, Shane comes in to clean up the third player, but the fact that Andu is able to find that double and nearly all 3, and even here, Andu, another opening, traded out, but traded right back here. Knock trying to get onto this bomb site to stop Copenhagen Wolves from just exploiting the space once again. And Knock getting close to this smoke. This is huge right now. Knock's going to walk through. This is wild from him. That is insane from Knock, and that's such a misplay. Deservingly, he was punished.
Yeah. There's no words that can sum up my feelings about that. Also, mid, I was talking about that. Shane. Okay, yeah, he catches Cypher. I was going to say, Cypher does get a lot of distance. That's going to be a tilter. Thinking, oh, I'm coming behind elbow. Oh, he's in jungle. And yeah, throughout all of that commotion, Shane was just cutting off rotations.
you know, it doesn't really come on to affect how important that position is, but that proactivity from Shane, immeasurable. Nexa, sure, they're walking into him. MP9, there's only so much he can do right there. There's only so much magic he can create. And Copenhagen Wolves, after being, what, 4-0, 5-0 down, and I'll take the half 7-5.
Yeah, it was 3-0. And then Copenhagen Wolves managed to pick up this round.
Was it?
Yeah, 1v3 from Shane. You can see it here.
What's been happening today with these clutches?
Yeah,
What is this game? This game is insane so far.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what we're actually seeing. Copenhagen Wolves are really putting it up to BC Game, and you know, you are seeing that Ancient. It's a map that they play an awful lot, and they're comfortable on, they're confident in, and you can see exactly why. You know, that T side is definitely nothing to turn your nose up about, or turn your nose up at whatsoever. Oh, aggression out towards middle. You're going to need to be ready here if you're Copenhagen Wolves, trying to shut down this play, and they have done so. 3 quick kills. Still swinging right now. They want to get this one over the line, and that is the perfect way to do it. Shane with a hat-trick of frags. Copenhagen Wolves will take that CT pistol, and they will take a hat-trick of a lead.
Well, that's a statement. That's certainly one way to get into a very deserved lead. BC Game, I think if I'm them, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. 5-8 down. You've lost the second pistol round, no bomb plant, a full eco. It's going to be 9-5 to Copenhagen Wolves. And I came into this game being like, look, GTC, sure, that was a much easier performance, but yesterday they played outstandingly. And right now, they're keeping up that same tempo. I didn't rate Copenhagen Wolves that much going into yesterday's game. And even today, I was like, sure, they excite me, but I don't know, BT games are different kettle of fish, right? And again, I'm still really kind of sitting here being like, wow, this team is not the team I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, it is always interesting though when you're kind of watching this type of game, and you've got a favorite up against an underdog, and it just goes to show that like at this level anybody can beat anybody on any day, on any map, and at any time. Knock can do something like that. That is a clean deagle headshot that will throw a spanner into the works for certain for Copenhagen Wolves. Bomb's going to head over towards A, though.
Sorry, my housemates just set off the fire alarm.
Oh, I can hear that. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah,
I'm going to mute for a second.
Yeah, that's never a dull moment. Definitely, but not perfectly ideal. BC Game have gone back into an A play, and Copenhagen Wolves just did not move from their setup whatsoever. That nice shot from Knock once again. Is it going to be enough to get a bomb plant? I mean, you've got Andu to deal with. Nexa is not going to see him coming. He's going to be taken down. Bomb dropped. It's just about if Knock can find another kill, which he will not. It's another Copenhagen Wolves round. It's a 9-5 lead for them. And in all honesty, I wouldn't be overly concerned just yet, but if this gun round doesn't go in your favour for BC Game, you have to be a small bit worried. Copenhagen Wolves are not messing around whatsoever here.
Oh, I'm back. I just heard him pulling it out of the wall. Good old Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Don't want to be having any of this racket. This nonsense of a fire alarm. Ooh, this is a cool play from BT Game. Something you don't see too often anymore. The boost behind the elbow smoke. Andu falls. Jacob doesn't get away. A bit scrappy for BC Game there. They trying to spam through the smoke. Feels like we could have made it more of an effort to escape. Instead, it will cost Jacob his life. B bomb site though. A little bit vacant. Sure, there's players in the periphery, but there's no one actually on the site itself, and Molotovs block everyone out. Shane stuck in cave. Belaney, the only defender towards long, and he does fantastically for the first. Shane as well goes overlooked, finds an angle behind the Molotov. Big kill from Nexa, but where's Prime Tabs? The bomb's all the way over on T-Ramp, and it's double digits for Copenhagen Wolves as they silence their opposition in the first gun round.
Yeah, now I'm worried. Now I'm definitely worried
Bro,
because
I was worried a long time ago, I'll be honest.
yeah, that wasn't close whatsoever. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, Freddie, to be honest with you. I was looking at it and saying, all right, if they win the first gun round, you know, you have my attention, then okay, we can maybe have a conversation about you bringing it back. Copenhagen Wolves have been the better team in this game. Do not get it twisted. They have 100% cleared BC game so far. A mid pop about to happen here. Double donut and one player quick towards cave. This should be absolutely fine. The setup from Copenhagen Wolves here should be good. That's if you see it coming though. This is silent. They'll contact through. Now they'll begin to run, but they won't clear their corners. Andu with the first. Now Tapeware will come back trying to spray them all down. And the double is his. Shane now giving it at least a helping hand, a lend. Takes that kill, knocks the only one that remains, and he is taken care of as well. Copenhagen Wolves, man, they are not messing about whatsoever. 11-5. This is dominance.
It's even like this setup is just so good. Andu, you know what? I'm going to sit here and say, because I hold Andu to high such regard, he should have got more than one there. And that's not because I'm criticizing. It's a weird one, because I'm criticizing because I think he can do better there. But regardless, Shane, you know, it's a perfect reaction coming from shelf, tapeware, lovely bait and switch. Like, it's just such a good setup. Even when one falls, there's so many different layers. There's also a player still on A, so even if tapeware had fallen, if Shane hadn't got the backstab, there's another layer. We're like an onion. And Copenhagen Wolves, they're coming up against another gun round. And if I'm BCG, I'm sitting here thinking, you know, if like, even if we win this, it's such a long way back into it. And if they lose this, it's certainly game over. It's certainly Copenhagen Wolves silencing their opposition on Ancient. And I kind of chalked up that Guns loss yesterday to just, hey, it happens. This, back-to-back days, it's not great for the old VRS ranking.
No, not whatsoever.
Losing
Looks a
7
stubborn
points
push.
in the VRS if they lose this game.
Yeah, not ideal. Double push in towards A main. Prime Taps had seen it coming, a little bit of damage, and it's actually not even anything to be overly concerned about if you're on Copenhagen Wolves. If you're Andu, he can still be quite confident in the way he goes about things. BC game, I mean, it looks like they're still just getting set up here to try and exploit this B bomb site, but it's going to be very difficult to find a way in, even with, you know, just a single player here. Could be a little bit awkward. Oh, that's a wonderful peek from Jacob. Jaquinho just shut down.
And alongside that, B-bomb site gone. Jacob holding the line securely, not allowing anyone to come from middle. BC game, they win the round in two different ways. Getting the bomb site for free, but then also Jacob. Finally, he gets shut down. So does Nork. It's a 2 versus 3, but look at Prime Taps. He's all the way coming on a flank, if it even matters, and it doesn't. Shane, no 1v3 for him today. And BC game, they keep their head above the water, but the question is for how long?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great round there that they're able to win. Copenhagen Wolves still have enough money to go for a reinvestment here on pretty much everybody. Chiquinho is even going to be given an AWP as well. They're going to call a tactical pause here. BC game, they could throw something quick into the mix here, maybe, to see how Copenhagen Wolves are going to react. But I just wonder now how BC game want to play this one out, because it has been quite slow paced for a lot of it. But this is really the only time that we've seen any success from their T side. You cannot afford to make a mistake in this situation.
Well, I guess you can make one.
Technically,
You don't,
technically.
yeah. But then also, if you make the mistake in this round, money gonzo. Also, Cypher's had such a bad map. He was not doing anything towards B on CT side. And, you know, he's got 2 kills so far as half. Like, he's been maybe in the crosshairs a little bit. He had a pretty bad, you know, he's actually not been playing great for BC game since he joined. He hasn't quite had that same form as maybe we expect. And Nex has picked up a lot of the pieces that I didn't expect him to. I think he was maybe one of the main reasons why we see BC Game attending their first tier 1 event the first time in the organization's history, first time since Blast Major for Cypher, which is massive in itself. You know, big up UK. We're clawing our way back in. Zuu as well, reportedly going over to Saw.
Yeah,
His first tier 1 event.
Cypher, you know, he's been around about a lot of different roles, and I kind of feel bad for him what went on in Bleed, because he wanted to be that aggressive element. He had to learn, you know, a different position, then got changed out of that position, had to learn another new spot on that Bleed team, and it just was really, really awkward. Yeah, when you're being thrown around all that much, now going back into your old roles, it is going to take a little bit of time, but this is what he does best. Aggressive in towards Shane, shutting him down. BC Game trying to commit up onto this B bomb site. Belaney trying to just lock down that ramp all on his lonesome, and he will nearly do it. Knock just about surviving and standing here, but eventually Jacquinho is going to take him down. Flash towards long. Cypher can't even do anything about him. 20 seconds. You need to try and find and put this bomb down, but you won't be able to, because Copenhagen Wolves, they've got this bomb site under lock and key. Prime Tats with the swing and Andu with the shutdown. It is a 12-6 lead, and the Wolves have 6 chances to close out their pick.
They certainly have some bite to their bark. What was that round from BC Game? You get onto the bomb site and you don't use the flashbang to cross out to the bomb site with the bomb. That's my big critique there of like, how is Jacquinho able to get 2 and then on top of that drop the bomb? That round felt perfect with BC Game. You get those opening kills, you trade out on ramp, Cypher gets set up to perfection with utility that his teammate throws for him into cave. And then Jacquinho just shuts it all down. That's a massive fumble for me. I'm really shocked at BC Game and Prime Taps. His lurking, like, you know, in the last 2 rounds, he's been very astrayed, and it really showed in that previous. Like, he's just having no impact, but this is different. We're heading towards B again. This time, very contact heavy. Belaney and Shane, none the wiser. A very passive hold, letting them scale up ramp, and BC Game take every opportunity awarded to them.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, they just have a perfect call there. Contact up, destroyed him with a single flashbang, and round over. I mean, nothing Copenhagen Wolves can do about that. They've just been out called in that one. But luckily, you're going to have more attempts. You're going to keep the 2 AKs up. You're going to keep that off up. Hopefully, he says, as he looks at the minimap and sees 2 players walking towards them, this could get a little bit tricky. Yeah, okay.
To be fair, BC Game also can't really afford. This is not the round to hunt.
That's what Prime Taps is realizing. After that flash comes in, it's like, okay, I have a Galil, I can go and try and look for maybe 1 or 2, but I'm not going to just go sprinting around trying to find them, especially after I'm already giving away my position. It's just, it would be quite stupid to throw away that and put my money in a horrible situation, because you are still playing for the map right now. You've kept yourself alive. 5 rounds to close this one out if you're the Wolves still, so there's plenty of opportunities.
There's no rush, and the save is good. The repurchase is a little bit difficult, as we've got Belaney on Shane on a 5-7 and a FAMAS, and we see them actually doubling up towards Cave. Nork needs to be careful because he gets blindsided, and alongside that, there's no objection from Elbow because Tapeway is holding it. Jacquinho spots the shadow, a very gimmicky position where he's able to retreat. Prime Taps, this trade is not coming through. In the fire, in the flames, Jacquinho holds his ground, and Jacob walking through a smoke, annihilated. Copenhagen Wolves upset BC Game on map 1 as they decimate the favorites.
That wasn't even close, Freddy. That's the crazy thing about that. You know, we're talking about BC Game saying that, you know, they should be the much better team here. Ancient is still quite a good map for them. But Copenhagen Wolves, man, look, they really, really impressed me. They blew me away on that first map. And, you know, if we're to look at Dust 2, BC Game, yeah, they picked into it, but it's a map that Copenhagen Wolves play and are quite confident and strong on as well. They had some pretty good results. If you want to look at that GTZ game, they managed to 13-2 them. So if they're able to carry, you know, any of that confidence and any of that performance onto a Dust 2, BC Game could be in trouble here.
Yeah, and also to add on to that 13-2, Copenhagen Wolves lost both pistol rounds, and they won 13-2.
Riddle me that.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's insane.
never seen that in my life. And look, that was a great start for BC Game. 5-2 up, and they lose the game 13-7, only getting 2 rounds outside of those first 7. I'm really impressed with Copenhagen Wolves, but unfortunately, they're going to have to do it again. And if not, it just ends up being one of those results where they get a map and lose the series. So for BC Game, they got to really buckle down now as they go onto their map pick. We've said the Wolves, they're very potent on this, so I think we've got a barn buster in the waiting to not go too far, because Dust 2 is a map you will want to watch.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking forward to our map number 2 of our final game of the day. It's going to see Dust 2 between BC Game and Copenhagen Wolves. And Freddie, we've already had an absolute treat because we've had the underdogs take map 1, and BC Game, in all honesty, looked very stunned.
Yeah, and also, if you didn't think we'd watched enough Dust 2 already today, a double overtime wasn't enough. We've got it picked in here. BC Game, they actually lost this yesterday in a decider against Guns, which is a little bit scary now when you think about how BC Game, they're on the back foot after Ancient. They lost this yesterday against a team they probably shouldn't have. I feel like a lot of signs are pointed towards Copenhagen Wolves maybe taking this 2-0, especially because they were so goddamn good on this yesterday, and especially Andu. That man was just, he was possessed.
Problem is, you do have a BC Game that know what they need to do, right? You know, they maybe were caught sleeping on map 1. They know that they need to come back with a big one here. And already find a nice opener. If you can take down the player with all the util, that'd be perfect. And actually, Tapeware, that's a huge shot that Jacob just cannot find a double kill. And you get back that man. Advantage back in your favour. Cypher gonna try and run down the second player, but the trades are just good right now for the T's, as Shane needs to worry about his behind, and he does. He takes care of that one. Knock in your face right now, but he can't actually drop Tapeware. IGL winning that battle, and Prime Taps, yeah, just lumps the flashes over. Nobody commits off it, and Prime Taps, I mean, sat here waiting to see who's going to swing through. Both players are quite low. The first one's easy. Second one surely going to cost you, as Shane slips back trying to walk around. Prime Task going for that peak, finding that headshot, and just doing enough to keep BC Game in front and getting that pistol.
Ooh, that was tumultuous. I honestly did not think Prime Taps had it, when especially they were both on 40 HP and the dual Berettas had creeped very close towards window. I thought that was it for Copenhagen Wolves. I thought they'd come back into this pistol round. I'm honestly a little bit confused about the whole methodology that Andu and Belaney tried to fight towards middle close range. I guess they wanted to crunch it as a cohesive unit, but I feel like taking those close range duels against the Glocks is never going to favor you. And you can also see Andu did not expect Cypher to already be as close as he was. But ultimately, in a 1 versus 2, Prime's Taps start off the proceedings on Dust 2 on a positive note. It's going to be a full eco for Copenhagen Wolves. The only investment is Tapeware with a flashbang.
I mean, if it's well timed, could be absolutely perfect. Problem is, Jacob's going to peek out lower tunnels and see a lot of heads, so Cypher should realise it. And I mean, there's absolutely no fear in this guy, is there? He's just going to run them down, try and farm up the cash, and plain and simple, recover that AK as well, so they don't lose anything. It's all gains on the side of BC Game. Put the investment back. Copenhagen Wolves bring out an AWP on Jaquinho. That's a glass cannon. That's a big investment early on, but Jaquinho, to be fair to him, he was holding his own on Ancient. He was hitting some incredible shots, and he could be a difference maker here in round 3.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting... This is always a bold decision, and sometimes you get criticized because it doesn't work, and then when it works, you're heralded as a legend. Around him, though, sure, there's primary rifles, but there's a real absence of utility. There's only 2 smokes, 2 molos, 2 flashbangs across the whole of Copenhagen Wolves right now. But Jaquinho, his AWP set to smite his first target. Cypher out for the count, and that is the opening kill that Copenhagen Wolves were dreaming of.
Problem is, it's actually just going to force BC Game into a quick B play. They're going to try and just split all the way up here. Flash is going to be good. Tapeware thinking about coming on through, and it's only Jacob on the other side of the doors. He probably should have done a little bit better there. Still, they're going to try and fight over towards mid. Belaney's closed, and actually Belaney's just going to swing solo. Shane was absolutely no assistance there whatsoever. They should know he's in this close corner, right? He's not going into the B bomb site. They know he's still here. That's a wild peek from Shane, but he had nothing else to do there. He was left high and dry by the rest of his teammates. Belaney getting a little bit too aggressive, and Andu, this is so clever. He's baited Nexa in here. Oh, that timing's just so horrible.
Oh, he's read him.
Beautiful. He'll go back and look for him. This is a 2 versus 2, but unfortunately for Andu, I don't think you can go for this.
No, I have a big issue with that defense from Copenhagen Wolves. It's like Tapeware gets flashed through before the contact gets taken by his defenders on B. He also doesn't really peek with the flashbang. He goes after the effects wear off, and then also just you're kind of looking at Belaney and Shane, and you're like, okay, that felt very individual. You didn't really take the fights cohesively. Belaney playing close left on the wall. Instead of letting Shane shoot from afar and he swing off that, he swings before anything, and there's nothing really Shane can get done there. I feel like that was a really poor round from Copenhagen Wolves, and BC Game are certainly, right now, 3-0 up, really lucky that they won the pistol round 1v2, and that they're able to work through that man's advantage.
In all honesty, see Belaney going for this swing here.
What?
It's not necessary. It isn't necessary. I think they're fine there. If Shane was a little bit closer, if they were both playing off each other and they were swinging together, I think fine. But it was just like they were both in two minds about what to do in that situation. Prime taps, all right, burning up a little bit in the Molotov, and Andu will eventually put him in the dirt. Next, it can't go for a refrag there. Instead, BC Game are going to change their approach and try and explore over towards mid. And I mean, if there's that AK to be acquired by one of the Copenhagen Wolves players, they maybe have a big chance in this round. Problem is, they didn't get their hands on it. It's still only Andu and the AWP of Jaquinho. Really, that can pack a punch. But yeah, this could be big. And Taper's just walking through. This is crazy here. With the Deagle, nearly catches Jacob with a nade in his hand, and that might bait them in.
Yeah, they're so focused on Tapeware's Deagle, they might overlook Andu. That Molotov right below him, one's head is going to spread. Where's the AWP over on B? So if BC Game want to go over towards B, they've got Andu booted up, that's yet to be known, and Jaquinho on the bomb site with the AWP. First contact, Jacob tears his head off. AK down. Now, AWP coming into play, misses, takes the contact though, and Cypher still not wavering, holds for the aggression from Shane. Tapeware does finally push through the smoke, but unfortunately only successful for the first, and Belaney just gets wrapped around. A very scary round that ends up being quite clean for BC Game.
Yeah, look, there was definitely a lot of twists and turns in that one that possibly could have happened, but all in all, that's very comfortable for BC Game, especially after losing prime taps, right? Losing that opening kill, they do really well, but it kind of comes down to Copenhagen Wolves missing a lot of chances, right? I mean, there should have been a couple of kills in there for them, and then BC Game are put under pressure. Maybe they start whiffing some shots as well, and you know, you've got a real round on your hands. Copenhagen Wolves, though, once again, going to go over towards long Tapeware. Going to shut down that aggressive play. Knock with a big refrag, though. Again, we'll just keep this one level. But as far as map control goes, Copenhagen Wolves have a lot of it.
Yeah, it's 3 rounds in a row now. That BC Game are on the receiving end of an opening kill. This round's obviously a little bit different because they instantly trade, but it looks like it's just, again, 3 in a row. Opening kill, and now, just over-facing Shane just gives the jewel to Cypher, who's holding exactly for that push. This is not the Copenhagen Wolves I saw on Dust 2 yesterday. They are getting mauled right now, and it doesn't feel like BC Game are doing anything that special. They've just gone mid to B pretty much every round.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, they're not getting any long control. BC Game are just trying to contest it. They're losing it, but they are just getting that refrag 1-for-1, and then over towards mid, it is just very uncomfortable for the B player. Like, Knock finding that kill, leaving Shane completely isolated. He doesn't know if he's getting split, right? He doesn't know if there's players coming out tunnels. Again, they're putting pressure mid to B. He's going to have to take a fight somewhere, whether he wants to or not. Ultimately, he's going to go down if he just sits there on the site. So, BC Game, in all honesty, they're just playing him like a fiddle. They're really just messing with the heads of Copenhagen Wolves, and I'm actually enjoying it, to be honest. You know, not because I'm sick, not because I'm twisted, but because, you know, this is the BC Game that we were expecting to see on map 1. We didn't get to see, but now they're delivering. Now it looks like they're taking this one serious. Now it looks like they're ready to play. And Copenhagen Wolves, they've got a big task on their hands to try and stop them.
A well-timed tactical pause. I think this is probably the perfect time just to take a moment, take a second to breathe, talk things through and be like, okay, we've got the right ideas. We tend to be in the right place, and yet it doesn't go very well for us. We're getting these opening kills, and yet it's not succeeding. We did amazing yes against UGZ. What worked against them? Let's try channel in here. Remember, we showed we can go toe-to-toe, if not best this team on map 1. We're down 0-5. We've been in this position before on Ancient. You were down 2-5. You came back and you only lost 2 rounds after that. So this is not out of the... This is, you know, nowhere near yet in a position where BC Game are all over this map. But there are definitely the makings of domination, and Copenhagen Wolves would love to shut it down now. A tactical pause, a full purchase. They've got everything apart from the AWP to go into this round.
No contest out towards long this time around. That's got to be quite worrying, right? If you're Copenhagen Wolves, because you're seeing the BC game are just completely not going for long. The molly dropped and it just rolls down the hill. Nice little detail to that one. You're fighting over towards B though, and Shane's just going to drop Jacob. Getting ready for a boost over towards short as well. Cypher wasn't actually spotted. Should be one player at least on the higher ground. Cypher good for just a 1, but eventually he's just going to be flushed out of that corner. And BC game, this is really the first round, in all honesty, that we're kind of seeing them being caused problems.
I'm looking at the short setup right now and I'm a little bit scared. Tapewear can just fall here. That could open up a pathway towards A, and that's exactly what's going to happen. A nice quick shot from Nork. Andu completely alone on this A bomb site. He does have Belaney close in mid, but it won't be close enough. We don't even need utility. If I'm BC Game, I'm contacting all the way up. And if they do, that's the right move. Andu, scared of long, scared of short. Spots out short, sees 2, doesn't get a single kill. A lot of damage, but nothing to show for it. Belaney, I think he's just going to save. He smokes. Is there really a way into this round? I would suggest otherwise. And that's another advantageous position that Copenhagen Wolves have sent the wayside. BC Game 6-0 up. And they've started and they've had the last 4 rounds in a row where they've been fighting back from defeat.
It started off so well for Copenhagen Wolves in this round as well. I mean, they find the opening kill over towards Jacob. Yes, Cypher is able to pick one off, but you trade it right back. You have the advantage. And it just seemed like Tapeware was so invested on staying on short, you know, so invested on playing aggressive there that he gives it up to BC Game, right? Him going down there to Knock. Again, it's just Knock being very clever, making sure that he's leaving no stone unturned. But finding that kill, putting Andu under a lot of pressure. And then, once they just make their way up onto the bomb site, Andu's spotted out. He swings wide to try and find a kill to just make himself feel a little bit more comfortable to buy time for the rotation. But unfortunately, that doesn't go his way. And BC Game, I mean, look, they're absolutely dominating right now. This is Copenhagen Wolves really being shown levels on Dust 2. And you can see they're going to call their second tactical timeout. 2 in succession, might I add. They know that they're in trouble here.
Yeah, when I see a back-to-back round where a tactical timeout has been called in both, like 100%, I'm a little bit scared. That's never a good showing. We do yet again have a purchase where all 5 players are on primary rifles, but I'm starting to look at Copenhagen Wolves. I'm like, you're getting the advantages 4 rounds in a row. What are we doing wrong? Like, we have players in the right position, but then in that previous, we're sectioning ourselves off. Why isn't Andu and Tapeware just playing together? That would make the most sense to me. Either commit towards short together or commit towards the bomb site together. Don't sit there in 2 minds. And well, round 7, BC Game, they're in a flow state. Does this continue?
I mean, you'd expect it, right? You'd expect it just to continue to be one-way traffic. But let's not, you know, make believe that Copenhagen Wolves don't have the quality to bring this one back. They definitely do. I just have to wait and see on this one. Pressure being put over towards mid. BC Game want to take a little bit of presence up towards short, take that space, occupy it. Copenhagen Wolves can actually rotate players away, because again they've got long control, and again BC Game just do not want to contest that part of the map.
Up short we go. There's been no warning signs for the CT side either. There, finally, contact being taken, and Andu, it's another opening kill. This time, will it be a difference maker? All 4 players on short. Copenhagen Wolves have all control of long. They know everyone's bombarding their way up, and Jaquinho goes down without a fight. Cypher puts us back into the 4 versus 4, and Andu, ooh, trying to get cheeky with it, but thinks otherwise. And Nork, a disgusting shot, peers in towards CT, but we're not over just yet. Jacob just jumped down. Jacob silencing 2 in towards CT, and now Tapeware, a 1 versus 3. He can't even get past Nork, and it's BC Game still staying flawless on Dust 2.
Yeah, this is just night and day to what we've seen on Ancient, to be honest with you. This is BC Game really just not messing around on Dust 2. And Copenhagen Wolves, they simply just can't handle them right now, right? I mean, they're just getting out aimed. You're seeing just the level, the confidence, and the brilliance that BC Game are able to bring to a game like this.
Confidence, man. Nork jumping up on the boxes. Jacob jumping down to CT. BC Game do not care at all. They are not afraid to go. If Nexus says jump, they will jump. And finally, it's kind of a lower purchase for the CT side. Issue is, your B defenders just fallen deep towards tunnels. The rest of you on long. And interestingly enough, the bomb's still committing here. 3 players are trying to contest from the T side. I wouldn't be surprised if they disengage here, to be honest. Andu, though, do they... Wait, they think he's maybe backed away, and he doesn't force the issue. If he did, he might have caught Knock off guard, but now he makes noise, and they're starting to hold for him. That's such a good CT smoke, because it almost forces CT side to move. And it's actually having them drop down both. They could just walk up short for free right now, BC Game.
Everything's falling in their favour, isn't it? Literally everything is going their way. I mean, Belaney's making all the steps in the world here. Prime Task can just peek in and kill him surely in a moment.
Look at Andu.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit awkward. They're looking behind. Yeah, they should know about this. A head spotted. Knock wants to just back up to a more favourable angle, and I don't blame him. Trying to dodge the flashes here. Knock needs to try and find this kill to take him down, but he's just losing teammates left and right. Knock, you're going to have to clutch up here to keep this flawless start intact, but eventually you will be put down. Deagle in the back. AWP acquired, and Copenhagen Wolves, they get their first round.
That was really messy from Nork. He just kept on shifting, kept on moving, never actually holding the angle. And when he starts to get those kills, as you mentioned, everyone else around him had fallen. A massive rotation from Tapeware. He comes in, deals with prime taps, and wins out the 1 versus 1. Finally, a round on the board for the CT side. And ironically enough, it comes when they have the lower investment. They've been quite consistent at getting the saves, getting the rifles over in the next. And of all times, it comes when, you know, we've got a gimmick 4-man long setup and then just deagles. And that's exactly what it works with. BC Game, sure, they might not get the 13-0, but I've got a feeling we're still going to see their upward trajectory.
Smoke down. Cypher going to try and get ahead of it. Shane on the other side, though. That's a lovely double. You've got Jaquinho and Belaney, though, walking in, and Jacob picks off 1, but that refrag is going to be perfect. Copenhagen Wolves, they might be onto a second here. God. Oh, and they might just be Andu holding on to that spray for dear life and connecting on the shot. Knock and get nothing. And Copenhagen Wolves, are they back?
I would say wait, because we've still got a buy coming in for BC Game. And, like, even that round somehow got scary. Like, if Nexer had killed Andu, it's a 2v2.
Oh, yeah,
and
that was petrifying.
Terrified.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's a really weird play from BC Game. It feels like we've had a lot of... There's been a reason to everything. And there you have the bomb and only 2 players trying to commit through a smoke on B. I don't know, it feels like we've just fed Shane in that round. And the rest of the team aren't ready to respond accordingly. Very weird round all in all. And now BC Game charging out of long. Copenhagen Wolves, they're giving the respect. They're putting distance between them and the T side and pivoting to just taking short. And this is the perfect reaction. Jacquinho once again in towards lower tunnels. Shane's cleared out the whole of B. And alongside that, we've now got short and mid. BC Game are trapped in and they don't even realize it.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves have kind of woke up in these last few rounds. They still have that confidence in them. Now, trying to stop this play is going to be a little bit difficult though, especially with Nexa and Cypher all the way across and not going to be exposed by that HE either. Shane, he's got them locked in, but it's about the players on the bomb side right now. It's about these players defending A. This is a big find if Andu can get it. Jacquinho at 1. Everybody trapped over towards Gandalf. The spray trying to rein that one in. But Nexa with that double. It's 2 heads that will roll. Bomb's going to be planted. Molly to try and force him off the site, but extinguished. And Shane, I mean, he's been so slow on the approach here. And even when he peeks out over towards long, is he going to see anything? Knock, rattle off a shot, he'll go back to look. And Shane, his flank was so long and it was so late and it's worth nothing. BC Game back to winning ways with ease.
It's shocking how everything is done right for the CT side, and yet BC Game come out triumphant with also 3 players staying alive. Nexa couldn't get a double on round 9, but he sure can get a double in round 10. If we're not winning rounds like this, then what rounds are we winning, right? You even keeping it contestable until Nexa, aptly put from you, Jack. Heads were rolling. He sends them skating. And BC Game already confirmed 8 going into the next half. They're looking for double digits, and I'd be surprised if they don't get it.
Yeah, I'd be very shocked if they don't find it. But Copenhagen Wolves, this is, you know, if you want to keep the dream of the 2-0 alive here, if you want to keep the dream of playoffs alive, in this map anyway, you need 4. 4 is a non-negotiable. 3 is not going to be enough. 2 definitely not. Prime Taps might get 2 here himself. There's the jiggle. Jacquinho and Shane begin to walk in, and yeah, to decide against it, you can't. When you've been spotted that early, there's just nothing you can do. It's too risky. There could be other players holding on the other side. So they back away out of this one. Delaney, this is a wild fight to take with an SMG, but he wins it with ease onto Cypher. Tapeware is trying to be tagged in there to help out, but he gets put down. We're back into a 4-on-4, but Delaney, I mean, with this SMG, he's doing the Lord's work here on the site, forcing Nexa away. Look at that damage.
Look at Shane as well now. Pushing lower tunnels. No one's holding for him. Prime Taps. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Shane gives away his position, but will still block them in. BC Game, low on HP, low on utility, low on lifelines. Low on options as well. They're trapped in towards middle and short. Jacquinho's holding if they want to wrap towards B. And that SMG on A is terrifying. I would hate to go up against that right now. It seems like it's a laser. And from long, Andu's also providing support. Jacquinho does fall towards B, but the bomb's committed out towards A. There's only 10 seconds left. The bomb, it is going to get planted right under Andu's nose. It's a 2 versus 2. We've got a combination of now just 39 HP because Jacob's all by himself. A USP is all Andu needs. And from long, he saves a day.
Really good stuff there from Andu, man. I was thinking that they were going to fumble that one completely, and they nearly did, to be honest. It was so many different times that they could have overcommitted, and they nearly did overcommit. Jump ups onto site that probably just weren't needed, but they were scared that the bomb was actually just going to be planted and there was nothing that they can do about it. That AWP needed to maybe do a little bit more, but it's just a really nicely played round from Andu, and all in all from Copenhagen Wolves, just a great round to really secure that 3rd. And they're well underway, to be honest. They could get a 4th here, absolutely no problems. Util's going to be light, weaponry's going to be light on BC Game. This should be the easiest round the Copenhagen Wolves have come up against in a very long time. The problem is, you don't usually always convert the easy rounds.
Maybe a taste of their own medicine, potentially. First round, the Wolves won. Was on the SMGs. And even though they've got BC Game right where they want them, the T side are going to be initiating what worked for them so much in the start of the game. The split to B and Tapeware, that is disgusting. 2 kills through the smoke. 1 was completely running. And because we're already walking wounded going onto the bomb site, there's nothing that the T side can do. Nork again spam. Tapeware 3 kills and he doesn't even see a single player. Copenhagen Wolves pull up their socks and actually give themselves a possibility now on the T side of Dust 2.
That's the wildest triple kill you are gonna ever see, by the way. Especially that second one.
That second one was stupid, man.
Man, he's running left and right. Like, there is no way that you should be able to control any spray there whatsoever. And he's just found the kill. And Tapeware's 14-9, man. And this is something that I like about this Tapeware guy, man. Because as an IGL, it's usually difficult to have your moments. It's usually difficult to, you know, have a lot of impact, to have a lot of frags. Tapeware will just have these maps where he will just go nuclear and carry his team to a victory. 14-9, he's nowhere near the victory just yet. They are still down quite heavily, but a captain's performance definitely to be proud of so far. And Andu, that's a lovely opener. Jacob down, Nox still towards the lower tunnels, could be crunched upon, but Prime Taps is the man that's in real trouble in a moment.
I'm terrified of Nork. Yeah, that is an awful position to be in. Prime Taps, what can you do here? P2K in hand. Fire breathing down. Copenhagen Wolves neck. 3 kills. Can't quite get the 4th. This is still on. Because look at Belaney coming in from behind. Tapeware just has to survive. And in conjunction, in tandem, they both silence their adversaries. Prime Tabs does immense work there. But unfortunately, his 3-piece is nullified.
That is so well played from Prime Taps, and they deserve more out of this. This is an insane P2K clip. Deserved the 4, but Tapeware, it's that double. And again, it's Tapeware having impact, by the way. Belaney just causing enough of distraction. They both win their fights there. But it's Tapeware with that double. Without him, they don't win that round. And BC Game, look, we were singing their praises, Freddie. We were saying, oh, BC Game are looking so good. You know, they were dominating this map too. They were 7-0 up at one stage. And I asked you a question where Copenhagen Wolves back, and you said, maybe we'll wait a little bit. Are you beginning to believe?
Yeah. And like, look, I saw them yesterday and they were just so good on this map. Those first 7 rounds, I was sitting there being like, this is a different team to what I saw yesterday. Shane, he had a great map 1. No ace for him on the anti-eco. But those are some of those confidence kills someone might need to get the blood pumping a little bit.
That's the thing though as well with what we're seeing from Copenhagen Wolves, right? It was almost like they were flat in that first half. You know, the rounds just weren't going their way. They were completely flat. It looked like they lost confidence in themselves, but I'm not seeing that now in the last couple. We are seeing Copenhagen Wolves just swing, just take fights, just say, alright, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to beat us. It's not us getting in our own heads. It's not us lacking in confidence. We're just going to take the fights. And in all honesty, it's been kind of working out for them.
Yeah, it almost felt like they were a bit too confident, to be honest, at the start. They were just swinging everything and anyone. And I was thinking, okay, maybe we don't need as much confidence, but hey, we're 8-4, 8-6 rather. Yeah, I'm starting to believe. 7 in a row. Only 1 in the next 7. It's not a great showing. I think BC Game's starting to feel the heat a little bit. Nork, no AWP first gun round. Long, Andu could have just taken it for free, but instead decides otherwise. Nexer actually is progressing out, and he will clear it all out for his team, allowing Jacob and Nork to reposition on the A bomb site and focus on short. Mid to B smoke would be really good right now because it would potentially force Jacob to commit maybe a little bit more over towards mid, but instead we're just going straight forward. We are pumping the accelerator right onto this bomb site. Tapeware helping BC Game out a little bit with a team kill in the mixture. Nade perfectly placed. Cypher's also picked up another on his fast rotation. It's a 3 versus 4 BC Game. They have control of long and they are going to be fast coming up short. Jaquinho, that is a very isolated fight that he takes, but now it's Andu and Tapeware to show us what they can do. Still Nexa towards long. They're going to try and deal with him first before the short play comes in, but Nexa at range does so much work. Tapeware, 30 HP. He's taken down one of his own teammates in this round, and a 1 versus 2 would make up for it, but Cypher on 5 HP and a USP connects on the head, and BC Game find their first round in the second half.
Defuse pulled off in time, and Tapeware, man, I thought he had it. That would have been an insane clutch, and yeah, just the team kill being a little bit awkward. Lovely timing, by the way, to call the walk and explode onto that A bomb site. You catch knock in transition. Even here, the problem is he starts falling. He falls down here. He was inaccurate. If he wasn't, he would have found that kill onto Cypher. 100%. Cypher was way too low, and just a single bullet would have done. Tapeware, he gets a little bit unlucky in all honesty. BC Game, they can count their lucky stars that Cypher was able to come up with a big moment. That just really keeps them out in front by a decent amount. Problem is, if they're unsuccessful in this round, Freddy, if Copenhagen Wolves walk through them here, BC Game are back to square one with no money.
Norks up, though, is a very exciting possibility for me. Issue is, currently, he's going to be receiving no action. He's over towards A, he's actually deep on long. You've got no one covering short for BC Game right now. This is a massive gamble to put 3 players on this B bomb site. And Tapeware, with this commotion, does it attract anyone to venture elsewhere? Nope, we're keeping 3 players B. Prime taps, takes first contact, utility sought out by Cypher. It pushes Copenhagen Wolves away. And what's they do? They've got no map control. They've lost a man, but sure, it was only a Tech 9. And if they go continuously towards B, there's 3 players. Jacob surely has been baited in, but no. We're going to go towards A. We are going around the world, and finally Nork starts to reposition and turn his attention towards shore, where the masses are encroaching upon him.
Knock needs to hit the shot, though. All well and good being in the right place. You need to hit the shot, and he's already been spotted. He's missed it. No. He could go down here. He needs to sprint over towards long. Knock is blessed that he is still alive here. Bomb can be planted. There's no util to contest it this time. Copenhagen Wolves, they can get set up. They can hold on to shore. They can back up and make sure that their flank is being covered. Everybody coming from CT and long here. Copenhagen Wolves surely have a big advantage here. Andu picking off the first. There's the peak. Andu with a second. They're just mowing them down right now. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It is no problem whatsoever for Copenhagen Wolves. They avoid that 3 stack over towards that B bomb site. They head into A and they dominate BC Game.
What a dysfunctional retake from BC Game. And Andu, big round player, only 14 kills, but a lot of them seismic in their impact. And they do all of this in a 4 versus 5 with no utility. They just shoot their way out. Jaquinho and Andu, they are sharp and they are wanting to take this out 2-0. They want to go into the playoffs here in CCT Series 18. There's still a long way to go left, and they do actually have to get past this low buy round, which, you know, it can be scary, but Belaney's saying otherwise. He's suggesting that this ain't a scary game. This ain't a scary round. And also, for Copenhagen Wolves, what a comeback in CCT in general this would be, because if I'm not mistaken, they were 0-2 in the main Swiss. Yeah, they lost to 9, Sashi, and then sure, Chimea and GTC aren't the toughest opponents, but the final boss, if they're able to get over them 2-0, that certainly shows they deserve to be in playoffs.
I mean, you know, we're looking at the games that they lost, and you're kind of saying, all right, well, yeah, they probably do lose to them 9 times out of 10, right? You lose to a 9, you lose to a Sashi. They beat the teams that they probably should have beaten, Chimera and GTZ, and this is probably the upset of the lot if they're able to pull this one off, especially in 2-0 fashion. That would be just really impressive indeed. Jacob, you know, he's still poking his nose in maybe in somewhere that it doesn't belong. He'll shoot off a shot just to try and keep Copenhagen Wolves intrigued in the thought of him going for it. But this is 9-8. This is Copenhagen Wolves not going out of this one without a fight. They battled back in this one, and they're just commanding respect right now. They're demanding respect from BC Game, and unfortunately for BC Game, whether they like it or not, they're going to have to give it to them.
Ooh, this is exciting. We've already seen 2 overtimes here on Dust 2 in the previous game. How about a third? 9-8. I am excited. Copenhagen Wolves, 1 round to close it up. And it's going to be Jacquinho taking a first pot at it towards long. Unsuccessful in his attempt. He's already pivoting and looking to duel Nork on short. This is a very up-tempo round for Copenhagen Wolves. They're not messing around one bit. Are they just going to go towards B through mid here? Instead, it's up-tempo from BC Game. They're the one that flashes Nork towards short. He is able to shut down Tapeware. The IGL at the top of the scoreboard for the whole server now has to call from spectator mode. The bomb's over in tunnels. It feels like we're trying to go towards B, but the counter utility and disruption for BC Game has been really strong and has just stunted them.
Still though, they can split. They can still split towards this B bomb site right now. But that's what they're hoping. They're trying to bait in BC Game into going for a short play here, into going for a short peek. You can see Shane, he's creeping past that Molotov. They're not going to be expecting this at all. This is a wonderful timing. Shane with the first, looking for a second as well, and he will get it. It's all down, all eyes on Nexa right now, who stops the first and smoke up in time. They do not want to risk going all the way through, so instead they'll go back. But the B players know about this. Copenhagen Wolves, this is awkward right here. AWP in the hand, Cypher down, Prime Taps would pick off one, and he spotted them go over towards long. Nexus should know this. He should be ready.
He has to be. Andu on the AWP. And look at Nexa. He's already picked up a pivotal kill in this round. Tucked on the bomb site. Prime Taps out in the open, but Andu just got his nades out. Smoke doesn't bloom in time, and that would have been the difference maker if Andu just had the AWP out. If he had the AK, whatever it was, he would have got that kill. But instead, as he falls, Nexa cleans up the last, and BC Game somehow cling on to the lead, and they excel to double digits. A 2-round game. They are still demanding respect on Dust 2, saying this is not over.
I think they thought that there was more than just Nexa on that A bomb site.
They just didn't want to go through the smoke. They had low HP. It's a scary one.
Yeah, but I think still, if you've already killed 2 players over towards short, I think, you know, you just miss out on a massive time in there going for a reset. Like, he has an A1S. He's already used a couple of bullets to spray it down. He can't get all of you. I think you just have to risk it there, to be honest. Of course, it's very easy to sit here and say that in hindsight, but I don't know. I think surely if you go through that smoke together, the way that the time and the way that everybody was kind of spread out, you probably get that refrag, but risky business regardless. BC Game are going to take that round. Jacob's in a really good position here. He can stop and deny any real false information over towards long. So BC Game don't actually have to rotate away from this B bomb site. Issue is they have, and they've left Knock to his own devices. It's a nice shot on Andy for the first. Lines up to hit it, but didn't actually find all of them. Instead, he'll need Prime Taps to help him out, but it's job done. It's round secured, and Jacob will make sure of it.
Oh, that's a really bad round to lose, because BC Game not only go to 11, they do it flawlessly and cripple the economy of Copenhagen Wolves. 11-8. What a big round for Nork to come alive. A collat into a fully blind frag. This man can do it all. And he might have just solidified Dust 2. As Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to be forced to take an eco. I made the joke about overtime, and we haven't seen enough of it today. Well, potentially we might see another, because this is going to have to be an overtime or it shall be bust. A full eco coming out for the T side. 2400 loss bonus for the next round. There's not going to be an AWP out on Jacquinho. There's going to be AK and low utility. It's going to then have to be 4 rounds in a row unless we go to Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage is definitely on the cards, right? Mirage is 100% on my mind anyway. Copenhagen Wolves don't want to set their eyes on that just yet. I mean, if they can pull off this round, if they can pull the rabbit out of the hat one more time in this series, this moment is the moment. This would be just the perfect scenario to see 2 Deagle headshots over towards the B-bomb site. Bomb planted and BC game. I don't even
Surely
know.
not.
Would they go for the retake if the Deagles just dropped 2 players without a single kill? I don't think you would.
There's a lot of if, buts, and maybes, I'm not going to lie. They have got
Oh,
a lot of space for free. There's
Oh.
the first. Oh no, Prime Tap's here to save the day, and save the day he shall. Jacob in close support, and Prime Tap's another miraculous hold from him on the B-bomb site. No utility, no armor, just pistols, but goddamn, that got scary when Cypher fell.
yeah. Did you believe? Did you believe in all the if,
I
buts,
was
and
like-
maybes there when the
I was
first
like,
one landed?
I was like, this is nonsense, Jack. What are you on about? And then I was like, oh my god, he's got a point.
Yeah. Nearly. I mean, especially with Prime Tops with that smoke out. I mean, he just could have got glocked to death and then a different round completely. Luckily, Prime Tops is composed. He's cool, calm, and he collects that round. 4 in a row needed for Copenhagen Wolves to keep the dreams of a 2-0 alive. Look at Jacob, he's already in top middle here. Blaney realizes though, look at that swing. Flash is going to be good. Cypher has to get out of there. Nocky, you're going to go for a reface here. Great shot onto tape. We're shutting him down early. And still, BC game, they're hanging about over towards mid. They want to fight. And Copenhagen Wolves, simply, they're just not going to be ready. Nock picks off one more. And the swing into lower. Can Shane just stay alive here? It's a big kill. Prime Tap's smoke's going to fade and he will pick one off. BC game, they're strength in numbers here.
Strength in Nork as well. He's also now repositioned perfectly. This guy has been on a tear in the last few rounds. Another multi-kill collected. And now Jacquinho, I don't see any avail for him. All 3 players are here ready and waiting towards A. Does spot out Nork, but also just shows his position. Swings in and Nexa drops him. Prime Taps, Nork. A great performance for them on Dust 2. And we get sent to a 3rd. We get sent to Mirage. Whoever loses that last map will be eliminated. But whoever wins shall shine in glory as they advance through to playoffs.
Yeah, man, look, I mean, BC game, we were expecting to see at least a little bit of a recovery from them. We did. Copenhagen Wolves, you know, I think it just kind of came down to they lost too many rounds at the start of that game. If they stay competitive in that, they're 100%, that game is a whole lot closer. We maybe have that overtime that you're talking about, but instead, we've got a deciding map. We've got a Mirage. It's only fair, and, well, we've got a little bit of a break until we head on over there. We're going to see who is going to be the last team moving forward into playoffs. Will it be BC game? Will it be Copenhagen Wolves? Come back in 10 minutes and find out.
Well, guys, you can't say we don't spoil you because we have had 3 maps, we have had overtimes, and we go again. BC Game versus Copenhagen Wolves. It is the final map in the whole main Swiss for CCT European Series 18. We're going to Mirage. Whoever wins this will go to playoffs, and whoever loses this will cry in defeat as they get eliminated.
Cry in defeat, yeah. I'd say they probably will.
They're balling.
Yeah, I think this would be definitely a sour one to lose, especially if you're BC Game, in all honesty, because, you know, Copenhagen Wolves, I think they caught them by surprise, definitely on map 1, got into the game, honestly, a little bit too late, I would say, on Dust 2, now on map 3, I don't know which way it's going to go, to be honest, because both teams have been pretty promising. BC Game, I can confirm, have won the knife round, so they'll get the choice of sides here on Mirage. I can only imagine they'll start on CT, but that might play into Copenhagen Wolves' hands a little bit, if they're able to dictate that pace early on.
Yeah, I mean, like, you hit the nail on the head with Dust 2 as we closed out that map. You were like, look, it was a good map from Copenhagen Wolves. They just started far too late. And the same could be said about Ancient. They just picked up the pace and the pieces way earlier. So especially now as we go on to this third map with the T side being occupied by the Wolves, we're just going to have to see something out the gate a lot quicker. But here we are, Mirage, our final map of the main Swiss. BC Game, they should have won this already. This should be a 2-0 in their favor. They've just qualified for IEM Dallas, beating Astralis and Big, and now being contested hotly by the underdogs. Let's see where this map ends up.
Yeah, let's see.
What is going on?
Well, Cypher dropping that Molotov and just them all spilling out of the apartments. That's
right.
An easy round to kick things off for BC Game. No problems whatsoever on that pistol. And it looked like every fight they were ready for at any moment.
That almost feels like an anti-strat. This whole round was just orchestrated perfectly. Like, from Nork in middle to Cypher jiggling with a Molo and dual Berettas, catching off Tapeware and underpass with the Util. Like, that felt extremely perfect for BC Game. That's a good start. They don't lose a single player. And Copenhagen Wolves onto the Eco. Jacquinho, of all players, buying the Deagle. The Orpa. You maybe think he'd be 7 for an AWP, but instead he buys the hand cannon. It's the next best thing, and it means in the next he'll have lower utility than the others. It should be an easy one for BC Game. Let's just see how long they can keep things flawless.
That's pretty much the game that we were playing on Dust 2, right? And they got to 7, so...
Can they do better?
Yeah, that's the question. Can they do better? Tapeware destroyed. That Deagle worth nothing, and it will pick it up and actually put it to good use. Alright, so the Deagle does, it gets a little bit of a bang for its buck. Still need to be a little bit cautious going into that fight, but once you deal with him, Shane trying to be sneaky, maybe out onto the bomb site to get a plant. Because he's gone to sandwich, absolutely no way he's going to be able to get out of this situation, surely. He's probably just hoping that BC Game get a little bit bored here.
They start having a bit too much fun. The Glock gets nada, and that was just our... That was our warm-up. That was our pre-game to now the real round. Guns out for both sides. Been a pretty good start to Mirage. As mentioned before, Copenhagen Wolves, slow starts on both maps. Will they be cursed by that once more?
Off the spawn call here from Copenhagen Wolves. They're getting ready just to explode out of the ramp tape, where it's just pulling a lot of a distraction over in towards middle, and it's keeping in all honesty, BC Game quite occupied, but now Copenhagen Wolves are going to be making their way out. The mollies are going to go down. Prime Taps is looking back a little bit and actually lends out a perfect helping hand. Still needs a little bit more though, because they've lost the bomb side here. Util is going to come in just to try and help them, as Copenhagen Wolves will try and scale, and actually BC Game are going to give this up, and rightly so, because they'll pick them off from behind the smokes as Copenhagen Wolves now begin to take that space. They'll take that bomb site and they'll be able to get it down, but still Prime Taps could be a danger.
Next is very late on the show. He's actually just going to commit in towards ladder room. All 3 players now for BC Game retaking from jungle. CT in complete control of Copenhagen Wolves. Prime Taps reconfirming his position, but Belaney just walks straight into Cypher's crosshair. Jaquinho might be baited in on CT. They might not anticipate him, but he gets cleared effectively. Tapeware shows his hand, and Tapeware, oh, 2 kills is not enough as Cypher clutches up a brace for him in the round, and a narrow victory for the CT side from a round that felt perfect.
I mean, it felt good until it wasn't, right? I mean, look, they give up the bomb site. Prime Taps, he's able to find a nice kill. The spray through the smoke as well. It cuts a lot of Copenhagen Wolves players down. But the problem was that when the smokes faded, Copenhagen Wolves were ready to take the fight in towards Connector. They won 2 duels. They were able to get the bomb down safely. And then after that, it just comes down to a little bit of an aggressive peak, a solo peak. You lose your life, man advantage, BC Game just are able to trade on out. Copenhagen Wolves, I think they can maybe feel a little bit hard done by in terms of what happened towards the end of that round, but the fact that they were able to even get that into a winnable position after losing the opening 2 kills is a credit to themselves. B-play about to happen. The pistol's trying to spill out onto the site. Cypher's going to be here to try and stop them. Has to go back to finish what he started on the first, but Copenhagen Wolves, they just mowed him down. Awkward hold for BC Game, and they won't be able to hold on at all.
Yeah, this is way better for them. And I don't imagine Nork really wants to go for this. He's going to allow Jacob to be the opening prong, and Nork's actually just run him. Might bait Shane into peeking, and Jacob, issue is there's no kit. Is there a kit down? Maybe. And a lot of this T side is now focused on Nork. Jacob might have space to work with, and he does. Oh my god, there's no one on the bomb site. Tapeware's all over in jungle. Kit shall be collected. Tapeware scrambling now, starting to make noise, and Jacob doesn't go for it. Oh my god! Tapeware wins the 1 versus 2 by simply surviving.
That is an absolute mess. If there's a kit in a decent position there, even if Jacob has a kit there, he probably even just taps it, goes back to stick it as well, but he just spent so long searching around for it, and Nock didn't see where Tapeware was either. That's probably part of it, right? They just didn't have information on him. If they knew exactly where he was, he would have stuck that defuse and he would have been fine. Still though, regardless, I mean, you make it quite expensive for Copenhagen Wolves. Issue is, that was just the pistols. They are not really going to be feeling the brunt of that all that much. Instead, it's going to be BC Game that are cut down to 2 SMGs, 2 M4s, and that AWP that was saved.
That VOD review is going to be painful, dude. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but hey, we're back right on it. A lot of mid presence being awarded up to the T side. And this is an interesting setup for BC Game. We've completely abandoned the B-bomb site, and Tapeware is just walking up short going, yeah, I haven't had any contact. The bomb and the majority are still in middle. Cypher's going to catch Tapeware off guard, and even though Jacob does fall, it's still an advantage accentuated further by Nork's quickscope. Now, with only 2 players remaining, we do have the liberty of an open A bomb site, but as soon as that bomb goes down, all hell shall be let loose.
Did Shane see him? Surely he's seen him in towards the ramp, right? I mean, he caught a glimpse of him. No idea. Oh, Prime Taps, this would be the perfect time to strike. Still though, he's getting ran down. Nock's trying to help him out here. Nock will be able to help him out, bail him out of that situation. Cypher there in time as well, and BC Game, that one definitely going down a lot smoother than the last.
an interesting round, all things considered. And I think you'd agree with me of like, okay, we've just left B, and then we cycle back, we get the kill, we crunch com. Rotations are pretty much all over the place for BC Game. But wherever they rotate into, it just seems to be perfection. They just keep on running into their adversaries and winning out the duels. So, hey, that's definitely a way to get back onto the horse, as one would say. And also doing it with keeping 4 alive is really important, because it's like, look, the first gun round, only 1 with a single alive, 2 survived from the previous on a save. And here, it's just perfect with AKs now being picked up. We have 3 on the go. And it's going to be back down to a low buy, an eco pretty much, with only Tapeware on the hero AK, who saved in the only round they won. And the rest, yeah, just scrambling. No bomb down was a real big difference maker to what we might see in this round.
Chiquinho gonna try and send Belaney out towards this B bomb site. Flash is not going to blind Cypher. He's going to get clear vision. The sneak out Palace is going to be instantly stopped by Prime Tabs. He is ideally positioned in that scenario. So that plan working out, as Chiquinho will actually make his way all the way over to A. Nox should be ready for him over towards ramp though. He'll be jiggling, just looking for the information, spotting him out. Should be able to deal with the pistol accordingly, which he will do. 5-1 BC game. It's been pretty smooth sailing for the CT side so far. Copenhagen Wolves, it's time to start and begin to cause BC game problems, or you're going to be going home.
Hey, we've been here before. Ancient, they won the map. Dust 2, unfortunately, comeback came too late. Copenhagen Wolves, like they're no strangers to mounting an early comeback. And unfortunately, that first round, I don't even know if it's replicable. So, as we head once more into a new dawn, Belaney gets tagged in the Molo in apartments. Nade actually does miss him, which could have been costing him a lot of HP. Nexa needs to be careful. He does get spotted. 2 players in apps choosing to subside as mid has been taken over. We're using a lot of utility Copenhagen Wolves for not too much progression. And with 1:15, the bomb is still... Ooh, that's an awkward Molo. But yeah, the bomb's still in T-spawn, and it looks like Belaney might be the first on the chopping block. He survives on 1 HP. 89 damage with the orb, and if only Nexus Nade had done a little bit more damage. But Prime tapped. This is a brazen play. His team's in the disadvantageous position, so he takes matters into his own hands. Baits Cypher in as well for the 3rd, and now forced towards B. There's still 2 defenders here, even though Nork previously had fallen. And I don't know how that round just goes so perfectly.
I have a rough idea that Copenhagen Wolves are fuming after that one. They are. Yeah. There's no idea, like, that there is so many players over towards that B bomb site. Knock goes down, right? Fair enough. You see that upper. Prime Tap sprays down too. You see that there's Cypher in towards ladder. You're like, all right, surely, you know, there's maximum 1 over towards B. No, Jacob and Nexa are still there ready and waiting, and BC Game just wait for Copenhagen Wolves to come to them, play right into their hand. Now Copenhagen Wolves down to the pistols. You can see Tapeware taking the brunt of the damage out over towards middle. Pistols are going to try and spring on out. AWP Knock waiting and biding his time, will at least stop the second man out, but it's BC Game just locking down this A bomb site, tapping away, trying to find all these kills, and they're making it look easy right now, Freddy. This is the BC Game that we were expecting to see throughout this series. We didn't get too much of them on map 1. We've seen it in the early beginnings of Dust 2. Now we're seeing it on Mirage. They want to go to the playoffs, and Copenhagen Wolves, you're going to have to step it up to stop them.
3 players in rap. What is going on? I'm still kind of just finding it quite amusing, that previous gun round of just like, guys, he's pushed through the smoke con. There's a Molo up. Okay, we trade him. There's another one ladder. There's 2 B still? I can just imagine that. Just, yeah. Maybe that's not the comms exactly, but Yeah, this is the BC game that qualified for Dallas. This is the team that want to push further up the VRS ranking. If they lose this, they would have lost 7 spots. And that's actually, you know, that actually does matter quite a bit. And the fact they're able to sink their teeth further into top 30 could be really valuable and potentially even go further. Like, look, if they do well in the playoffs and make a deep run, that's high-ranking teams that will be eliminated. Plus
crazy,
prize money, and that is a ridiculous kill. Jacob's 11-2 right now. He does whatever the hell he wants. The only benefit of this round, though, is Tapeware's in ladder room, and maybe we can crack our way onto the bomb site on A, but unfortunately, Prime Taps is here, and he's just baiting in Cypher as well. Any more kills is a luxury, and he just gets another. Sure, Tapeware's in ladder. What's he gonna do? Shane... never gonna expect Cypher. That's the issue. And Nork, he might get a jump here. Ooh, that's a deadly jump. That is a nasty kill to be getting. And Cypher's still not activated. Shane's actually disengaged from Palace, but luckily for BC Game, Nexa should have heard Tapeware jump off short, and even though he does, only a dink. Cypher, though, catches Shane off guard, and now Tapeware, 30 seconds, 15 HP. There feels no chance. What? There was no way he should have won that. He was heard jumping off short, 15 HP, he hits the instant headshot, and Copenhagen Wolves have been graced a lifeline.
At the exact same moment as well, right, that they kind of got it. On Dust 2. 7-2 is a very familiar scoreline that they're going to be able to get in Tapeware. That's ridiculous, man. That's what I mean. This guy, he has those moments in them. You know, he really, really does. You might look at his statistics and say, all right, well, you know, he's not the standout performer on this team, and I would agree. But more often than not, man, he can have a map like this in him. This time, Copenhagen Wolves going to try and go quickly out towards this A bomb side. Prime Tap's good for just the one. Stopping him from getting a multi-kill is going to be absolutely perfect. Cypher in towards Connector. He's waiting for his chance, but Andu will take him out of the equation very quickly. Jacob needs to try and double up, and he's going to be able to do so. BC Game just locking in another round here, surely. Bellany, there's nothing you can do, really. That HE isn't going to go deep enough, but Nock will just put him down with that AWP, and you might get one, but you cannot string consecutive rounds together at all. BC Game will not allow it.
I see Nork double scoping a lot, and it kind of works. It's an interesting, I don't know why I brought that up, but yeah, I've just seen that a few times. But look, that was a double entry from Andu. He was only on 1 kill to start the round off, and you know, he just opens up the bomb site. What more do you want? Apparently, it's for Jaquinho to maybe get a kill.
Yeah, he's had a rough one, to be honest, and he's had a pretty alright series. You know, I wouldn't say that Jaquinho has underperformed. Yeah. At all, especially if we look towards Ancient. You know, he had some vital moments, but yeah, obviously when you're looking at the scoreline, it's not been great. But I don't think anybody bar Tapeware can really kind of hold their head high after what we've seen so far on this T side of Mirage. And well, you hold your head high as you jump up on bench, and Cypher's just going to rip it off.
Back to normality. That's a nice little cheeky kill. Nork overextending in middle. Jacob's still alive, though. That's the issue. And Prime Taps has just banged you through the smoke. What can you even do, man? Jaquinho's not even going to get a breath of fresh air. Jacob does more damage to his teammate than Tapeware does. But he's like, hey, man, I want those kills. I'm 15-3. Give them to me. Cypher as well. What a resurgence in this map. I feel like he's had a pretty rough series, I'll be honest, all in all. He's, you know, 7 kills on map 1. Not much better on Dust 2. And then right here, he's 12-3. He's having a performance. And we're on round 12 already. Where's this happen? Where's this come from?
I think we're just seeing BC Game just kind of get into their flow state, get their confidence, and they're really just running away with this one. You're just seeing absolutely no mercy right now from BC Game. Copenhagen Wolves, 3 would be a lot better than 2 as we close out this half, but I don't really know if it's going to help, especially with the way that BC Game are playing, because it is just lights out Counter-Strike right now that we're seeing from the CTs. Nexa waiting. Copenhagen Wolves waiting in the wings as they get set up to maybe explore this B bomb site as an option. You've got Jacob looking at short. Nexa, he hasn't really had to do much so far. He's going to have to probably do it all here. Jacob at least helping out with that one. Belaney causing a problem now for a moment. Jacob instantly tapped down. All eyes on Nexa. It's all down to him, and they haven't discovered him just yet. In towards the bench. Good for just the one,
kill.
but no more.
Jacquinho got a kill. He's on the board. Sorry, I'm just really excited by that.
And it might win them the round. In all honesty.
Actually probably will.
Yeah, and it will.
Do you know what does win them the round? Is another double entry from Andu. Well, I guess single entry. Sorry, that was the final kill there. What was that shot on Jacob? I didn't even realize until you said it. I was like, wait, Andu got the kill? Huh? Where did that come from? And look, it's just so little too late. Like, we have Belaney doing God's work. He was sent straight from the heavens in middle there. He's able to keep 3 players' attention, 4 if you're counting Nork as well, centered towards him and Connector. That then allows for the explosion out of apartments. So for me, that's Belaney that round. That was all him. But ultimately, we're still 9-3 up for BC game. And, you know, Jacquinho, you got a kill. He shares your name, Jack. And he also shares my birthday. So we're Jacquinho supporters.
Look, he gets that one kill. Let's see if he can build off it. I mean, it's a good place
He's just like us for real, dude.
BC game. It's going to be an A split on the pistol, it would seem. But they're going to have to wait for the prong of this underpass player to get on out. Actually, Nexa, I mean, he's a 1v1 straight up here. Shane just wins that. That's the bomb down. Yeah, this is an awkward pistol. I don't like this at all for BC game. Cypher waiting to strike. Jacquinho taking down. Jacob getting going as well. And Tapeware falls.
Working?
Yeah. It's still not working. You still have to try and get the bomb back here. Shane is just going to be sitting on that and just guarding that with his life. And, I mean, the reposition could be everything. He can get up here and still have eyes on the bomb. This is just too awkward of an angle to clear out solo. So Prime Taps and Cypher will go back together. And, well, the strength in numbers will just simply overwhelm and overpower him. Yeah. Andu, last man standing, goosed up instantly as he tries to peek on out. And he's a dead man in surely just a moment. Still doing a lot of damage, though. This is not done just yet. Jacob trying to creep up behind him, but Cypher will put him to bed. And surely, after winning the pistol like that, we're going to see a force buy. We have to see a force buy back, but I'm thinking this one is as good as done.
What an intriguing pistol round. That's a very unorthodox pistol round on both the T and CT side for BC game. Like, if you remember the T side pistol round, it's them jumping up into middle, them getting super aggressive. That T side pistol round, I mean, it almost goes awry, but to be fair, as soon as they lose that 1v1 on ramp, every other duel goes in their favor. And again, it's Cypher and Jacob. So far, they are both the 2 highest... Actually, Prime Tap's also 16 kills, sorry. But it's kind of Cypher, Jacob, who are these like hounds that you want to let off the leash. And they just go through con and they just disintegrate everything in front of them. 4 kills combined for them. Double digits for BC game. It's actually going to be an eco for the Copenhagen Wolves. No force buy. They are giving 11 straight up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't really mind the eco here, but I just expected them to kind of go for a force buy, and BC game are being quite cautious, in all honesty. They're going into a stack here. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. They see nothing over towards B. They were waiting and counting on a little bit of aggression. You don't see it. You're going to be going into a stack. Yes, it's only USPs for the majority, but still, you don't look the right way. Get blindsided by 1 or 2. The CTs kind of get the ball rolling, and this round falls into the wrong hands. So you need to have your wits about you as you make your way in, and that dink is going to do you no favors whatsoever. Already the first kill found, but it looks like the T's are going to be safe for the moment. And yes, the first kill might go your way, Copenhagen Wolves, but nothing else. BC game, this is their 11th. You just wonder.
Nexa's flying. Nexa was floating in.
You just wonder though, if they do go for that force buy and they have that stack over towards the A bomb site. Ooh, yeah.
Don't. I feel like BC Gaming were probably one of the better T sides, because they've just got so many natural born entries. Like, you've got Cypher and Jacob already. Like, if those two are having a game and they're running onto a bomb site, man, that's going to be hard to get at. Like, if you've got Util properly from Nork, and then Nex is also running at you with a Mach 10, that's, what can you do? But, okay. If buts and maybes aside, it's going to be maybe the final gun round of this whole main Swiss. Certainly maybe for Copenhagen Wolves. Tapeware has also just run into Con and eaten a grenade, which is never nice for breakfast.
No, you'd be missing a few teeth, alright?
Yeah. Looks like we want to try split B, to be honest. We've got 2 players in apartments, 3 with the bomb in middle. There's going to be this congestion around connector. And if Copenhagen Wolves, yeah, they're just going to get mollowed smoke. They're going to give it up. We're going to go up short without any counter information.
Cypher's beating the molly here. They've
Wait,
no idea.
what?
He beat the molly. They've no idea. He's all the way up. This is just going to be an easy one. And he can't believe that he's found that timing completely.
Wait, the bomb's in Con. Wait, Jack, the bombs need to get away. Okay, it will. Sorry, that was my scare. I was like, this is great from Cypher. What's Snork doing with the bomb in Con? All good. He gets away.
You need to just get this util down. I mean, if you've got any smokes, drop them. Cypher still getting close here. Belaney's going to try and get away, and he's going to be caught. Copenhagen Wolves are saving in this round, and if you're BC Game, you are running these guys down. You are making sure that they are not bringing anything forward.
Don't ask me twice.
Yeah. Jaquinho needs to desperately hold on, but surely he's going to be a dead man. And Cypher's just way too quick for him there. I mean, it goes from bad to worse. Yeah, I mean, Cypher.
Let me go. Let me at him, boss. Let me at him.
Just literally let him off the leash. Go nuts.
I can just imagine. I can hear him in TeamSpeak now. Oh, he finally gets shut down. Nork might go and trade though. This would be a massive kill to get. Bomb explodes. Nork peeking in towards Palace. Yeah, okay. What can you even do?
And I mean,
1 player survives.
Yeah. You've taken away 2 of the rifles, 3 if we're counting Belaney, who was trying to get away to save.
Yeah, I'd count that.
That's huge for BC Game. Copenhagen Wolves, let's have a look at their money as this one comes in. Let's have a look at their buy. 2 M4s, a FAMAS, an SMG, and a Scout. Not nice.
Well, this... Oh, missed window. We're just given more opportunity to take the jewels. Yeah, this game's over. It's going to be 9 in a row flawlessly if Copenhagen Wolves want to get overtime. Got a feeling that's not going to happen. And last round, it was a big nade onto Tapeware. This round is a big nade onto Andu, and he just runs out and dies. He's done with this game. He's jumping up short on 50 HP. Does Nexa clear ladder? Okay, Nexa doesn't clear chain. And because of that, we will lose 2. It's still, however, a 3 versus 3. And it looks like BC Game, they don't want to wait around. They want to go straight towards this B bomb site where Belaney is the only player residing. A nice off angle around the pillar. But I don't think there's going to be any support coming in from Shane. Utility is coming through, and Shane's actually dropped into window. He's going to be rotating around towards market. They've spotted out Belaney, and a tap for a tap. Prime taps his AK. It's a little bit harsher. And as Jaquinho on 1 single kill comes in for the retake, it's a 1 versus 3. Time to quadruple his kills.
This would really make you eat your words though, right? If he pulls off this one and keeps them alive, this would be absolutely ridiculous. Problem is, he's got no kit. It doesn't even get the kill. That's just the kind of game it's been for Jaquinho. He'll try and inch a little bit closer. There is one more, but still, you've got 2 players to find on out. You have to try and close the distance here, and they're just going to be playing off the sound. Prime Tap's just toying with you right now. Cypher yet to even peek, and Cypher, he's going to confirm it surely with a 20 kill in a moment, and he's just toying with you now at this stage. It's a cruel, cruel world we live in, but Jaquinho, you are taken out of it as soon as you are brought into Mirage. 13-3, BC Game dominate, and they book their spot in the playoffs, Freddy.
Yeah, I mean, look, we always expected BC Game to win out this series, but especially after Ancient, it was hopeful exuberance for Copenhagen Wolves. There was definitely an aura of, whoa, could they actually do this? Like, this would be a massive upset. But instead, this is where their luck runs out. And goddamn Cypher, 20-5. He's an animal. He's a hound, and he's been let off the leash. What a good comeback from BC Game, and they really lay law down as well on Mirage. Like, there's no messing about. Just from start to finish, they were in the front seat, and that now finalizes our playoff bracket. We were supposed to have one more game to end off the day, but it's actually going to be Na'Vi Jr. getting the forfeit win over Rush B because of a scheduling conflict, and I assume that's because of ESL Challenger. It is. So Na'Vi Jr. join up with Cybershock and BC Game as the teams that go through 3 and 2, and that's it. Playoffs done. Monty 9 3-0. Really surprising, to be honest, for 9 after they went 0-3 in the last CCT. I think Guns as well, like, that's a pretty impressive result. Fnatic expected, Sashi somewhat expected, and then the guys we just spoke about today.
Yeah, that's a good little round out. Just a moment and a chat about Copenhagen Wolves as well, because, you know, I mean, we're talking about BC Game. This is probably what we expected. Copenhagen Wolves, do not be disappointed about what we just seen there today. You just showed that you could hang and you could worry BC Game for a lot of that game, because yes, okay, you got blown out of the water. You know, on the third map you got absolutely dominated, but I think it was just a case that you ran out of steam a little bit there, because map 1 you looked prepared, you looked sharp, and BC Game just couldn't handle what you were throwing at them. If you start a little bit quicker on map 2, you could have 100% 2-0'd that series. So moving forward in the future, I'm really excited actually to see what these Copenhagen Wolves guys can bring to the table. They're young, they're hungry, they've got, you know, a lot of confidence, and also, you know, a lot of good players in a lot of right places there. I honestly think that Copenhagen Wolves team will be one to look out for in the future, but take nothing away from BC Game. They did what they had to do. They grinded through a grimy game and they got the result.
Grimy? That's me. That's me. But yeah, I honestly, I agree with you. I didn't really know what to expect of Copenhagen Wolves when I saw them yesterday. I hadn't seen them with their new roster, and I was very impressed. You know, Andu drops a 2.11 HLTV rating and 140 ADR in a series. Like, that is, you know, it's ridiculous. And it's the fact that he can do that again. Like, that's the form that I almost anticipate for him, because I've seen so much greatness from this guy, and I do believe that there is a lot more greatness for this team in the future. Unfortunately, just not now. They can still also hold their head up high that they were 0-2 and they clambered their way back up to almost making playoffs. That in itself is a success. But for BC Game, it's going to be another pursuit into playoffs. We've got some really cool teams invited ENCE, to the playoffs, that is. ENCE, Bait, Passion UA, Namiga, Eklot, 9 Pandas, Partizan, and I think that's all. We have some surprises of teams that haven't made it through the main Swiss. Sinners going 1-3. Same with 500. That was literally the previous grand finals, if I'm not mistaken, of the last CCT. Oh no, sorry, it was 500 Partizan, but still 500. They won the last CCT. They go out in this Swiss stage. But Jack, we're a little bit behind schedule. Not sure there's anything left, but it's more so it's been a very long day. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you once more. A big shout out to production. I know they love UK Counter-Strike, and I know they would have loved to see Cypher going 20-5. But with that said and done, do not go too far, guys, because as I said, we spoil you right back on Thursday at 10 a.m. CET. We have the first game in the round of 16. This playoffs is going to be electric. We have so many top teams, and you want to be there. We spoil you so much, don't we? And with that in mind, we'll see you later, and we'll see you on Thursday.